A century ago in Guangdong, there existed the renowned Nuyen clan. In a cramped room, a 12-year-old boy tossed and turned restlessly on a small bed. It was Wei Yanhao, smiling dreamily as he nurtured the aspiration of one day standing at the pinnacle of the world. Growing up in a family steeped in martial tradition, he had been tempered since childhood. He understood that to reach that dream, only the path of relentless and arduous training could lead the way. Lying in deep thought, he reminded himself that even with extraordinary talent, one could never succeed without effort. Yet for such a determined youth, a small problem arose. He tilted his head and looked out the window, where the fading glow of dusk slowly dimmed. Sitting upright, he silently watched the final moments of the day slip away. He lay back on the bed and softly sighed, saying that he had planned to begin his journey to dominance today, but the sky had already darkened, so he would sleep first and consider training tomorrow. That moment, someone pushed the door open and stepped inside. Seeing him still half asleep, the man shouted loudly for him to stand up immediately. He jolted awake and smiled politely, greeting his father upon his arrival. That man was Wei Zhengxuan, the head of the Nuyen clan of Guangdong, famed with the title Righteous Chivalrous Sword. He sternly asked whether his son knew that night was approaching. He scratched his head and replied that he knew. He then scolded him for still lying there, and he calmly answered that the sun was about to set. Wei Zhengxuan was so furious that veins bulged across his forehead as he asked how long his son had been idling in the room. The youth awkwardly estimated 2 or 3 days, likely around 2 days. He roared that it had been exactly 4 days, 4 consecutive days, truly infuriating. For 4 whole days he had only wrapped himself in blankets and rolled around the room, as if he did not feel back pain. Even a beast sleeping too long would turn over from sweat soaking its clothes. He laughed it off and replied that he occasionally sat up for a while before lying down again, telling his father not to worry excessively. Those words only irritated him further, his teeth grinding loudly. Seeing the tension rise, he hurriedly explained that he had intended to train, but every time he opened his eyes the sunlight had already faded. When night falls one must sleep, otherwise how could he have the strength to wake early and train the next day? Enraged, he strode forward, yanked away the blankets, and shouted that he would certainly correct his laziness and insolence today. Caught off guard, he tumbled headfirst onto the ground in an upside-down posture. After a while, he quietly left. Turning to the study, he held his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. Steward Zhao Fang entered and asked if he was troubled because of the second young master. He sighed and said that if the boy were not like this, he would not worry. Zhao Fang gently reassured him that the young master would mature. He grew even more sorrowful, blaming himself for everything. He recalled that when Yanhao was only 2 years old, he had left home to roam the martial world. At that time, his wife, his 2 sons, and the unborn child in her womb had bid him farewell with reluctance. Initially, he intended to leave for only 2 years, but he became entangled in countless affairs within the martial world. It was not until 8 years later that he returned. Thanks to that period, his title Righteous Chivalrous Sword resounded far beyond expectation. Yet the price he paid was by no means small. On the day he returned, the keen thug of the past had become more formidable than he had ever imagined. The son he had once cherished as his own flesh and blood had now become so indolent that he could hardly bear to face him. Thinking of this, he could only sigh helplessly. Zhao Fang smiled and advised him not to be overly distressed, as there would surely be a way to turn things around. He stood up abruptly and asked what solution remained. Zhao Fang solemnly reminded him whether he had forgotten that person was about to return. Hearing this, Wei Zhengxuan suddenly nodded in realization. Indeed, after 3 years of diligent training at the martial hall, it was time for that person to return home. He smiled meaningfully and said that this time Yanhao would find it hard to escape, for the only one he feared was his elder brother Wei Shanhao. Suddenly, Wei Yanhao shivered as a chill ran down his spine. He glanced back behind him and saw Wei Shanhao standing there with a cold gaze, asking how many hours he had been sleeping. Yanhao broke into a cold sweat and stammered, asking when his brother had arrived. Shanhao coldly replied that he had asked first. Yanhao scratched his head and forced a smile, saying it was about that matter. Yanhao maintained a stern expression without the slightest hint of jest. Yanhao hurriedly explained that he had trained this morning and, exhausted from overexertion, had only dozed off briefly, while inwardly lamenting that he did not know when his brother had returned. Yanhao suspiciously asked whether he had truly trained, and Yanhao immediately nodded in confirmation. He pointed toward the lamp and said that if so, he should try splitting that candle in 2 with a single move. He would see how much progress had been made over the past 3 years. Yanhao dared not refuse, so he got out of bed, took up his sword and stepped before the lamp. Yanhao urged him to stop hesitating and quickly execute the move. Yanhao anxiously raised his sword and said that since they were indoors, it might be dangerous. Yanhao replied irritably that he would handle it himself, telling him to stop rambling and strike. With no other choice, he closed his eyes and told himself to disregard the outcome. He took a deep breath and began to swing his sword. A moment later, the tip of the blade pointed straight ahead. A candle was placed about 3 meters away from him. Yanhao concentrated his strength into his feet. Then he sprang forward in a swift dash. Yanhao stood behind him, watching intently without blinking. The move he executed was called Flying Dragon Ascends to Heaven. After a brief moment, he exhaled in relief and turned his head back. Yet the candle remained completely unchanged, not even trembling. Yanhao turned pale, realizing that this time he was in serious trouble. Yanhao spoke slowly, saying that 3 years were enough to master a sword technique, also enough to surpass a realm, yet he had regressed compared to before. Truly disappointed him. Having spoken, his elder brother silently left the room. A short while later, the 5 members of the family gathered around the dining table. Yanhao sat gloomily, thinking that this meal would be hard to swallow. Wei Zhengxuan turned and asked how life at the martial hall had been and whether any difficulties were encountered. Yanhao calmly replied that everything was fine, for cultivation without hardship would hold no meaning. I believe these are trials I must overcome on my own, father. Wei Zhengxuan nodded in approval. During my absence from home, you have endured many hardships. Wei Shanhao respectfully replied, father is the one who has suffered after such a long martial journey. Wei Zhengxuan nodded and asked, do you have anything you wish to say to the family? Wei Shanhao set down his chopsticks and solemnly said he had something to announce. Han Shang immediately asked, what is it? Wei Shanhao looked straight ahead, it concerns Wei Yanhao. Han Shang frowned with worry. Has something happened to Wei Yanhao? Wei Yanhao was startled, his expression turning tense. Inwardly he thought, big brother, please say no more, just let everything pass. Wei Shanhao looked at him and firmly declared he would take his younger brother to the martial hall. During this, Wei Yanhao was stunned, his mouth agape and speechless. The scene shifted to the future. Wei Zhengxuan sighed that whether it was Master Wu San or Pang Deaji, merely hearing the name Wei Yanhao would make them grit their teeth in caution. That was the beginning of a legend, when no one could have imagined that the once lazy youth would become a master who shook the world. Wei Yanhao rode away from home on horseback, sighing with lingering reluctance. Big brother, can we rest for a while before continuing? Wei Shanhao remained resolute in continuing the journey to the martial hall, even though the entire family was reluctant in their hearts. Wei Ziyulian sobbed uncontrollably, pleading with her second brother not to leave. Wei Zhengxuan cheerfully advised them to become true men before returning. Han Shang anxiously reminded her sons to travel safely. Wei Yanhao waved goodbye to his family with sorrow. 2 brothers urged their horses forward and set off. The journey went fairly smoothly, at least in Wei Shanhao's opinion. Wei Yanhao lay flat on the horse's back, utterly exhausted. He complained, how much farther is it? Wei Shanhao replied that it would take 10 more days to arrive. Wei Yanhao exclaimed in shock, 10 days, and Wei Shanhao added that if he rode properly, it would only take 5 days. Wei Yanhao irritably said he had never ridden a horse, and Wei Shanhao calmly responded that he did not blame him. Wei Yanhao retorted angrily that his brother was blaming him, while Wei Shanhao calmly explained he was only answering because he had asked. Wei Yanhao continued to complain of exhaustion, his back aching, wishing for rest. Pointed toward a nearby tree, look over there, they must be tired to be lying on the ground. Wei Shanhao looked in that direction, and suddenly his expression changed. He immediately dismounted, and Wei Yanhao asked in surprise where he was going. Wei Shanhao did not answer and strode swiftly toward those people. Wei Yanhao hurried after him, curiously asking what he was doing. Wei Shanhao sighed and said it was too late, they were all gone. Hearing this, Wei Yanhao broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in alarm, is that true? Wei Shanhao picked up an object and signaled for Wei Yanhao to look. He pulled aside the corpse's clothing, pointed at the wound on the chest, and explained that it was a move called the wanton flower palm. Wei Yanhao asked doubtfully, what is the wanton flower palm? Wei Shanhao shook his head and explained it was originally called the scarlet flower palm, but because Tai Ku Enhak used it to commit many crimes, it was renamed the wanton flower palm. Wei Yanhao hurriedly interrupted, the lustful fiend, could he be nearby? Wei Shanhao said Tai Ku Enhak did not frequent brothels, but specifically targeted women traveling along deserted mountain paths. The appearance of corpses struck by the wanton flower palm proved that he had attacked a woman, meaning someone was currently in danger. After saying this, he immediately leaped away, telling Wei Yanhao to stay and wait. Wei Yanhao cried out in panic, Are you leaving me here to watch the horses with these corpses? Big brother, do not joke like this. No matter how loudly he called, Wei Shanhao's figure gradually disappeared. Wei Yanhao nervously glanced at the corpses beside him. Two warhorses stood nearby, panting heavily. Flies swarmed thickly around the bodies. The more he observed, the more he trembled with fear. This time he was truly doomed. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened. Wei Yanhao looked up and complained, "Big brother has broken his promise. Had I known, I would have followed him." Yet he soon worried that perhaps his brother had encountered trouble. Otherwise, why had he not returned? At that moment, a fierce gust of wind whistled past. Wei Yanhao gripped the reins tightly, telling himself he must find a way to leave. If he stayed here, he would become prey for wild beasts. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, frightening him into a scream. Heavy rain began to pour down, and Wei Yanhao trembled in the downpour. He looked up at the sky and sighed in despair. This time he was truly finished. His cry echoed through the rain as he gritted his teeth and led the warhorse up the mountainside. Reasons unknown, he loaded the corpses onto the horses and took them along. "Let's go, we cannot let them become prey for wild beasts. I will find a proper place to bury them, but with the rain falling, we must find shelter first." At that moment, the warhorse suddenly stopped, forcing Wei Yanhao to push from behind. Irritated, he shouted that this horse was acting up again and refusing to obey. He discovered that he had arrived near a stream. A flash of lightning startled the warhorse. It reared and threw Wei Yanhao off. He could not react in time to the sudden toss. He tumbled into the bushes, lying there groaning in pain. After a while, he struggled to his feet, lamenting his aching back and scolding the stubborn horse. But as soon as he sat up, he was startled by something strange. "What is this? Is it a cave?" Immediately afterward, he laughed in delight, fortunate to have found shelter. He turned to look outside and saw the two warhorses still standing there. Wei Yanhao quickly tied their reins to a nearby rock to prevent them from running off. After finishing, he sighed as he looked at them, resigning himself to not punishing them. He lowered his head to look at his muddy appearance and muttered, "Leaving home is truly arduous. I have left a mark at the cave entrance. Big brother will surely follow the trail to find this place." After saying this, he collapsed onto the ground with a sigh and decided to sleep. Yet he lay there for a long time, without being able to fall asleep. In his heart, he worried about whether his brother had encountered trouble. He reassured himself that everything would be fine. His brother was very formidable. At last he drifted into sleep, while the two warhorses quietly slipped free of their reins and left. Dawn gradually broke, yet Wei Yanhao remained fast asleep, not stirring at all. By the time night fell again, he had slept for 2 whole days without realizing. Suddenly, a blue light flared up around him, quickly enveloping his entire body. That beam of light gently lifted him into the air, carrying him deeper into the cave. He passed through the stone wall and then vanished from sight. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wei Yanhao finally opened his eyes and awoke. He looked around in confusion, silently wondering where this was. This cave looked so strange. Perhaps he had gone deeper into the cave, or perhaps he had rolled here while asleep. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Oh, one destined by fate." Wei Yanhao was startled and shocked. What is happening here? He fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain throughout his body. But immediately afterward, he noticed a blue sphere of light floating in midair. The voice came from it, welcoming the one destined to this place. "O successor, radiant sword by Wuhan." Wei Yanhao asked suspiciously, "May I ask if this glowing sphere is speaking to me?" The voice replied, "That is correct. O one destined by fate, I have transcended space and time to pass my will to you. Accept this will and restore order to the world." Wei Yanhao cried out in fear, "What kind of sorcery is this?" The voice reassured him, "Do not be afraid, I have already passed away. What remains is merely a fragment of my consciousness. I left it behind for those destined to arrive in the future. Therefore, do not doubt and accept this will." Wei Yanhao thought to himself, "Wait, this situation feels so familiar. A mysterious cave, the consciousness of a senior. This is truly a fortunate opportunity." Perhaps because he lived righteously, he was blessed by the heavens. With this, he could grow stronger quickly without long years of martial training. He smiled with delight. Voice echoed, "Time is short. O one destined by fate, accept my swordsmanship to restore justice. I will pass on the radiant sword style to you. You must continuously train to temper yourself. If you inherit my bloodline, your power will erupt. By training here for 30 years, you will attain a portion of my strength." After hearing this, he felt something was wrong, thinking he had received a blessing yet still needing diligent training. Truly, his master's words had never been wrong. The young man hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. "I am not the destined one. Take your secret manual and find someone else to inherit it. I am not a fool." After speaking, the young man immediately retreated. Martial arts could wait. returning home to rest was better. However, an urgent call rang out from behind. Wait a moment. The young man stopped and turned around in confusion. Instantly, a soul entity radiating blue light appeared, growling in anger and telling him to wait. It was Bai Wuhan, an old man with an imposing aura and snow-white hair. When meeting a master, one should show respect. Yet this old spirit spoke as if accusing fraud, truly fearless before heaven and earth. The old man shouted angrily, "Fraud, what fraud? Who do you think I am?" The boy was unyielding and pointed straight at him, acting mysterious. "If you can, reveal yourself openly." The old man suppressed his anger and raised his hand to explain, "I am not pretending. I truly am a consciousness freed from the body." The young man crossed his arms, full of suspicion, muttering, "A consciousness separated from the body." He stepped closer and struck a blow at the old man's head. The opponent's exaggerated reaction left him bewildered. The old man asked irritably, "What are you doing?" The young man panted and trembled as he shouted, "You really are a ghost." His continued yelling forced the old man to shout back, "No, what ghost? The reincarnating consciousness technique can only be performed by peak martial artists." The boy calmly replied, "We simply call that ghosts." The old man fumed at being compared to evil spirits, shouting hoarsely, while the boy remained expressionless as if arguing online. Flames flickered in the night. The old man spoke, "Wei Yanhao has met his master." The young man wondered, does the reincarnating consciousness technique truly exist? The old man nodded, "Only martial artists who reach the highest realm can achieve it." The boy asked curiously, "Then which martial artist possesses such an ability?" The old man looked straight into his eyes, almost as if in inquiry. Do you know the Sword Emperor?" Upon hearing the name, the boy replied excitedly, "Who else but the number one of Jin? Anyone could tell he was a legend of the martial world, right?" The old man smiled and raised a bone. "Yes, Radiant Sword by Wuhan, later called the Sword Emperor, the master of Guanghui Wuzun." The boy was stunned, his face changing in shock. "Truly, but he lived 300 years ago." The old man calmly explained, "Indeed, a forgotten great figure of the previous generation. It is true that he met Wei Yanhao." The young man speculated, "Truly extraordinary. Guanghui Wuzun must have begged to become his disciple at once." Hearing this, the old man smiled meaningfully. "Wei Yanhao? No, on the contrary, the one seeking a disciple begged others to accept him. Truly strange. For 300 years no successor had come. The Sword Emperor was determined to accept a disciple at any cost." Wei Yanhao showed a weary expression as he walked away, muttering, "Calm down, old man. I have not even prepared yet and you already want me to learn." His attitude drove the Sword Emperor into a rage, shouting loudly, "Do you think I will let you leave?" Instantly, a terrifying force descended from the old man's hand, creating an explosion before him. Wei Yanhao stared in shock as the ground trembled violently. Seeing this, the martial fanatic laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha, a stone door 1 zhang thick cannot be lifted by ordinary strength." The old man offered temptation, "If you learn my martial arts, such stone doors will be like paper." Faced with the invitation, Wei Yanhao sighed silently. What choice did he have? He quietly drew the sword at his waist, and the old man shouted in alarm, "Human strength cannot break that door." Ignoring the warning, he unleashed a technique, choosing the path of patience as he advanced slowly. The old man asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Wei Yanhao replied calmly, "Can you not see? I am scraping. No matter how hard the stone is, iron can scratch it. In 1 or 2 years it will be pierced through." The old man was stunned. "Is this brat as stubborn as a boss?" Wei Yanhao sneered, "Ha ha, you are amusing. It takes 30 years to achieve." Seeing the stubborn youth, the old man was furious yet helpless, and reluctantly agreed to teach. "I promise I will not disappoint you." Wei Yanhao appeared indifferent. "I am not fond of it either. I will try for 20 years. He collapsed onto the ground and complained, "Ah, that is too long. Even 3 years requires consideration." Wuhan went mad. 3 years, you bastard. You speak of mastering martial arts in 3 years. Even Truong Tam Tong returning to life could not achieve it. Wei Yanhao sprang up and said coldly, "Then perhaps we are not destined," and he plunged his sword back into the stone. The grating sound echoed repeatedly, causing the old man to grit his teeth. Frustration built as Wei Yanhao continued grinding. The old man shouted loudly, 5 years, only 5 years from a novice to the number one in the martial world." Bai Wuhan roared, the blue light of his soul blazing. No matter the method, he would make him the greatest under heaven within 5 years. Wei Yanhao pondered 5 years, the number one in martial arts. Looking at the soul radiating vivid will, he secretly evaluated this living consciousness. I have never heard of it. Perhaps half of his words are true. If so, he might truly be the greatest master. He forcefully stabbed the sword into the ground, making his decision. This opportunity must change his fate. Remaining an ordinary man forever was rather dull. Yanhao did not know that he was the legendary Sword Emperor, but how pitiful that in his final years he met him. While Bai Wuhan burned with enthusiasm, Wei Yanhao fell fast asleep, drool trailing from his lips. The old man roared furiously. Has there ever been a disciple who falls into hibernation the moment he accepts a master? Yanhao opened his eyes groggily, yawning widely, so sleepy he could die. Ah, he argued calmly, you are already dead, and I am new here. If I do not know anything, then I should sleep. Bai Wuhan could only look up at the sky, forced to yield. He gently advised, all right, I apologize, now focus on practicing for a while. The final disciple he accepted in his lifetime turned out to be unbearably lazy. The moment he opened his eyes, he shouted, why was this boy training his body so early in the morning? He slept all day, practiced once, then rested immediately. The Sword Emperor went mad and roared. Even 5 years or 50 years would not be enough like this. Wei Yanhao casually swung his sword and asked, is there no faster way to learn? The old man choked as he replied, it is already as easy as it can be. Those who received the Sword Emperor's inheritance knelt in gratitude, yet this young man merely waved his hand as if listening to a neighbor. Every word came shouting. The Sword Emperor helplessly yelled, you should have sought a better master. Seeing his disciple's indifferent attitude, he could only bow his head, truly sorry. Had Bai Wuhan been ruled by emotion, he would have long ago suffered deviation and died from a ruptured vessel. He screamed in his mind, what am I imagining? And yet I still want to pass down my martial arts. Leaving behind this will only to suffer now. Watching his disciple roll on the ground laughing, he choked with regret for choosing such a high-level yet unsuitable student. Seeing the old man sigh, Wei Yanhao grinned and asked, how did you do it back then? Bai Wuhan stared blankly. When exactly? The boy continued, when you released the stone door. With that strength, why did you not control my body and teach martial arts directly? The old man calmly explained, he only pulled the thread within the mechanism. Wei Yanhao wondered how he could pull it without a body. The old man replied that it was related to qi, using qi to pull the thread like air-lifting objects. Halfway through speaking, Bai Wuhan suddenly paused. An idea flashed through his mind. From that smile it was clear he had devised a way to torment his disciple. Witnessing this, Wei Yanhao turned pale with fear, retreating as he stammered, what is wrong with you, old man? Just moments ago he had been lecturing on principles. Now he had switched into the final boss mode, but Bai Wuhan paid no mind, muttering, I have been bound by the notion of lacking a physical body, or perhaps maintaining my will for 300 years left something lacking. Regardless, I thank you, I have realized something important. Wei Yanhao frowned in discomfort. Why does that old man keep muttering? Before he could ask further, a sudden sound froze the boy in place. Stone whizzed past his face and embedded itself into the cave wall beside him. Wei Yanhao trembled as he looked up, seeing Bai Wuhan holding a glowing blue stone in his hand. The old man grinned sinisterly. Thanks to you I achieved enlightenment. Though without a body I can still throw stones like bricks. The boy turned pale, stammering oh. The renowned Sword Emperor had now turned dark. A murderous aura surged to the heavens. Bai Wuhan grinned wickedly as purple energy spheres gathered around him ready to explode. He smirked in satisfaction. This can be done. Realizing something was wrong, Wei Yanhao screamed in panic. Brothers, help me. I only agreed to learn martial arts. I did not sign up for torture. It was too late. A deadly radiance closed in. The boy could only clutch his head and flee desperately. Agonized screams echoed through the dark forest under the pouring rain. From that moment on, the training of Bai Wuhan and Wei Yanhao continued day and night without rest. 3 days he practiced swordsmanship without pause. His small frame repeatedly executed sharp sword strikes to evade his master's attack. At night, instead of resting, he was dragged into intense martial discussion. Bai Wuhan personally demonstrated each move until Hao was utterly exhausted. Even in sleep he could not escape the torment, cultivating the unmatched dream body transformation technique, a miraculous secret art from Bai Wuhan that allowed training within dreams. In his delirium, Hao could only mumble and groan, humming aimlessly. His life had become the sword, and his existence truly turned into a sword. The sword, under the strict supervision of the Sword Emperor's spirit, Wei Yanhao had no time left for laziness. Thus 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Wuhan looked at his disciple with a proud smile. Massive boulders were now split cleanly like tofu by Hao's blade. The moment to leave the mountain had arrived. A powerful hand struck a 1,000-pound stone. The cave door opened, revealing a resolute man stepping out after half a decade. Stone door closed with a thunderous boom. Before the sunlight, the man inhaled deeply, savoring the air of freedom. One destined to shake the world had returned. Wei Yanhao's comeback bore the overwhelming aura of a protagonist after a time skip. One day before leaving the mountain, Wei Yanhao still slept soundly, drool trailing from his mouth. Hearing a voice by his ear, he grumbled, "Ah, let me sleep a little longer." The call continued. Hao scratched his head and sat up. "Really, I asked for a bit more sleep. Does master not believe me?" Being Bai Wuhan meditating with a solemn expression, Wei Yanhao suddenly paused and snorted. The old man said, "Come here for a moment." The boy quietly approached and asked anxiously, "What is it, master?" Bai Wuhan spoke thoughtfully with a distant gaze, "I have pursued martial arts my entire life. I only wish to witness the ultimate pinnacle. Thus I devoted myself solely to martial arts, chasing it endlessly. I became an eccentric old man, shunned by my clan." Master suddenly confided strangely. Wei Yanhao thought, "Today master feels unusual. He usually forces training until bones break, yet now he speaks profoundly." The old man continued his recollection. "It is understandable that my clan never sought me out. I abandoned them. Children and family, placing martial arts above all else." He remembered his loved ones watching him depart, believing that reaching the peak of martial arts would make everything possible, but it was not so. Raising his hand as if to grasp the void, he realized martial arts were created by humans. If one only reaches the peak of the sword without walking the path of humanity, life becomes meaningless. Bai Wuhan's eyes softened as he looked at his disciple. "You helped me realize this. Raising a disciple is arduous yet worthwhile." Wei Yanhao was worthy yet speechless. The old man smiled. "This is the first time I have taught another. At times I was furious, at times irritated, but watching you grow little by little, I felt happiness and understood the meaning of joy. And like you, I came to understand what emotions are." Hao scratched his head and asked in shock, "Master, what is wrong? Why do you speak as if we will never meet again?" Bai Wuhan closed his eyes with a serene expression. "Indeed, the time has come." The boy stood stunned, suddenly shouting in disbelief. "Wait, when master says such words, it feels like a farewell. Why say the time has come? Do you think I believe it?" Wei Yanhao shouted. "At first you said 30 years of training. Only 5 years have passed with 25 remaining." Bai Wuhan calmly nodded, "Correct." Wei Yanhao protested stubbornly. The old man extended his hand as an inner core shone brightly, explaining that it would allow him to live without food or drink. Swallow it. Preserving it is not easy. Seeing his disciple bewildered, Bai Wuhan sighed. His spiritual body glowed brilliantly before gradually fading. "My strength is exhausted. It is time to part." Dean Hao panicked and shouted, "Why, master did not tell me sooner. Had you said earlier, I would have gone outside to fend for myself before returning to train." Witnessing his disciple's distress, Bai Wuhan smiled gently. "I understand your heart. I was happy being with you." The old man looked at Hao with expectation, wishing to see him roam the world a little longer, but this is enough. "For me, I have already seen you dominate the world." In his mind, Hao wore a magnificent imperial robe, riding a majestic azure dragon, one hand shielding the heavens. His master had foreseen the tyrannical future of his disciple. Bai Wuhan gave his final advice: "Look upon the world, embrace it within your heart. Everything will come naturally, but first learn to see humanity." Wei Yanhao stood frozen, eyes wide as he watched his master fade away. Wei Yanhao silently gazed at his master, his eyes filled with sorrow. Bai Wuhan spoke thoughtfully. "I once looked only upward, never down at my feet. Do not repeat my mistakes." The old man looked at his disciple one last time and said slowly, "Even if we never meet again and no one remembers me, within your gestures and sword techniques I will still exist." He smiled peacefully. "Even if you are not extraordinary or great, it does not matter. Being a good person is harder than becoming a master." Witnessing his master's soul gradually vanish, Hao cried out in panic, "Master, this cannot be." He reached out to grasp the fading remnants of his teacher. "I have not finished learning. No, I do not need to learn anymore. I only wish for you to stay a little longer." But the fading shadow turned into a blue speck of light and shot upward. Yanhao stood motionless within the cold cave. He could only whisper in despair, "Master." Tears streamed down his face as it contorted in grief. "If only you had told me sooner." But at this very moment, the emotion vanished. Wei Yanhao gritted his teeth and looked down at the robe he was wearing. Why are there so many words on it, like a public notice board? So that was why he did not utter a single word and vanished silently. He stood frozen when he saw dense writing covering everything without his noticing. Packed so tightly, that detestable old man, if he wanted to leave, he should at least have said a proper farewell. Standing in front of the cave entrance, he shouted in frustration, "What on earth are you plotting?" It turned out that before leaving, Bai Wuhan had quietly left messages all over Wei Yanhao's clothing. In short, The cultivation technique he had painstakingly trained in for 5 years had yet to reach completion. Knowing his disciple's nature of becoming lazy whenever he was out of sight, Bai Wuhan secretly planted a special mechanism within his body as a precaution. He used the very inner core that Wei Yanhao had swallowed as the center, allowing his power to circulate and grow on its own. It sounded entirely beneficial as his strength increased automatically, yet in reality it was exceedingly harsh. If Yanhao's comprehension and martial experience failed to keep pace with the explosive growth of the inner core, then the inner core would instead drain all his internal energy until his body collapsed from exhaustion. While Yanhao had been lying around lazily, those lines of writing struck like a bucket of cold water, plainly stating that if he refused to train he would only meet his end, just like a lifelong contract with no refund. He could only grit his teeth in anger. That old man was truly cunning. Yet hidden within that warning was the teacher's final devotion. Through every line his master entrusted him with a message: step into the world and experience it. Once you have seen the world, you will feel something, and from that feeling you will awaken on your own. Do not be content with the trivial and become mediocre. Strive for greatness to become extraordinary. Wei Yanhao looked at his sleeves covered in writing and could only curl his lips as he muttered, "That old master is truly troublesome." Though he complained, only by reading carefully did he realize it was a heartfelt final instruction. The old man had even mapped out a journey for his disciple. The first place you should go is Nho Lam. Seek out the greatest scholar under heaven and stay by his side. Reading this, Yanhao's eyes widened. What the message continued: you will surely gain enlightenment, and after Nho Lam it. He shouted irritably in the mountains. That master was truly detestable, not only imparting his skills but also arranging his cultivation journey. He flopped onto the forest floor and sighed in exasperation. I only wanted to return home. Thinking of his sworn brothers, he could not help but worry. He wondered whether his senior brother was safe. Then, remembering his parents, he reassured himself, once I finish handling everything I will return, so father and mother need not worry. Though he continued to mutter complaints, his steps still moved forward, because what must be done could not be avoided. Before leaving the place that had bound him for 5 years, Wei Yanhao stood before the cave entrance and knelt respectfully to thank his master. As he turned to leave, he grumbled, "Do not expect me to return from now on. Tormenting me like this is more than enough." But reality quickly halted the young man who had just descended the mountain. Where exactly is Nho Lam? He had not gone far before losing his way. The spirit of Bai Wuhan faintly appeared, smiling with delight. He laughed heartily, then loudly called out his disciple's name. Without experiencing life, one is no different from a piece of dry wood. There is no martial art in this world that can succeed by hiding away. How could one improve by forever cowering in a corner? That is unacceptable. He gazed into the vast expanse, his voice lowering. The world is immense. I regret entrusting my technique to that fool. Before fading away, he left his final words. Because of you, I was once very happy. Live a truly happy life. A powerful gust of wind swept through, scattering leaves as the figure of the master dissolved into nothingness. Wei Yanhao stood silently in the depths of the forest, softly murmuring as the scent of wildflowers drifted past. Time passed quietly. A leaf carried by the wind crossed mountains and arrived at the bustling city of Kaifeng. At a small branch base, a disheveled figure appeared. His appearance was gaunt, his limbs wrapped in bandages and covered in countless scars. It was Wei Yanhao, yet he now resembled a walking skeleton, just as his master once teased. He staggered forward and asked, looking at me now, "You must think I crawled out of a grave." Seeing the stranger with such a bizarre appearance, everyone was startled. The man sitting on a tree trunk cried out in alarm, "Who is this that looks like a dried corpse?" The man replied with a tremble, "I am Zhang Yi, branch leader of the Beggar sect." Wei Yanhao did not waste words, his lifeless gaze staring straight ahead as he asked, "I have something to ask. Do you have money? Even asking questions requires payment." He immediately snapped, "Of course, everything in this world has a price. Even asking for directions requires a fee like a special member." Zhang Yi stared closely, thinking that the voice sounded young while the appearance looked aged. He assessed inwardly. He had never seen anyone so tattered. He looked less like a person and more like a ghost. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue and acted generous. "Although we are in the same profession and I would like to help for free." "Rules are rules." Hearing the words "same profession," Yanhao paused and asked, "What profession?" The man replied indifferently, "Fellow beggars, of course." Those words struck his pride, causing Yanhao to flare up. "How do I resemble a beggar?" Zhang Yi refused to yield. "From head to toe you look exactly like one." He waved his hand dismissively. "No money, no questions. Go earn some and return. I am not a beggar to beg. Only beggars beg, but once you beg you become one." He smacked his lips regretfully. "With that face you only need to place a bowl down and people will pour in money. Such a waste of talent. Wei Yanhao stood frozen for a few seconds. Suddenly he rushed forward and tightly grasped Zhang Yi's hand. Hey brother, will you cooperate with me? Branch leader stared blankly. Cooperate in what? And an unbelievable scheme began from that moment. Only half a day later, shining coins were piled high in the abandoned house. Zhang Yi looked at the mountain of money and grinned from ear to ear. In just half a day it covered half a year of operating expenses. The god of wealth had truly arrived. Witnessing the money-drawing ability of that dried corpse, Zhang Yi was secretly astonished. Truly a high-class beggar. A leisurely gnawing on meat, Wei Yanhao got straight to the point. So what exactly do you know? He requested a long list of renowned great scholars along with their residences, preferences, and areas of expertise. Zhang Yi nodded. That is not difficult, but Yanhao did not stop. There are also other famous figures. Zhang Yi cried out in shock. There is more. Do you want everything? Looking at the pile of money before him, he had no choice but to agree. Return after 7 days and 7 nights. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanhao lay sprawled on the floor. Zhang Yi muttered, I did not tell you to activate lying mode like this. You are staying as if it were your own home. I have nowhere else to go, so I will stay here. 7 days passed, and Zhang Yi was still astonished that Yanhao intended to stay permanently at the branch. He calmly replied, if not allowed, then consider it free lodging. Unexpectedly, those words would later make him regret it. Not long after, a subordinate rushed in with a pale face. Branch leader, something terrible has happened. Zhang Yi snapped irritably. What could be so serious for beggars? The man reported trembling. Our beggar sect is about to starve entirely. Hearing this, Yanhao also sprang up in surprise. What? The two hurried into the streets. A chaotic scene unfolded as the townsfolk constantly drove away and scolded the beggars. You have no shame begging again, get lost. Zhang Yi ran while pointing. I told you to come see for yourself, over there. In just a few days has the begging business already collapsed. Faced with the scene, Yanhao only stood stunned. Even being a beggar should have principle. Before he finished speaking, a wealthy man pointed excitedly toward a figure and said, be like that fellow. I have never seen anyone look so poor in my life. Around him, the crowd gathered with sympathy. How pitiful, have something to eat. The clinking sound of coins fell incessantly before the motionless figure. His expression changed, sweat pouring down in shock at the ironic situation. It turned out that his haggard appearance after 5 years of arduous training in the cave had become a heavenly gold mine in the eyes of the world. After a moment of astonishment, Yanhao revealed a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Earning money is this easy. Lying sprawled on the floor, Yanhao panted heavily, his face pale as if about to collapse. I am so thirsty. Seeing the god of wealth of the branch in danger, Zhang Yi frantically called for water. While the subordinates ran back and forth, Yanhao calmly enjoyed the care. The subordinate trembled as he offered a bowl of water. Yanhao glanced at it and frowned. How can I drink from such a dirty bowl? Zhang Yi roared in anger and ordered another bowl. He muttered again, there is too little water. Zhang Yi continued giving orders, go up the mountain and fetch fresh spring water immediately. How many times must I repeat myself? The situation completely reversed. Yanhao lay enjoying himself like a king and nodded approvingly, very good, while Zhang Yi behind him ground his teeth in anger. He lamented inwardly, I am a branch leader, yet I have become a servant to a ragged beggar. Seeing that appearance, he dared not push too far. If he released him outside, his disciples would surely starve. While Zhang Yi wrestled with his thoughts, Yanhao lay playing with an ant and whispered, hello little friend. The humiliation did not end as Zhang Yi had to personally massage his back. Yanhao groaned in pain. Zhang Yi rubbed while flattering him, tell me where it hurts. It was his first time massaging a beggar and he even had to please him. Inwardly he grew anxious, wondering when the news would arrive. Just as he was about to lose patience, an urgent call rang out, branch leader, the intelligence has arrived. Zhang Yi rejoiced as if he had found gold and leapt up. The savior of the beggar sect had finally appeared. Yanhao also sprang up with relief, but after reading the slip of paper, his expression darkened. Is that all? Zhang Yi stared blankly. Yanhao shouted, you call this intelligence? He threw the paper to the ground and said, come here and take a good look. Zhang Yi picked it up and read, sweat beading on his forehead. Hearing Yanhao analyze that it was merely half-baked information, his face turned pale. He had truly been tricked. Yanhao sat upright, his gaze turning cold. This will not do. Such incomplete news is like watching a film cut halfway. It must be due to lack of money. We need to earn more. Seeing him about to rush out, Zhang Yi hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Zhang Yi quickly pulled Yanhao inside, flattering him. Why should a distinguished guest beg personally? Please come inside. The two entered a lavishly decorated chamber. Yanhao spoke directly, give me the information. From behind a curtain, a seductive female voice sounded. How rare, Zhang Yi has come here in person. The owner of that voice was Jai Langlang, hall master of Hao Mon, a peerless beauty clad in imposing black and red garments, her gaze sharp. Zhang Yi immediately bowed, paying respects to the esteemed hall master. Hearing her address him as a petitioner, Yanhao stared in confusion and asked again. He burst into laughter, pointing at Zhang Yi as he mocked him. That nickname sounds like begging. Ignoring Zhang Yi's furious grinding of teeth, Yanhao repeated again and again, need information, beg for it, need information, beg for it. Jai Langlang watched the scene with a stern expression. How rare, the branch leader of the Beggar sect has come to Hao Mon to seek information. The two sides are like fire and water. What exactly has happened? Zhang Yi hurriedly waved his hands to explain that it was not the Beggar sect making the inquiry. He had only guided the guest here. Yanhao kept muttering in confusion, causing the esteemed hall master to gradually lose patience and ask if he was joking. Zhang Yi continued, it was not the Beggar sect that made the request, the client was actually a beggar. Those words struck Jai Langlang's pride. She exuded a chilling killing intent and shouted, is this mockery of the Hao sect or deliberate provocation? We do not sell information to the Beggar sect. Yanhao calmly replied that he was not a member of the Beggar sect, causing Zhang Yi to turn pale as he hurriedly intervened. Jai Langlang coldly turned her back and stepped onto the stairs, warning that if the teasing continued the consequences would be dire. The Hao sect also had its dignity. At that moment, Wei Yanhao launched a counterattack with his words, forcing her to halt. The Hao sect was an intelligence organization after all. You cannot even determine whether I belong to the Beggar sect, so what do you rely on to sell information? He sneered in mockery, saying that being an intelligence agency with such poor information was like Wi-Fi during peak hours. Jai Langlang smiled faintly with a mysterious expression and loudly summoned her subordinates. Someone immediately appeared to respond. She coldly pointed at Wei Yanhao and asked who he was. The subordinate quickly reported that his identity had not been determined, only that he did not belong to the Beggar sect. Upon hearing this, Jai Langlang's expression darkened with displeasure. Wei Yanhao smugly asked in return, see, then spread his arms in a friendly manner and suggested they could sell the information now. But in response, he received only contemptuous gazes and a firm refusal, not for sale, leaving both Wei Yanhao and Zhang Yi stunned. Wei Yanhao let out a cold laugh, mocking the decline of business ethics. Customers paid, yet nothing was sold, and he warned the leaders to take care of themselves. Then he suddenly called out to Jai Langlang in a provocative tone, Auntie. The remark struck her weak point. Jai Langlang flew into a rage, veins bulging as she gritted her teeth and repeated the word Auntie. Fury erupted. The esteemed hall master roared, who dares to insult the Hao sect? Wei Yanhao calmly turned his head back and snorted coldly. Jai Langlang immediately ordered her subordinates to teach him a lesson. The masked assassin responded that he obeyed. Instantly, streams of killing intent shot toward Wei Yanhao at astonishing speed. Shadow leapt from above and delivered a powerful kick. Zhang Yi cried out in alarm, but Wei Yanhao remained calm. He pushed Zhang Yi aside and coldly ordered him to move away. Wei Yanhao struck the ground with his palm, creating a violent shockwave that made the entire room tremble. Jai Langlang and Zhang Yi stood frozen, astonished by the scene before them. The assassin lay motionless in a deep crater. Zhang Yi trembled and exclaimed, an expert. Yanhao casually apologized, oh how embarrassing. My hand reacted naturally. If I had known I was going to strike, I would have held back. Zhang Yi broke into a cold sweat. In his eyes, this skinny beggar was truly a monster. Wei Yanhao scratched his head as he walked and muttered, it was all because of that old man. Realizing the terrifying strength of her opponent, Jai Langlang's attitude immediately changed. She stammered an apology for not knowing that an expert had arrived. Nevertheless, she still doubted that Zhang Yi's purpose was not so simple. Zhang Yi waved his hands in panic and explained that he had no intention of causing trouble. It was only because the Beggar sect could not find the information that he brought this elder brother here to seek help. Looking at her subordinate being carried away, Jai Langlang pondered and realized the situation. Zhang Yi hurriedly confirmed it was true. After some deliberation, the esteemed hall master coldly stated that she would believe the words of the Beggar sect branch leader. Zhang Yi clasped his hands joyfully in gratitude. That joy did not last long. Jai Langlang coldly reminded them that trust was one matter, selling information was another. It was a fact that his people had injured hers, therefore the Hao sect needed an appropriate price. Upon hearing the word price, Wei Yanhao and Zhang Yi could only stare blankly at each other. Jai Langlang emitted a chilling dark aura. With sharp eyes filled with killing intent, she warned that the underworld had never lacked a price to be paid. Blood must be repaid with blood, life must be repaid with life. A shout rang out, the assassins of the Hao sect simultaneously drew their swords and surrounded the two men. Standing within the encirclement of cold blades, Wei Yanhao remained indifferent. Ai Langlang continued to threaten that since they had injured her people, they could not leave peacefully. Seeing the tense situation, Wei Yanhao waved his hand and explained sincerely, "Calm down first." Ai Langlang stared at his thin figure and gritted her teeth as she spoke of the harsh laws of the underworld. Hearing those brutal rules, Wei Yanhao was not afraid but instead mocked them with biting sarcasm. He compared those rules to the fee schedule of loan sharks, causing Zhang Yi to cry out in panic to stop him. But the warning came too late. The opponent declared that they would slice a piece of his face. Facing the blade pressed close, Wei Yanhao still raised his hand in apology, saying his face had nothing left to cut. Calmly explained that he had been eating poorly lately, so his face had grown gaunt. The teasing pushed Jai Langlang beyond her limit. She roared in fury and ordered the attack. Instantly, the assassins charged forward like a raging storm. Crimson sword strikes filled with killing intent rained down relentlessly. Wei Yanhao moved like lightning, dodging through the storm of blades while still mocking his opponents for changing their minds. Amid the encirclement of swords, he calmly ridiculed their terrifying interest calculations like illegal loan sharks. Facing his opponent's astonishing speed, Wei Yanhao unleashed counterattacks faster than belief. Swift elbow strike and a decisive wrist lock left the assassin dizzy. Witnessing the overwhelming scene, Jai Langlang screamed in horror. Meanwhile, Wei Yanhao strolled leisurely, his imposing aura causing the ground to tremble. With a single burst of force, the Hao sect's subordinates were blasted in all directions. He coldly warned them not to act rashly. A surge of blue true qi erupted around his body, crushing their will to resist and shattering their swords. He spoke in a low voice that he did not like killing. Witnessing the blazing blue true qi, everyone broke into cold sweat in terror. Even Jai Langlang turned pale, her heart pounding as she sensed the terrifying energy. In Wei Yanhao's mind appeared the figure of his master Bai Wuhan, along with teachings about leaving no regrets. Jai Langlang realized the danger, cold sweat streaming down as she told herself to remain calm. She looked at Wei Yanhao's imposing back. She understood that a single mistake would be enough to make the Hao sect's Kaifeng branch disappear. Suppressing her fear, Jai Langlang asked his purpose. Wei Yanhao answered decisively that it was information. He continued to ask what specific kind of information. Zhang Yi immediately produced a stack of documents and requested that the blanks be filled in. Holding the paper, Jai Langlang was utterly astonished and scolded Zhang Yi for bringing a monster to cause trouble. Though shocked before Wei Yanhao's overwhelming strength, she had no choice but to yield. Requesting one day to gather the information, he nodded in agreement. However, as the two turned their backs, Jai Langlang's face suddenly revealed a sinister smile, secretly plotting. The next scene surprised everyone. Wei Yanhao clutched his stomach and laughed heartily while teasing Zhang Yi about his swollen face. Zhang Yi's face was swollen like a bun. He gritted his teeth and demanded that Wei Yanhao remain silent. Wei Yanhao continued to mock that he did not belong to the Beggar sect, yet was defeated by the Hao family, leaving Zhang Yi aggrieved as he explained Jai Langlang's terrifying identity. It is said that since childhood he had been accustomed to using herbs as meals, and chewed iron scraps like candy, truly terrifying, looking at Jai Langlang radiating a brilliant purple aura of immense power behind her. That man screamed in despair. How could he possibly resist her? Despite a few scuffles, Jai Langlang ultimately handed over what they needed. "I have the information here." Wei Yanhao happily accepted it. "Oh, thank you." However, the beauty beside Hao immediately reminded them. "But we also have a request," Yanhao asked in surprise. "What is it?" He leaned over and quietly asked Zhang Yi about the information fee, receiving Jai Langlang's reply, 5 taels of silver. With the temperament of someone newly descended from the mountains, Wei Yanhao casually handed over a few scattered coins. "Not much, take this." Zhang Yi looked at the money in his hand and nearly fainted. He shouted, "Are these real silver taels?" "Silver," while Hao stood bewildered. "Huh." Jai Langlang calmly explained that it included confidential information, so the price was slightly higher. Having no other choice, Hao could only accept it. "Then it cannot be helped." After speaking, he quietly stood up and walked away. Zhang Yi asked in panic, "Where are you going?" Wei Yanhao turned back with a dull expression and said, "Where else, in these times without silver, even experts have to chase KPI." Seeing the god of wealth about to leave, Zhang Yi rushed forward and hugged his leg, shouting in despair, "Ah no, wait, you bastard. Do you know why I brought you here?" Wei Yanhao asked irritably. "What do you want me to do?" Zhang Yi hurriedly held him back. "Just wait." Though annoyed, Wei Yanhao could only grit his teeth. "Damn." To pay the 5 taels of silver for the information fee, he had to use all his previous savings, even his carefully hidden private stash, and promise additional payment just to reach the required amount. Watching the gleaming silver ingots about to leave his hands, his heart ached. Anyone who pays rent at the end of the month would surely understand this feeling. Seeing his sorrowful appearance, Jai Langlang could not resist teasing him. "Hey, are you crying? I have already emptied my secret stash and this is all there is." After receiving the money, Jai Langlang examined the documents and nodded in satisfaction. Top quality, worth every coin, a true professional with integrity, truly on a different level. He said he wanted to send a letter to Guangdong, where Yanhao worriedly asked if it was expensive. She explained it cost more than regular service, but he could pay by answering a few questions. First question was about identity. "May I ask your name?" He replied frankly. Wei Yanhao, when asked his age, he answered just turned 17. Hearing this, Jai Langlang froze, sweat trickling down her face. 17. Unbelievable that someone of that age could exude such overwhelming presence. He murmured the name Wei Yanhao, then slammed the table and stood up, staring at him in astonishment. "Guangdong, Wei Yanhao, could you be the second young master of the Wei family in Guangdong?" Hao asked in surprise. You know me," Jai Langlang affirmed, "of course. The Wei family of Guangdong once requested help to find their missing young master." She continued questioning. "Wei Yanhao, second young master of the Wei family of Guangdong, are you Hao's younger brother?" Hao asked in surprise. You know my brother," Zhang Yi interjected. "Of course, he is my friend." Jai Langlang said the letter sent to the Wei family would take at least 10 days. Zhang Yi looked at Hao's calm demeanor and thought, how can this kid still be so composed? Hao calmly replied, "It is fine. After waiting 5 years, another 10 days is nothing." Jai Langlang extended her hand, handing over a red silk ribbon and said, "And this? This is a sign that you are a VIP guest of Hao Jia. If tied to your person, one of our members will come to find you." Wei Yanhao casually asked the fee. She replied, "No problem at all." Jai Langlang thought in astonishment, only 17 yet overwhelming both civil and martial officials. No one in the righteous path currently has such connections. Next time information will be free for him. During such a favorable deal, Hao happily asked, "Really? This deal is sweeter than a midnight snack." Jai Langlang looked straight at him. "We are making an exception. We do not wish to affect the relationship between Hao Jia and you." Leaving Hao Jia, Hao smiled brightly. "It is nothing serious." Zhang Yi clutched his head in anguish. "Damn it, my money." Master Lao Fan's lesson drove him mad. Wei Yanhao said calmly, "Money may come or go, but reason must remain." Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, murderous aura surging. "I cannot beat that bastard in broad daylight." The old man suppressed his anger and waved his hand, asking coldly, "Anyway, you already have enough information." As he turned to leave, Zhang Yi was grabbed by the shoulder by Hao. He turned back and snapped, "What now?" With a bright expression, Wei Yanhao frankly declared, "I have no money. My wallet is emptier than a cultivator's search history." Zhang Yi froze, his face contorted in shock. He threw his head back and wailed, "Heavens and spirits above." From above, Jai Langlang silently watched the figures of the two. A subordinate approached the window. Jai Langlang immediately ordered, "Send word to headquarters at once. News of the long-missing second young master of the Wei family in Guangdong has finally progressed." Wei Yanhao trudged forward, his hand resting on his shoulder. His gaze revealed a determination to return like a martial arts master. At Tung Lam Han Lam Dai Hok Vien, space was silent. A man by the window set down his teacup. He was one of the 3 great grandmasters, Wen Zai Ohuan. His daughter Wen Enjai entered and softly called father. She reported that a guest wished to meet him. Wen Zai Ohuan frowned. He did not recall any appointment today. When Enjai said he wants to play chess. Hearing the unusual request, the grandmaster laughed with interest. A chess match, now that is something new. Soon after, when Enjai led the guest inside, "I have brought the guest." Wei Yanhao entered, travel-worn, and said, "I hope my visit is not an inconvenience." Zai Ohuan stood up calmly. "It is no inconvenience. A guest comes drawn by my elegance and charm." He pointed at the chessboard and asked, "You wish to play chess with me?" Wei Yanhao looked at the chessboard and replied frankly, "It is the only thing I know how to do." When Zai Ohuan smiled confidently, "Good, let us play a match." The old man gestured generously at the board. "I will take the white pieces, you move first." Wei Yanhao licked his lips, his eyes sharp and focused. "Let us begin." The clatter of chess pieces echoed from the golden jar. Wei Yanhao decisively picked up the black pieces. Seeing this, when Zai Ohuan secretly evaluated him, "Just a showy figure fit only for meals. I will play lightly, consider it charity for him." But when the first piece was placed, Wei Yanhao struck with astonishing force, causing Wen Zai Ohuan to freeze, sweat streaming down his forehead. The Grandmaster was startled. Wait, what kind of novice plays like hammering stakes? Who new to the game maintains such a stance? The match accelerated at a dizzying pace, when Xiaohyun grew tense as he realized his opponent's strength, so he plays swiftly and his control of energy is impressive for his age. The room was filled only with the rapid clatter of chess pieces. Yanhao launched relentless attacks, leaving Wen Xiaohyun no time to react. The Grandmaster was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy. His trembling hand hovered over the chess jar, hesitating to place a piece. When Xiaohyun widened his eyes, horrified by the deadlock, he roared inwardly, "What on earth is this?" The Grandmaster stood frozen in shock. Yanhao smiled arrogantly and pressed, "Why have you not made your move?" Looking at the Go board locked in a fierce struggle. Xiaohyun was stunned, sweat pouring down as he thought, truly astonishing. The match has become a real battlefield. Black and white pieces fell like rain, creating a breathtaking scene. Like a raging tempest, the opponent's momentum surged like a violent sea storm. Xiaohyun clearly sensed this was no ordinary match. The opponent attacked ferociously like a madman. With the slightest opening, that man would charge forward without hesitation. The image of Wei Yanhao silently seated at the board transformed into a colossal monster, with blazing red eyes and claws dancing behind him. Xiaohyun trembled as he silently admitted, truly a war demon, playing chess with pressure like facing the final boss of a game. When the final piece was placed, the Grandmaster sighed in relief, his eyes filled with admiration. An excellent match with extraordinary momentum. Wei Yanhao bowed slightly in response, many thanks. When asked about the source of his aura, he said it was due to his master's harsh training. The answer surprised Wen Xiaohyun, "You have a master." In Hao's memories, the bizarre image of the old man Bai Wuhan appeared. He once roared, "If you lose, train 10 times harder. If I lose, I rest for 3 days." Recalling those days of being driven to the brink, Wei Yanhao could only sweat and mutter, "Yes, that old man is truly cruel." Returning to reality, Hao expressed, "Wished to stay for a few days." His master instructed him to reside in this Confucian academy. When Xiaohyun nodded, "Ah, you are following your master's last wishes. I must help," he said generously. "I will prepare a room. Stay as long as you wish." Immediately, he instructed his daughter Wen Enjai to prepare a room and clothing for the guest and lead him to bathe. When Enjai respectfully replied, "Yes," seeing everything arranged so swiftly, Hao stammered awkwardly, "Ah, but I have no money." His naive yet honest words made Wen Xiaohyun unable to hold back his laughter. "Ha ha, what an interesting guest. Even if you had not spoken, I would have kept you here for amusement." He looked at him gently and continued, "I only hope to occasionally have the chance to play chess with you or any visiting guests. That will be enough." Wei Yanhao nodded in agreement with the Grandmaster's proposal. "This is something I believe I can accomplish." After greeting Wen Xiaohyun, I quietly followed Wen Enjai. The young lady leading the way softly reminded, "Please follow me." First stop was a luxurious bathhouse with a steaming hot pool. Immersing himself in the warm water, Wei Yanhao exhaled in delight. "Ha, this is wonderful. The sensation feels like renewing oneself after years of hardship." He slowly closed his eye. Enjoying the rare moment of relaxation, he recalled how he once hated bathing, perhaps because the water here was too perfect. He felt his skin gradually becoming cleaner and brighter. This overwhelming bliss brought tears to his eyes, reminding him of the harsh days of training with his master. It was all because of that old man. Meanwhile, when Enjai carried a stack of new clothes along the corridor with an annoyed expression, she frowned, silently evaluating the new guest, unable to understand what her father was thinking when accepting someone like him. One glance revealed there was a problem. At that moment, a bare foot appeared through the misty steam. Wei Yanhao stood naked before Wen Enjai. The young lady widened her eyes and screamed in fright. Wei Yanhao turned around with an innocent expression. Enjai hurriedly used the pile of clothes to cover her face, trembling as she stammered, I thought a ghost had appeared. Please cover yourself." Yanhao merely muttered before leisurely picking up a cloth to cover himself. Upon looking closely at the man, when Enjai froze, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. Beneath the steam, Wei Yanhao's physique after 5 years of training appeared firm and well-toned, a towel wrapped around his waist, his wet hair draped over his masculine face. Looked straight at Wen Enjai and asked, "Is this acceptable?" His charm left the young lady stunned. The cloth slipped from her hands, and she blurted out unconsciously, "Who are you?" A few days later at the Wen residence, when Enjai came to see her father with an indignant expression, "Father, please say something to him." When Xiaohyun remained calm beside the chessboard, he asked in surprise him. His daughter retorted, "The newcomer, he never leaves his room all day." Inside the room, Wei Yanhao was fast asleep, drool trickling from his mouth. And Enjai continued to complain, apart from meal times, he only sleeps, as if regretting coming here. Hearing this, when Zai Ohyun merely murmured, I just realized, I have not asked his name. When Enjai refused to yield, repeating her father's words, laziness is a sin, diligence makes up for lack of talent, why do you now defend his idleness, causing disorder in the residence? At this moment, when Zai Ohyun explained that he loved playing chess because it revealed the true nature of his opponent, words and expressions could deceive, but the spirit could not. He placed a chess piece down with authority. The impatient can never remain composed. Through one's moves, the character and life of a person are laid bare. His style of play is extremely powerful and aggressive. In all my life I have never seen such an extreme aura, therefore he is certainly not a lazy or sluggish person. Perhaps he has endured a harsh and bitter life. I cannot even imagine it. Gazing at the chess pieces, he continued his deduction, the brighter the sun, the deeper the shadow. If he lives carefully now, it may be because his past was too arduous. When a bird seeks shelter from the rain, who would force it back into the storm, so let him rest a little longer. Faced with her father's insight, when Enjai could only nod, yet as she turned away, she sighed in frustration. In her heart she remained unconvinced. The explanation was reasonable, yet it felt as though a dramatic scenario was about to unfold. Entering the dim room, the sight made when Enjai want to explode, where Yanhao lay asleep amid piles of dishes, snoring steadily, she clenched her teeth, thinking her father had been deceived. How could such a lazy man be a hidden true dragon? I will surely drive him away. When Enjai stood before the sleeping idler, he shouted loudly, wake up now, this is not a free inn, why are you still sleeping? Sleep deprived for an entire month, when Enjai crossed her arms and stared at the deeply sleeping Wei Yanhao. Her gaze filled with disdain as she looked down from the floor. Wei Yanhao opened his eyes groggily and muttered, what is it? Enjai yanked the mattress with force, sending him tumbling. She shouted, get up, the sun is already hot. Wei Yanhao sat up and scratched his head, replying drowsily, is that so? Let me sleep a little longer. They say only enough sleep gives one the spirit to save the world. His carefree response enraged Wen Enjai. What kind of person are you? Everyone studies diligently while you lie around in laziness. Wei Yanhao lazily waved his hand in argument. They study because they wish to study, I sleep because I wish to sleep. What is wrong with that? When Enjai blushed and shouted, be quiet, if the elders see you lying around all day, they will surely not forgive you. Do you know who washes those socks? He continued scolding, if you eat, you must work. No one feeds you for free, diligence earns affection, but laziness that only consumes deserves no meal. Wei Yanhao intended to use her father as a shield, but when Enjai immediately lowered her head and said, I am the one who manages the finances. Facing the pressure of the one who controlled the money, Hao broke into a sweat and asked, then what must I do? Enjai led him to the well, where dozens of sacks of dirty clothes were piled like a mountain, then said, just wash this pile and you are done. Yanhao stared at the heap in shock. Enjai smiled slyly. It is not much, Hao muttered. Is this the price of a meal? He complained. It is not as if the rice is sprinkled with gold, Enjai emphasized. I am counting on you. Remember to wash them clean. She turned away with a triumphant smile. If they are not spotless, start again from the beginning. In Wen Enjai's mind, she felt smug. Today you certainly will not finish. Just a moment later, when she returned to inspect, her mouth fell open and sweat poured down in shock. Before her eyes, the enormous pile of clothes had been washed spotless, drying across the courtyard, gleaming under the sunlight. Enjai stood frozen in astonishment. How could he finish all of this? Unable to believe her eyes, she exclaimed, how did you accomplish it? Unwilling to accept it, Enjai clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This will not do, you just wait. Afterwards she led him before a massive timber yard, thick logs scattered everywhere. Chop the firewood here, I will give you an entire week. Try if you can complete it. She smirked confidently, certain the pile would exhaust him. Reality poured cold water on her expectations. In the blink of an eye, Hao was already lying atop a mountain of neatly split wood. Enjai was dumbfounded. It was only a blink. Did you activate a tenfold speed mode? She could not believe it. This amount would take 10 strong men 10 days to finish. It was not over. The next challenge was dishwashing. Thousands of bowls and plates stacked high and reflecting the sunlight. Wei Yanhao lay sprawled once again, and Enjai could only watch. Sweeping the courtyard, the vast grounds were left spotless, leaving only Hao lying beside the broom, when Enjai broke into a sweat, silently crying out in disbelief. How could this be possible? Could he be a labor machine disguised as a human? And thus Wei Yanhao's life at Nho Lam began. Amid the silent night, two people conversed. Accepting Wei Yanhao was a mistake by the supreme scholar. He should never have been allowed to step into the residence. When the other asked why, The old man asserted that the boy brought trouble wherever he went. Even without intention, wherever he set foot, chaos followed, and Ho Lam would not escape it. He said that since Wei Yanhao appeared, the once peaceful sanctuary of learning had fallen into turmoil. Curiosity arose regarding what exactly had happened. The beginning of everything was a game of Go. The clatter of chess pieces echoed, signaling the start of a tense battle of wits. Wei Yanhao exhaled in fatigue, sweat running down his face as he lamented inwardly, "What have I gotten myself into? I thought I had only come to play chess like everyone else." The situation grew more chaotic as the crowd discussed excitedly. Everyone received invitations, even the supreme scholar sent letters. "I wonder which player caused such turmoil. I rushed here to witness it myself." Provocative invitations spread far and wide, sent directly, with chess pieces awaiting challengers. "If convenient, you are invited to come and play a match." The Grand Imperial Academy, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The hearts of the crowd surged with excitement. Wei Yanhao rested his chin on his hand with a bored expression, placing a piece that left everyone astonished. In the hall, dozens of scholars and players gathered to witness the match. A stunned voice rang out, "Wow, he lost completely." Wei Yanhao remained calm, a faint smirk on his lips as thunderous cheers filled the hall with cries that the chess saint had arrived. After finishing the match, he stretched with a cracking sound and sighed in fatigue. "Ah, my back." Suddenly, a displeased female voice rang out, "I already said I did not like it." Dean Hao turned his head in confusion toward the source of the sound. In the grand hall, Lok Muk Fong, massive in build and adorned with gold and silver, was using his power to pressure a young woman, leaning close as he asked if she truly refused to marry him, when countless others could only dream of such a chance. Facing him, when Enjai met his gaze without flinching and replied firmly, "That is correct, I have no such intention." Lok Muk Fong narrowed his eyes, his expression turning dark. He spoke coldly, "You will regret this." Despite the oppressive pressure, Enjai remained steadfast and repeated that she had already refused. The fat man revealed his cunning nature as he stepped closer and threatened her to reconsider. Whatever he set his sights on would belong to him sooner or later, and if she continued to refuse, he would change his method, asking whether she could bear the consequences if Han Lam Dai Hok Veen were shaken because of her. His words struck her pride, and Enjai retorted that he should try it. Han Lam Dai Hok Veen would not fall so easily. Lok Muk Fong laughed arrogantly. Others might fail, but he could succeed, and she knew it well. Enjai's eyes burned with anger. It was precisely that attitude that made her despise him. Having wealth did not mean he could do whatever he pleased. She warned him not to be overly arrogant and declared she would never marry him, and he replied coldly that such a thing was not certain. Unwilling to prolong the matter, Enjai turned decisively, saying she was leaving. As she turned, a heavy hand adorned with golden rings seized her wrist. Enjai struggled in panic and cried for him to release her, and he pulled her closer, growling that she should not force him to lose his temper. He continued speaking crudely, his tone filled with menace. He pressed closer and threatened that if he forced himself upon her, he wondered how long she could remain defiant. At the height of the tension, a deep voice rang out. Speaking so recklessly in another's residence would bring disaster from careless words. Both froze as Wei Yanhao appeared, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Seeing her savior, Enjai immediately broke free from Lok Muk Fong's grasp. She ran toward Dean Hao and urgently asked whether the matter she had entrusted to him had been arranged. Faced with her panic, Dean Hao remained absent-minded and replied that he had only been playing chess, asking what she meant. Amid the suffocating atmosphere, he gently raised his hand to her hair and asked to borrow the ribbon, leaving her stunned. He immediately removed the red silk ribbon from her hair. Dean Hao used the ribbon to tie his own hair neatly. His gaze suddenly became sharp and solemn. Being treated as if he were invisible, Lok Muk Fong ground his teeth and shouted whether he felt no shame interfering in others' affairs, and Dean Hao strolled past him leisurely, apologizing that he was not well versed in etiquette. However, he added that Lok Muk Fong was hardly qualified to speak of manners, causing the latter to glare in shock at such words from someone who claimed to value propriety. Fat man suddenly paused, examined him closely, and exclaimed that he was the Han Lam chess saint. Dean Hao smiled faintly and thanked him for recognizing him, remarking that his opponent must also be no ordinary figure. Lok Muk Fong began to introduce himself, saying he was, but Dean Hao calmly interrupted him. There was no need, he said. He was not curious, and whether he knew or not made no difference, even waving his hand dismissively before him. The gesture twisted Lok Muk Fong's face with rage. Yanhao continued to mock him, saying he would not have noticed had Lok Mukfong remained silent and played chess, but such noisy behavior like a troublemaking extra made him impossible to ignore. He smirked, saying he was too outstanding for anyone to ignore, just as at this very moment. Lok Mukfong trembled with fury and spat out the words "insolent brat." At that moment, a group of scholars approached. They cheerfully greeted the young Master Lok and respectfully told Dean Hao they hoped to receive his guidance again tomorrow, and he nodded lightly in response. Seeing the crowd, Lok Mukfong restrained his arrogance and left resentfully, but not before throwing out a threat. In 3 days, if she did not come to him of her own accord, he warned that he would show no mercy. Watching his departing figure, Dean Hao frowned slightly. He turned and asked who that was, and Enjai replied that it was Lok Mukfong. He was the adopted son of the Grand Eunuch Lok Kai, the man who manipulated the imperial family, and he was not to be underestimated. Dean Hao asked why such a man sought her out, and Enjai lowered her head in disgust, saying he wanted to marry her. She had refused countless times, but he persisted relentlessly and exhausted her, and seeing her sadness, Dean Hao teased that it was not a bad match, with good family background and apparent sincerity. His jest angered Enjai, who told him not to speak nonsense before explaining seriously that the man did not love her and only sought to exploit her. He explained that her father was respected among scholars and had once been considered a candidate for the position of prime minister, yet he chose to remain here. Dean Hao joked that it must be due to his obsession with Go, and Enjai snapped that it was not so. He clarified that the eunuchs in the palace constantly sought to suppress her father, and Dean Hao asked in surprise whether they would target an academy. Enjai retorted that Han Lam Dai Hok Veen was not a minor force as he believed. The academy maintained neutrality, making its beginnings difficult, but it had thus established deep ties with many factions. The eunuchs had not been overthrown because the scholars were not united, and if her father entered official service and led them. Dean Hao understood that the most endangered would be the eunuchs, and merely hearing it suggested the court was on the brink of turmoil. Enjai nodded, explaining that Lok Kai sought every means to prevent this, and had now chosen another method by forcing her to marry Lok Mukfong, turning her into a political pawn. At the same time, in a dark chamber, Lok Mukfong knelt before his adoptive father, trembling as he apologized. Sweat poured down as he clenched his teeth. He reported that his failure was due to the appearance of the Han Lam chess saint at the academy, which had created numerous obstacles for his plan. Lok Kai turned his back to gaze at the moon and remarked that the chess saint was merely a chess enthusiast. Mukfong replied in a trembling voice that he was not a threat, but the crowds gathering around him made it difficult to act. He anxiously explained the delay. Surrounded by too many people, he dared not act rashly for fear of ruining the plan. Lok Kai slowly turned around and said he understood why his son hesitated, and Mukfong bowed his head to admit his fault. Lok Kai's gaze turned icy as he declared that this mission was not only to protect him, but also to control the imperial family, and it must never fail. His shadow loomed over his kneeling adopted son, as he emphasized that it was not only for him, but also for his son's own sake. He declared that he feared disappointing that person more than death, and asked if he understood. Under immense pressure, Mukfong replied that he understood. Lok Kai smiled sinisterly, saying that sometimes a powerful move was necessary. Mukfong asked tremblingly what he meant by a powerful move. Lok Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he ordered him to act according to the circumstances. Back at the academy, amid the chessboard came a call telling the young master to wake up, reminding him that he was playing chess, not sleeping, as Dean Hao nodded off. In a tranquil lakeside palace, a grave discussion was underway. Grand Censor Li Wang looked at his counterpart and asked whether he still refused to enter official service. Side closed his eyes and said, "Van Duhon, listen to me." Recently they had made many unusual moves, and signs of unrest had appeared within both the military and the martial world. Van Duhon looked up and asked whether Lok Kai was manipulating them, and merely hearing his name brought an ominous feeling. The mention of that name, the atmosphere around the place, suddenly became gloomy and chilling. Van Duhon still harbored some doubts but continued to listen. Li Wang hurriedly interrupted, pointing out the greatest contradiction, then asked whether he had ever wondered why a eunuch with no descendants often betrayed others. Van Duhon nodded in confirmation, indeed. Li Wang's gaze darkened as he proposed a shocking hypothesis. Have you ever thought that the one truly pulling the strings behind Trung might be someone entirely different? Twilight shadows of the pavilion, the power struggle among the eunuchs was unimaginably brutal. Yet Luke Kai, of humble origin, swept aside his peers to ascend to an unrivaled position. Strangely, those who opposed him all met with accidents, while even those who did not oppose him suddenly fell gravely ill and died. Luke Kai's rise seemed less like personal effort and more like an invisible hand arranging each step of the ladder for him. Van Duhon pondered and murmured, it could be a coincidence, but such a coincidence sounds highly suspicious. Li Wang admitted bitterly, I once thought so as well, but his recent actions have forced me to reconsider. Suspecting that someone powerful supported him from behind, he looked straight at Van Duhon and pleaded, therefore I need you to establish the Fu Lai Scholar Association. Only then will we have the strength to confront them. Inside the Go board, when Xia Ohuan pondered before speaking lightly, I will consider it further, the space fell silent, broken only by a soft cough from the opposite side. After some deliberation, the Grandmaster stroked his beard and decided to set politics aside. Very well, let us put that aside for now. Who is the talent you mentioned? The high official accompanying him suddenly grew excited, his eyes filled with admiration, clearly a rare gem. Such respect piqued when Xia Ohuan's curiosity. Someone you value so highly, I too wish to know, when will we meet him? The young man smiled when Enjai has already gone to welcome him. No sooner had he finished speaking than when Enjai appeared at the doorway and softly called, Father, hearing his daughter's voice. When Xia Ohuan exclaimed eagerly, Oh, he has arrived, bring him in at once. Yanhao entered in a disheveled state, his hair drenched and clothes in disorder. He asked drowsily, Did you summon me? When Enjai sighed in exasperation at his appearance. Both stood frozen, staring at the so-called talent as if they had mistaken the wrong person. To break the awkward atmosphere, the guest greeted politely. Apologies for disturbing you so early, did you sleep well? Wei Yanhao replied calmly, yes, very well, and added, if only someone had splashed water on me to wake me up, otherwise I would have slept until noon. High official laughed heartily, so that is the case, at least you remain optimistic. At that moment when Xia Ohuan went straight to the point, I summoned you because I wished to introduce someone. He spoke modestly, merely an old man passing by. Looking at the Go board, Wei Yanhao remarked meaningfully, it sounds like a story lies behind it. What brings you here to see me? I only wish to play a game of Go. As soon as the challenge was spoken, Hao's expression changed. He blurted out, I fear I cannot. Not the question echoed at his refusal, he nodded. That is correct, Wei Yanhao explained. This place does not prioritize acquaintances. Wei Yanhao remained calm and gestured with his hand. I never said I would not play. I meant according to order. Someone arrived before you, so you must wait. As he spoke, he parted his robe to reveal a chest full of scars. The atmosphere instantly turned grave. Ha ha, that can be arranged. I will consult the others. The Grandmaster's smile vanished when Wei Yanhao stared straight at him, his face icy cold, almost exerting physical pressure. Who could play under such conditions? He faltered, sweat streaming down in astonishment at the young man's reasoning. Wei Yanhao pressed on, judging by your status, you need only speak and others will yield, but their hearts will not submit. He affirmed his own path, the world outside may differ, but I have my principles and my promises. The resolute youth truly upheld his word. The Grandmaster lowered his voice, can there be no exception, yet Hao folded his arms and declared, I have said you must wait. Then Xia Ohuan sighed, seeing this, he knew today would not be peaceful, father, I believe I can resolve it. The Grandmaster was surprised when Enjai had been observing from afar. She silently questioned the strange young man, his principles and promises, what were they truly? Suddenly when Enjai stepped forward and placed her hand on Wei Yanhao's shoulder, he was startled. She decided that all the chess matches today, including this one, would be cancelled. Wei Yanhao widened his eyes, his face contorted as he shouted, what all cancelled, heavens, I have barely warmed my seat. Yanhao froze, really, such an enticing offer, I have principles and duties, before he could finish speaking when Enjai interrupted, no, not tomorrow. The young lady stepped closer, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce his soul, if you wish to rest today do not play tricks. Enjai gave him no chance to refuse and made the decision at once. Under her pressure, Wei Yanhao had no choice but to sit at the chessboard. Enjai smiled triumphantly behind him. Wei Yanhao sighed and firmly placed a chess piece upon the board. The young man's initially casual attitude caused Li Wang to frown, revealing clear disappointment as he thought, how terrible, is he merely a braggart? Grandmaster grew impatient, wanting only to stand and leave, but, looking at the chessboard, he told himself, since the arrow has been released, it must fly to the end. Let me see the extent of this youth's skill. Focused, picked up a chess piece, and pressed it firmly onto the board. Night fell upon the academy, yet the match remained tense. Black and white pieces formed a perilous labyrinth. The guest standing nearby observed and asked, "Do you not enjoy the match?" He merely gazed slowly at the chessboard. Suddenly, a surge of blue radiance burst forth from the Grandmaster's body. In his eyes, the chessboard transformed into a blazing battlefield shrouded in purple aura. He remarked, "Playing chess is like waging war." He looked at the man opposite him with suspicion. What had he experienced throughout his life? Though astonished by Hao's strength, he admitted the performance was genuine, yet regretted that he was not the kind of talent he sought. In his memory, the white piece he had placed created an overwhelming advantage. Thinking the match was over, he shifted his gaze toward the other side. He saw the old man halt as he recalled Wei Yanhao's face, looking into his eyes, utterly serious. His deep gaze seemed to contain the stars, reflecting tranquility, a state revealed only by those who had reached unity between man and heaven, exceedingly rare. Turning to reality, his companion asked doubtfully, "Are you certain you are not mistaken?" The guest affirmed, "I am not mistaken. Pretenders cannot become masters." Though acknowledging his extraordinary talent, the old man still sighed regretfully. "In any case, I cannot employ him." The conversation ended as he announced he would depart early the next morning. His companion asked, "Are you so busy?" "I told you already. The situation is truly unstable." In the deserted courtyard, a worried reminder echoed. The other replied, "I understand." Beneath the bright moon, the silver-haired elder gazed at the sky and sighed. What a pity on such a perfect night there should be no sorrow. The tranquility was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps. Behind the dark trees, a masked assassin reported to a fat leader adorned with golden chains. "The goods have arrived, ready," he replied coldly. "Good." Under the command of the powerful figure, the assassins wielding blades and swords began to move. The leader ordered, "Subdue them quickly." The shadows dashed forward and shouted in unison, "As you command." Subordinates used lightness skills, leaping through the air with overwhelming killing intent. At a corner of the academy, a drowsy guard held his spear and yawned widely. Suddenly he froze, eyes wide as he stared into the darkness, before he could regain his senses. The assassins surged in like demons, spreading terror as cries for help tore through the night. Standing amid the chaos, the subordinate leader sneered sinisterly and mocked, "You refused to listen from the beginning, now you shall suffer the consequences." He signaled to his men, "Capture them all, spare no one." His eyes gleamed with brutality. "Tonight no one will escape." Amid the sea of blood, Wei Yanhao slept soundly, drooling and snoring steadily, oblivious to everything. In the silent night, the grand manor of Han Lam became a living hell, as the assassins showed no mercy. Amid the ruins, Lok Muk Fong stood arrogantly, golden chains gleaming as he sneered. "You should have listened to me from the start." He ordered everyone captured as his subordinates carried out his command like madmen. Lok Muk Fong's eyes flashed with malice as he looked at Wen Enja. Veins bulged across his face as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Today I will crush her arrogance and see if she dares to look at me again." In the main courtyard of the academy, dozens were bound with red ropes under the watchful eyes of fully armed guards. Van Duhon was horrified and shouted in shock, "What is happening? We were just playing chess and now we are in chains." Behind him, Wen Enjai's face turned pale with grievance and worry. Lok Muk Fong stepped forward and calmly explained, "We received reports of suspicious activities at the Han Lam Grand Manor. It is said that powerful figures often visit." The high official retorted, "What is suspicious about that?" Lok Muk Fong's face suddenly turned sharp and profound. He leaned close to the person before him and nearly whispered, "But tell me honestly, why are so many powerful and high-ranking figures gathered here?" Then he delivered a decisive blow that left everyone frozen. "Such a large gathering can only be a conspiracy. There is no arguing otherwise." The courtyard instantly fell into tense silence under the severity of his accusation. The high official broke into a cold sweat, his face twisted in shock as he stammered, "This is absurd. What conspiracy could there be at a time like this? We are merely playing chess." Lok Muk Fong stood firm like a mountain, gazing coldly at the prisoners as he mocked, "Do you expect me to believe that all of you gathered merely to play chess?" The high official tried to explain in desperation, "That is the truth. You must have heard the rumors of the Han Lam chess king." He smiled faintly as he issued a cruel rebuttal, "Rumors, I have heard them as well. Rumors can be fabricated at any time, can they not?" Lok Muk Fong's gaze slowly swept over those bound before him. His eyes suddenly sharpened upon noticing something strange. He nearly whispered, "Where are the pupils?" He stared intently into the emptiness and repeated with menace, "Where are they?" Lok Muk Fong nearly whispered with imposing authority, "That Han Lam chess king or whatever he is called, where is he?" He swept his gaze across the silent estate and muttered, "There is no one else left within the manor." Han Tram and Gam speculated with a snort. He must have sensed the danger and fled, truly fortunate for him. He turned to the captured crowd with feigned kindness. If you are innocent, you will soon be released. After a thorough investigation reveals no issues, we will grant you freedom and offer our apologies. At that moment, a soldier rushed in breathlessly, shouting that it had been found, then respectfully presented a ledger titled the Covenant Record. Lok Muk Fong smugly announced before the crowd that this was the covenant record of those harboring rebellious intentions. The scholars turned pale, their limbs trembling as they cried out, "The covenant record, we have never heard of such a thing." Lok Muk Fong coldly raised the ledger and pressed them, "With such clear evidence before your eyes, how dare you still deny it?" He suddenly realized the harsh truth that everything had been arranged in advance. He had fallen into a trap. Cries of injustice echoed throughout the courtyard. "We are innocent, this is truly unfair, we know nothing of this matter." Amid the chaos, a deep and commanding voice rang out, calling Lok Muk Fong and mocking that his performance had gone too far. Lok Muk Fong spun around in shock, his expression changing as he recognized who was bound. "You are." That person was the Grand Censor, the Chief Imperial Censor, Prince Li Wang, the Emperor's younger brother. He roared with authority, demanding to be addressed as Chief Imperial Censor. A single mistake would come at a price. Those who had been arrested immediately regained hope, crying out in unison, "Your Highness, Chief Imperial Censor, you have seen everything. Please clear our names." Lok Muk Fong quickly changed his tone, clasping his hands and bowing in apology for his discourtesy in failing to recognize his identity. Li Wang calmly replied that he did not stand on ceremony, then ordered that they be untied first. Nevertheless, he still asked directly why they had been accused of treason, demanding the truth. Under that icy gaze, the scholar broke into a cold sweat. Lok Muk Fong continued to apply pressure, stating that if there was rebellion, there must be a mastermind. A lone grand scholar could not bear the responsibility alone. He turned and pointed directly at Li Wang, declaring that this royal relative was the true center of the conspiracy. Hearing the blatant accusation, Li Wang furiously shouted that he was truly arrogant to dare such slander. Raising the covenant record, Lok Muk Fong asserted that it was evidence clearly documenting Li Wang and various forces gathering at the estate to plot. He sneered, asking what his followers would think upon seeing such undeniable proof of treason. Li Wang could only curse him as a bastard. Lok Muk Fong gazed at the enraged prince with delight, telling him to keep shouting, as it was quite entertaining. He approached the bound girl and softly called the name Wen Enjai. "I will handle everything in my own way, you should remember that." He brazenly declared that he would eliminate her and place all consequences upon her shoulders. His ring-laden hand seized Wen Enjai's chin as he leaned close and asked what she planned to do now. In response, Wen Enjai spat straight into his face. She shouted that she would rather die than look upon that detestable face. He tightened his grip on her chin again, smiling sinisterly as he told her not to worry. He had no intention of taking anyone's life yet. Lok Muk Fong pressed close and threatened to make her regret being born, promising suffering beyond her imagination. Despite the humiliation, Wen Enjai remained unyielding, gritting her teeth and ready to risk her life, preferring death to disgrace. Fat Man smirked and threatened her with her father's life, warning that if she acted foolishly, her father would not remain safe, leaving her frozen when she saw a blade held to his throat. Lok Muk Fong continued to instill fear, declaring that if anything happened to her father, no one else would be spared. He warned that the crime of treason would implicate 9 generations. If she wished to die, she could try. Seeing her pale face, he burst into laughter and said that everyone would pay the price for her. Suddenly, he yanked Wen Enjai's hair, making her cry out in pain, then snarled for her to test how bold she truly was. Wen Zai Ohuan called out to her daughter in despair. Lok Muk Fong leaned close and whispered that the game had begun. Wen Enjai closed her eyes, tears falling as she silently prayed for help in despair, when a strange sound suddenly made her freeze. On the high rooftop, a shadow darted swiftly through the night. A voice of astonishment rang out, calling the name Wei Yanhao. Wei Yanhao appeared looking weary, beads of sweat on his brow, yawning as he muttered. Standing on the roof, he chuckled and said the scene was too tense, so he would take his leave. Seeing him about to leave, when Enjai asked in astonishment what he was doing, Yanhao replied calmly that he was running away, reasoning that running should be called running. When Enjai lowered her voice to beg for help, but he shook his head, saying he had yet to secure his own safety. He emphasized that he knew martial arts and could save people. Yanhao waved his hand, telling her not to be blindly confident, pretending to see nothing might help him live longer. He even waved to the assassins, telling them to treat him as a bird merely passing by. Such indifference left the scholars below with nothing but disdain. Lok Muk Fong flew into a rage and shouted for him to stop. He declared that Yanhao was already involved, the entire world would hunt him down, and no place would offer refuge. Yanhao replied calmly that one would never know without trying, prompting Lok Muk Fong to sneer and call him foolish. He said that although the world was vast, finding someone like him would not be difficult. Yanhao stood up to bid farewell, joking that they should remember to find him lest they feel bored. Enraged by the provocation, Lok Muk Fong gritted his teeth and ordered his capture. Immediately, a masked assassin dashed forward like the wind. Yanhao clicked his tongue, lamenting that he had only come to watch the commotion yet was now being chased, truly unlucky. Seeing the danger, when Enjai shouted for him to run quickly, Yanhao curled his lips into a smile, saying she had asked for help earlier and was now urging him to flee. An assassin closed in from behind, and Yanhao wondered how he should deal with him. The man swung his sword but struck only an afterimage, unable to steady himself in time. Yanhao had already appeared behind him and delivered a powerful punch. Beneath the bright moonlight he stood proudly, gazing down with cold indifference. When Enjai was stunned by strength beyond imagination, he merely remarked that she was truly strained. Just moments ago she had sought death, yet now she worried that he would not escape in time. Seeing his subordinate defeated in an instant, Lok Muk Fong exclaimed in shock, how was this possible? Watching Yanhao stand firm upon the roof, he narrowed his eyes, judging that this man was far from ordinary. Yanhao laughed and thanked him for the compliment despite his denial, teasing him not to be so tense. Insulted, Lok Muk Fong turned to call Hai Yi, and the masked assassin immediately bowed to receive the order. Lok Muk Fong's face darkened. That man ground his teeth and wondered how much longer he had to swallow this humiliation, seeing his master in rage. Hak En Hat immediately clasped his hands and bowed, his voice filled with remorse. Please forgive me, this subordinate will handle it at once. He was about to rush forward to finish the target when Lok Muk Fong suddenly spoke to stop him. Wait, do not kill. Hak En Hat asked in confusion. Yes, Lok Muk Fong coldly uttered each word. I want to tear him apart with my own hands. The masked assassin bowed his head and obeyed. Immediately after, he silently followed Wei Yanhao, who was leisurely walking across the deserted courtyard, his footsteps echoing softly in the night. Suddenly, Wei Yanhao halted and raised his hand in a signal. Wait. The assassin also stopped, his eyes filled with irritation as he asked what was it this time. Wei Yanhao turned his head and calmly said, wait a moment, I forgot my sword in the room, stand here and wait for me to retrieve it. Hearing such an unreasonable request amid the tension, the assassin shouted, are you insane? Wei Yanhao continued to argue, how can an adult like you be annoyed with a child who wants to hold a sword? Those words made the assassin grind his teeth and roar, shut up. Suddenly, Wei Yanhao seemed to realize something. The assassin cried out in alarm, what are you doing? Wei Yanhao swung the broom in his hand and calmly replied, without a sword I will make do with something else. Seeing his opponent using a broom against him, the assassin felt humiliated and roared, are you looking down on me? Wei Yanhao lazily asked, why so angry, or should I go inside and fetch my sword first? The assassin emitted a chilling aura and said hoarsely, I will not kill you, but I will make you taste endless suffering. Later, even if you cry and beg, it will be useless. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Yanhao yawned widely and interrupted, I know already, are we fighting yet? I am very sleepy. That disdainful attitude made the assassin's veins bulge as he ground his teeth in fury. He roared loudly and lunged forward, you bastard. The sword in his hand emitted a gloomy blue light. The blade swept past his face, yet Wei Yanhao calmly parried. He swung the broom forcefully, striking straight at his opponent's face. The blow twisted the assassin's face before sending him flying backward. He crashed onto the ground, his eyes wide as he stammered in disbelief. Lok Muk Fong witnessed it and was stunned, cold sweat pouring down in terror. Wei Yanhao stood proudly, gripping the broom handle as he mocked, to sweep trash one must use a broom, I might as well clean you all out of the courtyard. His face was cold and full of arrogance. The assassin clutched his head and knelt, trembling in disbelief. Wei Yanhao looked down and lectured, you are fortunate to meet me. If it were my master you would not have the chance to stand here. One must probe before fighting. The assassin trembled as he reached a hand toward him. That man roared in fury, you brat. Wei Yanhao calmly replied, I was merely kind enough to remind you. The assassin drew a sinister blue-glowing blade and snarled, 7-step 100-soul serpent poison. Today you will taste its power. Wei Yanhao rested the broom on his shoulder and sneered, using poison, what a despicable trick. The assassin paid no heed, his eyes crazed, blame me if you must. Watching the blade close in, Wei Yanhao calmly said perhaps that thing will not work on me. The assassin froze in shock and asked, Are you immune to all poison? Wei Yanhao smiled and shook his head. I have not eaten 1,000-year ginseng, poison still affects me, it is just that. Before he could comprehend, Wei Yanhao vanished in a streak of blue light. He appeared right before his opponent with an arrogant smile. Sharp tearing sound cut through the air. The strike sent the assassin flying backward. I was speaking politely, yet you insisted on being beat. Killing intent erupted as Wei Yanhao spun the broom into a chain of lightning-fast consecutive strikes. In the blink of an eye, his opponent collapsed miserably. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their eyes wide in astonishment. In the middle of the courtyard, Wei Yanhao stood firm like a master, a broom in hand. A heavy thud sounded as Hack In Hat collapsed unconscious. The guards and Lok Muk Fong were utterly stunned. He leisurely leaned on the broom and said, "My master instructed that when the opponent prepares a powerful move, do not wait, strike first and knock them down." Lok Muk Fong's sweat streamed down, as he could not believe Hack In Hat had been defeated so easily. Wei Yanhao looked at him and suggested, "If you withdraw now, both sides will be at ease, and no one can say I bullied you." But instead of being afraid, Lok Muk Fong clapped and laughed loudly. Wei Yanhao was surprised. That man revealed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with greed, praising him for his outstanding martial prowess at such a young age. Hearing the praise, Wei Yanhao immediately beamed with pride. Only those with discernment know my work. When Enjai, bound and furious, shouted, "What are you happy about?" Wei Yanhao calmly replied, "They are praising me." The young woman scolded in irritation. Lok Muk Fong said in a deep voice, "It is regrettable that Hack In Hat could not defeat you, but meeting a martial artist like you is worthwhile." That man extended an invitation. "Do you wish to follow me?" That man continued to entice, "Serve under me and you will have wealth and power." Faced with the tempting offer, Wei Yanhao pondered briefly. When Enjai looked at him with hope, believing that a capable man would uphold righteousness. Wei Yanhao said sternly, "How could one who understands reason be lured by sweet words?" But immediately after he grinned slyly, "Try naming the price." When Zai Ohuan angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Are wealth and power that important?" Wei Yanhao calmly replied, "Of course they are. How can one live without money? It must be carefully considered." That man asked how much he would receive. The old man hurriedly said, "I will grant it. My backing is the imperial family." Lok Muk Fong sneered, "In these times power is the truth. Even the emperor's brother can only secure a minor post, yet my father can give you everything." Wei Yanhao carried the broom on his shoulder and pondered. It does sound appealing. His hesitant attitude made the old man gasp anxiously. The scholar behind shouted loudly, "How can aiding a rebel be compared to righteousness?" The mention of his master made Wei Yanhao pause. The scholar continued, "What did your master teach you in this situation? Your master's words are as precious as gold. Remember what you should do." Wei Yanhao fell into thought, his expression suddenly turning solemn as he mentioned his teacher, the master who had taught him everything. "Ah, right, I remember now." Everyone around held their breath awaiting profound wisdom. Yet he calmly replied, "Going wherever the wind blew." A pragmatic answer that left Lok Muk Fong stunned and the grand scholar utterly speechless. Wei Yanhao continued firmly, "That was what my master taught. Principles are useless. Wherever there is plenty of grain, that is where I will serve." Sweat poured down Lok Muk Fong's face, unable to believe his ears. What kind of master was that? But he soon revealed a sinister smile and agreed, "Just as your master said. What use are principles or righteousness? My father values those who aid him. He extends a powerful invitation. Would you like to work for my father?" Wei Yanhao tilted his head in confusion. Work? Is it truly work? The fish had already taken the bait. Lok Muk Fong hurriedly promised, "Easy work with high pay, full provisions and lodging, trust me." Witnessing his companion's flattery, when Enjai behind them could only cry out in frustration, upon hearing the words lifelong choice, Wei Yanhao's eyes lit up. "Oh, guaranteed for life, so I was the fool after all." Lok Muk Fong delivered another psychological blow. "If you do not wish to work, you need not do anything, the reward will still be given." Wei Yanhao asked eagerly, "Truly?" He immediately changed his attitude, openly flattering him, "You are truly generous. A real great man." The two burst into laughter like old friends. "Ha ha ha, you are not the first to say that." Meanwhile, the scholars and Wen Enjai watched with contempt, gritting their teeth and muttering, "How despicable." Wei Yanhao paid no mind and looked straight at the fat man, asking what he was supposed to do. Lok Muk Fong's face turned ruthless and imposing. He leaned close to Wei Yanhao and issued a stern command. "First, send that group on their way." Wei Yanhao asked blankly what. Lok Muk Fong coldly pointed toward those being punished. "They are traitorous criminals. Extermination of 9 clans of Chu Dai is only natural. The imperial law clearly states it. It is useless to resist, indeed." Wei Yanhao frowned slightly and pointed toward the enraged crowd behind him, who told them to plot rebellion. Scholar shouted in protest, "We never plotted rebellion, it is all fabricated, do you truly believe those words?" Curses rang out in despair, "Damn you, you wretched scoundrel." Faced with the demand to kill to prove loyalty, Wei Yanhao changed his attitude, waving his hand in naive refusal, "But killing is not acceptable. I have never killed anyone, this goes a bit too far." Muk Fong snorted in disdain, narrowing his eyes at Hao as he ordered, "Then I will do it myself, hand me the sword." He took the sword from his subordinate and declared clearly, "I do not wish to stain my hands, but enforcing the law cannot be delayed." Seeing the blade about to leave its sheath, when Ziohuan panicked, "Please stop, you understand righteousness, how can you commit injustice while enjoying blessing?" Muk Fong showed no hesitation, raising a sword shining with a brilliant blue glow and roaring, "What I do is justice, let anyone dare to stop me." Blade tore through the air as it descended, when Enjai screamed through tears, "Father." Van Hu Hoa closed his eyes and awaited death, silently thinking, "I am sorry, when Enjai." A sharp clang rang out, Wei Yanhao appeared in the path of the strike, blocking Muk Fong's attack with his hand and coldly said, "Stop right here." Muk Fong froze, sweat pouring down as he wondered, how can he possess such strength? Wei Yanhao stared at him coldly and asked, "Have you forgotten our conversation just now? Even clapping along should stop." Hao casually placed a hand behind his neck and smirked, asking, "What must one know first to live lazily? It sounds absurd but makes sense." Wei Yanhao looked straight at Muk Fong and coldly declared the condition for a lazy life. "If you wish to enjoy yourself, it is best not to cause trouble." Memories suddenly resurfaced in his mind of the haunting days of his childhood, when he accidentally broke the inkstone his father cherished. Fortunately, his father was absent at that time. He lived in fear for 3 days waiting for his father to return. Those 3 days were like hell. His father returned. Wei Yanhao was nearly beaten to death yet felt relieved to survive. From then on he lived freely. The anxiety was more terrifying than the blows. Death at that time would have been preferable. Hearing such an irrelevant story, Li Wang and Kai could only break into cold sweat. Muk Fong sneered and tilted his chin in disdain. "Hey, Han Lam prodigy, suddenly speaking such nonsense." Wei Yanhao closed his eyes, his voice slow yet powerful. "My master taught that grudges must not be forgotten. When kindness is mentioned, those who fail to repay it will return it many times over." In his mind appeared the images of those at the academy who had treated him well. Wei Yanhao looked at the night sky and affirmed, "Accumulated debts are exhausting. Today I will settle them all to lighten my burden." His resolute declaration left Wen Ziohuan speechless, while Wen Enjai and the surrounding crowd stared at him in astonishment. Muk Fong curled his lips into a sinister smile and nodded in understanding. "So in the end you wish to push me into the role of a hero." Burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, heavens, do you think you are the protagonist?" The laughter echoed throughout the courtyard as the fat man mocked the young man's naivety. Laughter abruptly ceased. Muk Fong's face darkened with imposing authority as he stared at Wei Yanhao with terrifying intensity. "Do you think I begged out of fear?" His eyes flashed with an eerie purple light. Wei Yanhao remained indifferent and replied, "Not necessarily, I never saw it that way." Muk Fong raised his ring-laden hand. "You should know by now, let me make it clear if I so desire." Instantly, a golden aura erupted, forming thousands of grotesque soul arms surrounding him. He roared savagely, "Killing means nothing." Facing such terrifying power, Muk Fong revealed a twisted smile and shouted, "Consider death beneath my hands an honor." Witnessing this when Ziohuan was stunned, could Muk Fong also know martial arts? Muk Fong gathered all his strength into his hand, delivering a fatal blow from above. A colossal hand formed from countless souls crashed down upon Hao's position, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. However, Hao moved like lightning, swiftly escaping the range of the attack. Muk Fong went mad, laughing triumphantly as he mocked, "In your next life remember to work hard. Being this lazy will only lead to an early death." Wei Yanhao landed lightly, lowering his head as his long hair concealed his icy gaze. Witnessing the overwhelming might, the surrounding crowd trembled in terror. Amid the dust and smoke, Wei Yanhao remained unusually calm and muttered, "How strange, I feel I have seen this before." Muk Fong was drenched in sweat, grinding his teeth as he clenched his fist radiating golden energy. "HMPH, I knew it." He looked at Hao with arrogance in his voice. "You possess some skill. I used my ultimate move for the first time and you did not even react." Before his words ended, Wei Yanhao transformed into a phantom, moving at terrifying speed and leaving illusory afterimages within the glow. A sharp snap rang out as Wei Yanhao gently blocked his opponent's attack. Lok Muk Fong was startled, his face contorting in shock. What? How could he block it so easily? Wei Yanhao looked at the trembling man with icy eyes. Is that all? Lok Muk Fong stammered in despair. No, how is this possible? Wei Yanhao replied bluntly, you saw it clearly and still ask in any case. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Wei Yanhao spun and unleashed a devastating strike. Lok Muk Fong could only scream in panic, wait, before the stream of azure energy swept him away. The fat man was blasted into the air, crashing through rooftops and causing consecutive explosions accompanied by a long, agonized scream. In the courtyard, Wei Yanhao stood proudly, his feet still blazing with energy as he coldly declared, I only intended a light strike yet accidentally sent you flying far away. Deadly silence enveloped the area. The scholars and Wen Enjai could only stare wide-eyed, frozen in shock at the overwhelming power of the lazy young man. From within the dust and smoke, Lok Muk Fong staggered to his feet, bruised, torn, and miserable. Seeing his opponent still moving, Hao casually dusted his hands and remarked, oh, you can still endure, then let us have another round to warm up. Seeing the Grim Reaper approaching, Lok Muk Fong completely lost his will to fight, the fat man drenched in sweat, his face twisted in terror, swallowing hard as he stammered, perhaps we should forget what just happened and pretend it never occurred. The entire courtyard fell into absolute silence before the shameless betrayal of the man who had just demanded the extermination of another's 9 clans. Lok Muk Fong had lost all pride, collapsing to his knees toward Li Wang as he pleaded, please spare me, your highness. Yet the chief censor only cast him a cold glance and retorted, have you ever seen a censor spare a traitor? Realizing that begging was futile, Lok Muk Fong instantly changed his attitude, gritting his teeth as he delivered a final threat. If I do not return, my father will regard this as a failure, and that day he will make his final gamble. Beneath the chilling full moon, he issued a dire warning, regardless of the outcome, the imperial clan would suffer irreparable losses. Li Wang stared intently at the deceitful man before him, curling his lips in disdain as he sneered, truly an incurable schemer. Letting this fat man escape would be like releasing a tiger back into the forest, yet Li Wang seemed to be planning something far deeper. In the quiet of the night, Wei Yanhao suddenly spoke, allow me to offer some advice. Service is something only I can provide. He bluntly pointed out the fatal weakness in his opponent's martial arts. Although the move is a supreme technique, when combined with the bamboo bone art its power is reduced. If you truly wish to fight me, you had better dispel your disguise first. Lok Muk Fong froze, his face contorted in shock as the secret of his disguise technique was exposed. He ground his teeth and threatened with hatred, I will remember this the next time we meet. Wei Yanhao stretched and yawned, replying indifferently, I have no desire to meet again. Perhaps I should open a discounted beating service. He glanced at the departing figure and muttered to himself, we will meet again, at least in this set. He watched the enemy's silhouette fade beneath the emerging dawn. Wei Yanhao smiled faintly with hidden meaning. In any case, everything here is settled now. He turned toward the chief censor and the others, speaking lazily, brothers, please excuse me. Witnessing his lazy attitude after the intense battle, when Enjai shouted in fury, sleeping again, Wei Yanhao still shamelessly raised a finger to argue, hey, the eat and sleep package was agreed upon first, are you trying to back out? Enjai could only click her tongue helplessly at Wei Yanhao's teasing, running as she shouted loudly, do not wake me, I will sleep straight until tomorrow, do not wake me. When Enjai watched the lazy man's retreating figure and sighed in exasperation, are there truly people like this? The chief censor and the accompanying official nodded in agreement, indeed. Next morning, Wei Yanhao rubbed his eyes sleepily and muttered, ah, what is it? When Enjai coldly informed him, my father is calling you. Hearing this, Wei Yanhao immediately argued, I have the right to choose my rest day. The attitude angered her, she pointed at him and scolded, curb that laziness. You have slept 7 days and 7 nights, is that still not enough? Wei Yanhao stubbornly protested, how troublesome, can I not meet him later? Her last trace of patience ran out. Enjai roared like an earthquake, rushing forward to grab the edge of the blanket and yank it away with all her strength. With no other choice, Wei Yanhao relented, his hair disheveled, scratching his head sleepily as he stood at the door. When Enjai reported, Father, I have brought him, a deep voice echoed from inside, enter. Upon entering, Wei Yanhao halted when he saw Van Du Huan sitting beside Li Wang. Seeing the 2 elders waiting, he thought to himself, this is bad, I am about to be dealt with again. Van Du Huan smiled kindly, looking at his daughter, you have worked hard, you may withdraw now. Both Wei Yanhao and Wen Enjai bowed, while Yanhao attempted to slip out behind her. A shout rang out, freezing him in place. You stay. Li Wang's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his neck as he roared, I mean you. You Wei Yanhao asked blankly me. He received only the trembling face of the prince, burning with overwhelming fury. Wei Yanhao staggered into the room, clutching his buzzing head from lack of sleep. My head aches. My brain is slower than free Wi-Fi, still groggy with drowsiness. Li Wang and Wenzai Ohuan were already seated, their expressions grave. Suddenly, the prince raised his hand and produced a solemn item, a sword sheathed in black with glittering gold phoenix pattern. He stroked it deeply, his gaze resolute. I know, I know. Immediately afterward, he firmly pushed the sword toward Wei Yanhao. Here. Wei Yanhao curiously picked up the item to examine it. Li Wang asked in a low voice, do you know what this is? He replied calmly, no. The answer enraged the prince. Then how dare you accept it without asking? Wei Yanhao's mind filled with images of glittering gold. He fantasized selling it at the market would fetch a cart of gold, recalling his late master's words. Master said, if you see something valuable, take it. Wei Yanhao hugged the sword tightly, leaving Li Wang clutching his head helplessly as he tried to explain this sword. Yet Wei Yanhao immediately interrupted. A gift once given cannot be taken back. No gentleman would do such a thing. Despite the prince's attempts to explain, the youth continued preaching. Once given, it cannot be reclaimed. Never. He even spat on the sword. CCC marked with my spit. Now it is mine. His patience exhausted, Li Wang slammed the table and roared in fury. Listen to me. That sword is a sacred relic of the censorate. Wherever it is drawn, you will be treated as my equal. Hearing of its supreme authority, Wei Yanhao looked disappointed, staring at the lifeless sword. Li Wang asked in confusion, what is wrong? Is there a problem? Wei Yanhao replied, is that all? The prince was stunned. He continued probing. Can this be exchanged for food or a land deed? You are such a high official yet offer a worthless gift. Wei Yanhao spoke arrogantly, I have rendered great service. If you use only this to cover it up, it would be awkward. When asked what he meant, he lectured clearly. Reciprocity is the law of life. People value tangible benefits, he sighed. This is truly troublesome. Though reluctant to say it outright, his true nature emerged. Forget these sacred relics. Give me cash for practicality. Li Wang gritted his teeth, gripping the table as it trembled. You want money. Seeing the situation turn grim, Wei Yanhao quickly backpedaled. No, speaking so bluntly is impolite. I do understand propriety. Wei Yanhao picked up the inkstone from the box, his eyes shining as if he saw gold. But this is also for me. It looks expensive. Selling it would make me rich. Li Wang replied awkwardly, yes, that is a rare and precious inkstone. Seeing that the boy cared only for material gain, he cleared his throat and solemnly reminded him again. That is a sacred relic of the censorate. In any official court it grants you equal standing with me, meaning you are bestowed a rank equivalent to a grand censor. Hearing of the title, Wei Yanhao frowned in distaste. I hate working, especially work that does not pay in gold. Li Wang emphasized, I said it is an official appointment. Wei Yanhao argued, is that not the same? He affirmed, different. Wei Yanhao asked, how is it different? This is tragic, he roared. I said it is different. Very well, out of respect for my elder I will accept it. Another official explained gently, the censorate has long dispatched inspectors across the central plain, and now it is entrusted to you. Wei Yanhao narrowed his eyes and asked, you mean this is my reward? Li Wang shouted angrily, no, it is a bestowed honor. If necessary, I would sell my entire estate to reward you. Wei Yanhao muttered, you said it yourself. The other official asked curiously, troublesome. He waved his hand hastily, no, it is nothing. At this moment, Wei Yanhao's mind was filled with images of glittering gold, his face brimming with satisfaction. Li Wang saw through his thoughts and shouted, you intend to sell it. Who are you? Which clan do you belong to? Who is your master? Wei Yanhao turned away coldly. I cannot say. The prince pressed on. Do you not trust me and therefore refuse to speak? Wei Yanhao silently nodded in confirmation. Li Wang roared, you know my identity and still do not trust me, yet you continue to conceal your origins. Wei Yanhao looked him straight in the eyes and spoke in a low voice. You concealed your martial arts and put on an act before me. How could I trust you? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Wei Yanhao asked provocatively, how many seconds are needed to subdue Luke Mo Fong? 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Wei Yanhao almost declared, I hate being treated as a pawn to be manipulated by others. A surge of crimson radiance erupted, formed a colossal chessboard that enveloped the space. Wei Yanhao's entire body radiated brilliant azure energy, his eyes blazing with power, being manipulated like a pawn. That is what I detest most. Wei Yanhao declared coldly, causing Li Wang to break into a cold sweat. The prince asked in astonishment, you discovered that I deliberately concealed it. Wei Yanhao remained calm and composed, pointing out that traveling thousands of miles just to play chess sounded far too contrived. They must have planned it beforehand, and his appearance had inadvertently become the perfect piece in that plan. Regardless of the reason, the moment Lok Mukfang revealed himself, upheaval followed, and at that time we were forced to choose a side. Li Wangjia laughed and retorted, "You have chosen my side as clear as day. Could you possibly follow that bun seller outside the gate instead?" From Hao's observation, Lok Mukfang's words were more credible. Although that indictment could be forged, Li Wangjia secretly gathering various forces at the manor was real, and it was hard to believe it was merely for friendly exchange. In the end, it was still a calculated game of chess. Li Wangjia asked thoughtfully, "Having seen through it like this, you still decided to assist us?" Hao replied indifferently that the little girl had called his name, otherwise he would have slipped away long ago, running faster than an exploding cannon. To be honest, if he had not been discovered, he had already planned to withdraw. He realized that the girl seemed completely unaware of the schemes of the adults. As an adult, he could not ignore it, remembering his master's words that direction was the key. What mattered was not only the situation, but also understanding the human heart. Without grasping its true nature, everything would become meaningless. In the silent room, the three continued at the chessboard. Li Wang narrowed his eyes and probed whether the suspicious actions earlier were merely to test the fourth prince. Hao calmly replied that sitting among a crowd full of schemes without stirring anything would be unbearably dull. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy when Hao asked directly, "While we are at it, may I ask, are you plotting something grand that exceeds the bounds?" The fourth prince paused before replying slowly, "If that were true, what would you intend to do?" Contrary to the tense air, Hao merely thought to himself that he could then sleep peacefully, even if the fourth prince was truly planning something beyond the limits. Hao asked casually, "If you intend to change the grand course like that, should I wish you a smooth beginning?" Prince was stunned by such indifference. Hao stated frankly that he had never received any favor from the emperor, so there was nothing called loyalty. The answer was so practical that it made the fourth prince burst into hearty laughter. He swore on his honor that he was not plotting rebellion. He had merely gathered forces to guard against Lok Kai. Hao nodded in understanding. However, that secret plan had been exposed, for Lok Kai had already discovered it, the image of the leader of the eunuch faction appearing deep and sinister. The fourth prince revealed a ruthless move. Lok Kai had sent Lok Mukfang here so that he would die at his hands. It turned out he did not intend to arrest the fourth prince immediately, but wished to use him to eliminate his own adopted son. As long as the fourth prince made a move, Lok Kai would seize upon it to accuse him of concealing his strength. Taking advantage of the murder investigation, he would openly expose the fourth prince's secret recruitment of forces. The fourth prince looked at Hao sincerely. "Thanks to your timely intervention. If it caused you any displeasure, this prince offers his apology." He affirmed that the chess match that day was not arranged. Both he and Wen Xiaohuan had exerted their full strength when facing Lok Mukfang and had not been acting. Hao responded softly that he understood, though the fourth prince continued to emphasize his hope for trust. He merely clicked his tongue and said he understood. There was no need to say more. Li Wangjia went straight to the point, asking whether he wished to accept the position of covert inspector. With a weary expression, Hao stated first that he did not like burdening himself with responsibility. The prince smiled meaningfully, saying that even if you do not wish it, life will not leave you in peace. Hao asked suspiciously whether he was being cursed. Li Wang replied that it was the path of a great hero, but Hao firmly refused because he only wanted to stay home and sleep, while the prince said that fate was not easily denied. Not wanting to argue further, Hao stood up to take his leave and quietly departed, leaving the two by the tea table. The prince called after him that it was settled then he would also depart today, while Hao muttered that he hoped they would not meet again because trouble always followed their encounters. Li Wangjia chuckled softly, sensing that they would inevitably meet again. A chill ran down Hao's spine, making him shiver as he quickly walked past the two officials without looking back. Hao disappeared from sight when Xiaohuan spoke in a low voice, asking how the prince felt. Li Wangjia withdrew his smile, his gaze turning sharp and cold as he admitted he had guessed Dean Hao's martial arts were high, but he had not expected him to see through his true strength as well. Thought to himself that he had believed he was welcoming a dragon, only to invite a terrifying existence. One slight misstep and he would be devoured. Even so, that very danger only strengthened his resolve. Taking a risk was worth it. When Xiaohuan nodded, saying that not only were his martial arts extraordinary but his scheming mind was also exceptional. He observed everything yet acted only at the final moment, clearly no ordinary person. The two walked through the deserted courtyard, the old scholar wondering who had trained such a frightening figure. Li Wang immediately ordered an investigation into everything about him, including his master and sect. At night, the full moon illuminated the tiled roofs of the Hanlin Academy. A figure lay sprawled above, enjoying the tranquility of the night. Suddenly a voice rang out asking if he intended to leave. Hao was startled and sprang up to look down. Seeing the master of the house standing there, he smiled in greeting. His gaze softened as he said that having eaten and stayed for free for so long, leaving without a farewell would be discourteous. Beneath the silver moon, when Xiaohuan slowly asked whether Hao had long intended to leave this place, Hao nodded in admission. He gazed into the night and said that here he had seen and felt enough before deciding to depart. Then Xiaohuan smiled and asked what he had come to understand. Hao pondered before saying that those who spoke of morality all day might not live according to the books, and this place of scholars was far more dramatic than he had imagined. Master asked in surprise whether it was truly so frightening. Hao replied that he had not expected that person to be in the Confucian Grove. The strongest individual he had ever encountered in the martial world was Li Wang Jia with unparalleled martial prowess. He suddenly turned with a meaningful smile and asked what if he requested you to stop acting. Faced with that question, when Xiaohuan showed no confusion, his eyes becoming solemn as he asked whether you had already realized it. Hao calmly said he had known from the beginning. When Xiaohuan sighed and said that was troublesome, hoping he would keep it secret, Hao replied that he would not reveal it, and the master bowed in gratitude because he wished to continue living as a scholar. Hao raised his hand to signal an exchange, asking him to tell him one thing. When Xiaohuan nodded for him to speak, Hao said his master had sent him to the Confucian Grove to observe life. He had thought he would witness righteousness and the bearing of a gentleman, yet what appeared was the dark side of the world. He remarked bitterly that when ideals collide, people realize that to achieve them they must overcome harsh reality. Untangling matters takes time and may not succeed, so the impatient choose to cut through everything. He looked at the empty chessboard and said that forcing people into desperation or making them pay a price was the true nature of deceitful scheme. Hao asked whether the world truly operated in such a manner, when Xiaohuan replied that the imperial court was even harsher, yet other places were little different. Hao sighed vaguely, saying his master wanted him to observe life, but its rapid pace made a lazy person like him unable to keep up. Hearing this, when Xiaohuan gently said that it was not necessarily a bad thing, Hao asked in confusion. The scholar advised that if life spins quickly, then walk slowly. The diligent may learn much, but sometimes the lazy see more clearly. Do not decide beforehand what you must see. Instead, experience it yourself and let the world guide you. Hao murmured that he meant he should use his true self to view the world exactly as it is. Sitting cross-legged on the tranquil rooftop, he told himself he must perceive everything with his own being. With both hands forming seals, his inner core erupted with a radiant stream of purple energy, casting a mystical glow. Beneath the full moon, a dazzling pillar of blue light surged from his body. Hao soared into the sky, his entire body immersed in surging spiritual energy. When Xiaohuan stood behind, silently observing the transformation, his face filled with solemnity. When the meditation ended, he approached and asked whether he had gained any enlightenment. Yanhao stretched and admitted that everything remained obscure, like a mocking jest. After hearing this, the patriarch burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, that is enough. You only need to feel it with your heart. He leisurely walked away, leaving behind a final message that he hoped one day you would find the answer yourself. Yanhao silently watched the senior's figure gradually fade into the distance. He lay back on the tiled roof, his eyes gazing at the night sky. There seemed to be an unusual change within his chest. He quietly thought that he might have just touched upon something. Perhaps it was simply hunger, or the inner core his master had given him taking effect under the rain as he gazed at the bright moon. The image of his master Bai Wuhan appeared majestically, asking whether he had just attained enlightenment, yet he still did not fully understand master. When Xiaohuan looked at Yanhao lying sprawled out, he sprawled across the floor with a bored expression. He spoke up and asked whether you had not said you were about to leave. Yanhao propped himself up and explained that it was a bit late today and he would leave tomorrow. His plan had always been for tomorrow. When Xiaohuan sighed and said he had been saying that for half a month already. Yanhao remained indifferent and replied that being a little late did not matter. When Xiaohuan clicked his tongue and said that made sense, but Just as the atmosphere froze, when Enjai entered with the escort team of Gyu-dung Escort Agency, coldly expressing thanks for summoning the agency. An escort looked around and asked what item needed protection this time. Without hesitation, when Enjai pointed straight at Wei Yanhao, who was sitting lazily, "There he is, a premium-grade lazy cargo. He does not require much food during transport." Wei Yanhao was startled and pointed at himself, asking if it was him. The escorts looked at him suspiciously. One muttered that he looked like a real person, when Enjai calmly replied that it was merely an outward appearance. He added that he should only be treated as cargo. If transporting a real person, they would need to prepare a separate carriage. The escort explained anxiously that this trip mainly carried goods, and it would be difficult to take an additional person. Enjai waved her hand and said to transport him like livestock. Simply place him on the cargo wagon. 3 meals a day would suffice. Upon hearing this way, Yanhao could only lower his head in silence. To seal the deal, when Enjai raised the transportation fee, first doubling it and then quadrupling it for speed, as long as they took him away. Faced with the large sum, the escorts immediately agreed and invited them to depart. Wei Yanhao cried out in panic that they intended to load him onto the cart like a package. When Xia Ohuan nodded lightly in approval, when Enjai looked at him with disdain and said this freeloader should be sent away soon. Wei Yanhao protested indignantly that he was her savior, yet she was selling him like merchandise. When Xia Ohuan turned his back and muttered that having received his favor, they should let him do as he wished. Those words made Wen Enjai worry that if so, he would remain here until next year. He asserted that this was helping him, but Wei Yanhao objected. She asked whether he was not planning to go to Hubei. Traveling with the escort agency to Hubei would be convenient and save him from walking. Hearing this, he scratched his head and thought it made sense, but when Enjai smirked calculatingly, "You get to ride in a carriage, the escort agency earns money, and I get rid of you, everyone benefits." Faced with such sharp reasoning, Wei Yanhao broke into a cold sweat and admitted it was very convincing. Though he muttered that his mother warned him not to follow strangers, when Xia Ohuan reassured him that they were trustworthy and their identities were clear. In the end, Wei Yanhao clicked his tongue and agreed, "Fine, I will go." He had not expected to be dragged away even while sleeping. Sitting proudly atop a pile of wooden crates, he listened to the reminder to be careful on the road. When Enjai smiled radiantly, Wei Yanhao mocked that she seemed very happy. She calmly asked whether it was that obvious. The escort wagon began to roll with a steady clattering sound. His lazy nature resurfaced. Wei Yanhao lay sprawled on the cargo and fell asleep. As the wagon passed through the city gate, when Xia Ohuan and his daughter still stood watching, he lay on his back watching the maple leaves drift past. Suddenly a voice called from behind. Wei Yanhao slowly sat up. He saw Wen Enjai waving and calling out for him to take care of his health. He grimaced and muttered that she had driven him away, yet still offered such wishes. When Enjai also shouted for him to correct his laziness, Wei Yanhao waved back and replied that he knew, though it was difficult to change. When Xia Ohuan told his daughter to go inside, she respectfully replied yes. The father and daughter quietly walked back into the residence. Before the gate closed, when Enjai still glanced back at the familiar road, she smiled faintly in farewell to the peculiar lazy fellow. Meanwhile, escort leader Kok Bai Huang looked at the new cargo with suspicion and asked whether this was truly a shipment. Before him was Wei Yanhao sleeping atop the wagon, indifferent to his surroundings. Kok Bai Huang barked irritably that adding one more person meant many more preparations. An escort explained that this was a request from the Grand Hanlin Institute and could not be refused. Kok Bai Huang looked at the dozing figure and asked when he had become like this. The escort replied it had been so since leaving the Hanlin. He thought to himself whether the man felt no discomfort. It was truly strange. The escort said to treat him like livestock. 3 meals a day would suffice. Kok Bai Huang could only shake his head in confusion. He stepped forward and knocked heavily on the wagon, shouting hey. Wei Yanhao drowsily opened his eyes and asked what was the matter. Kok Bai Huang introduced himself as the escort leader in charge of this trip. Wei Yanhao calmly replied, "So what?" Hearing the escort leader speak of inconvenience, Wei Yanhao reassured him to treat him as cargo. Lying still while being transported was a pleasure. Faced with such shamelessness, Kok Bai Huang clicked his tongue and ordered the departure. Wei Yanhao casually replied that he hoped for his care. 5 days after leaving the Hanlin, life on the wagon gradually made him lose patience, and he yawned with a complaint. He stretched and sat up among the goods. When he slept, he once again dreamed of his cunning old master. In the dream, Bai Wuhan shouted that, when facing many enemies, he must swing his sword faster. Wei Yanhao held his head wearily. and lamented when this cultivation dream would finally end. In the end, he clicked his tongue and let it be. Then he lay sprawled once more on the rolling wagon. Suddenly, escort leader Kok Bai Huang ordered the wagon to stop. He looked toward the great forest and called out which hero was there. I am Kok Bai Huang of the Guo Dung Escort Agency. I greet you. Wei Yanhao opened his eyes groggily, wondering whether the bandits or the Jianghu wanderers had been asking for his autograph earlier. Space remained eerily silent, enough to send chills down one's spine. Kok Bai Huang frowned, seeing no one appear was hardly a good sign. He pondered inwardly. If the opponent kept delaying like this, there were only two possibilities, either inexperienced bandits or an extremely dangerous foe targeting the carriage. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt. If it was the former, then they were fortunate, but the silent forest revealed no aura, meaning the opponent was certainly no mere bandit. Kok Bai Huang spoke again, reminding once more, I am Kok Bai Huang, chief escort of Kwai Long Escort Agency. The one hiding in the forest, come out. Otherwise I will consider it an attack on Kwai Long Escort Agency. The rustling of bushes sounded. A tall figure clad in red, carrying a massive broadsword, strode out majestically. Kok Bai Huang exclaimed in surprise, huh. The stranger landed heavily and cupped his hands respectfully. I am Ban Dao Kuk of Hebei. Urgency was clear on Ban Dao Kuk's face. I am being hunted. Alone I cannot escape them. Please help. This matter could bring calamity to the Jianghu. Chief Escort Kok Bai Huang asked worriedly, but what should we do now? Ban Dao Kuk pleaded, someone is hunting me, just escort me out of this mountain. The reward will not disappoint. Seeing the urgency, Kok Bai Huang quickly replied, I will help. First hide inside that pile of goods. Ban Dao Kuk nodded, and then hurried to the back of the carriage. He halted upon seeing Wei Yanhao lying there sleeping calmly. Ban Dao Kuk stared at the young man with a tense expression. Kok Bai Huang opened a large crate and invited him in. Ban Dao Kuk replied softly, thank you, then climbed inside. Chief Escort warned carefully, remain absolutely silent. One heavy breath will expose everyone. Wei Yanhao lay lazily atop the goods. Yin responded, understood. Watching the chief escort's back, Hao thought to himself, truly a meddlesome group, but people like this are rare. The carriage continued rolling along the narrow path. Inside the wooden crate, Ban Dao Kuk's voice sounded with regret. Because of me, everyone is in danger. I am deeply ashamed. If everything ends safely this time, I will repay you all. Wei Yanhao mocked, if you die, what use is repayment? Ban Dao Kuk gritted his teeth and whispered, have you no conscience? Letting everyone fall into danger. At the very least, if you still have any conscience, you should pretend not to know. Wei Yanhao snapped, enough, stop fidgeting, I need to rest. Who saves whom can be settled later. For now saving my aching back comes first. The chief escort sighed, very well. Convoy ventured deep into the bamboo forest. Kok Bai Huang drenched in sweat, silently praying, we are almost down the mountain. Fortunately, no one had tracked down Ban Dao Kuk's whereabouts, thus they passed smoothly. Hope had barely appeared when it was extinguished by a thunderous shout. Stop! Wei Yanhao jolted awake. A long-haired man in blue blocked the front of the carriage. Instantly, a swarm of black-clad assassins descended from above and surrounded the carriage. The leader, bearing a long scar across his eye, coldly drew his sword. Killing intent surged and enveloped the forest. Seeing the group blocking the road, Kok Bai Huang turned pale, sweat pouring down, terrified. Lu Lam, our luck has surely run out. Though trembling, the chief escort tried to remain calm, cupping his hands in greeting. I am Kok Bai Huang, chief escort of Kwai Dung Escort Agency. I pay my respects to the heroes of Lu Lam. The Lu Lam leader, the man with the long scar across his eye, asked bluntly, have you seen a young man in red? Kok Bai Huang immediately denied, never seen him. The bandit's gaze was icy and suspicious. Speak the truth. If you dare to deceive us, do not blame the cold earth. Kok Bai Huang hastily explained, I do not understand what you mean, but we have no reason to lie. Kwai Dung Escort Agency has long maintained good relations with Lu Lam. Why would we conceal the whereabouts of a stranger? The leader looked at the carriage where Wei Yanhao lay and asked, who is that? Kok Bai Huang replied, he is merely part of the cargo. Lu Lam men still appeared suspicious. The chief escort whispered to the leader, please overlook it. He is a bit mad. I am escorting him for treatment. The leader asked again, so you claim you have no reason to bear grudges against Lu Lam? Kok Bai Huang affirmed, indeed. Why would we do something so foolish? The man nodded slightly, yes, that is true. But the problem is the trouble has already arisen, all because of the man lying on the carriage. He clearly asked about the man in red, did he not? Wei Yanhao calmly sat up, pulled open his robe and said, "Excuse me, sir, when did I ever wear red?" Kok Bai Huang looked at his inner garment and froze. Stammering, "It really is red." The leader flew into a rage, daring to toy with me. Go meet the king of hell and toy with him. He drew his sword and pressed it against Kok Bai Huang's neck, causing the old man to pale. "Did you know from the beginning that you were hiding Ban Dao Cup?" He coldly declared, "We will do it this way. Kill one man, if no one confesses I will kill another one by one. Let us see how long you can endure. Before the third dies someone will admit to having seen him." Kok Bai Huang was stunned. "What did you say?" The leader looked around. "Very well, who shall die first?" He pointed his sword at a trembling young escort. "You," the youth stammered in fear. What? The leader stepped closer and growled, "Answer quickly. Have you seen the man in red?" The young man stuttered as the blade pressed against his face. "Your answer will decide life or death." In despair he cried, "I saw nothing." The leader coldly swung his sword, then vanished. The masked assassin slashed with lightning speed. The escort could only scream in terror. The air grew tense. The assassin's sharp gaze turned toward the escort carrot. Wei Yanhao still sat cross-legged atop the crates, looking at the masked man and asking coldly, "What did you just say?" "I am sleepy, yet I still heard it faintly." The assassins were stunned. Wei Yanhao kicked the wooden crate and pointed. "He is here, no need to search. The boss is hiding in this crate." He revealed the secret without hesitation. "The one you seek is the young master of the Ban family, already caught. Come out. Do not die for others, especially when you are not acquainted." Yanhao looked at the crate and snapped. "Why are you still standing there, planning to come out only after everyone is dead?" The wooden crate shook violently, the lid burst open, and Ban Dao Kuk stepped out, panting heavily. The assassin leader sneered, "Had you hidden inside a few more minutes you might have lived. Revealing yourself like this is truly reckless." Ban Dao Kuk gritted his teeth and replied, "If I had not come out you would have slaughtered innocent people." Veins bulged across Ban Dao Kuk's face as he roared, Ban Dao Kuk, may not be a hero, but I am no coward who watches innocent people die because of me." He turned and cupped his hands in gratitude to the escort convoy. "Many thanks for your help, but this matter must be resolved by me. Please continue your journey." Ban Dao Kuk said, "Their target is only me. If I separate, Huai Dung Escort Agency will not be implicated." Chief Escort Kok Bai Huang worriedly responded, but Ban Dao Kuk calmly replied, "I will be fine. In any case I cannot escape them." Kok Bai Huang pondered for a moment, then ordered, "In that case, young hero Truck, may martial fortune be with you." The escort carriage continued rolling onward, leaving Ban Dao Kuk to face the assassin. But just as the carriage had gone a short distance, Kok Bai Huang suddenly halted. "Wait, this will not do." The Lu Lam leader narrowed his eyes threateningly. "What do you mean?" Wei Yanhao calmly asked in return. "You brothers are leading troops back to Lu Lam, correct?" The bandit jerked his chin. He warned that if the carriage advanced, the bandits would charge and everyone would die. Chief Escort turned pale in alarm. "What you say, Lu Lam will slaughter us?" Hao sighed in exasperation. "Chief Escort, why are you so slow to understand?" He analyzed. "No matter how fierce Lu Lam is, they would not dare confront the Ban family directly. What if we return and news spreads that a member of the Ban family was slain by Lu Lam?" He asserted, "The Ban family will draw their blades and scour the mountains for revenge, sparing no one." The Lu Lam men could only stare wide-eyed. The leader broke into a sweat and nodded. "In truth, we had not thought that far, but it does sound reasonable." How mocked. "Oh, so you truly never considered it?" Those words drove the leader into a furious roar. "You lunatic." Amid the tension, Ban Dao Kuk stepped forward to stop them. "This matter was caused by me and will be resolved by me. Allow me to hold them back right here." Hao looked at his back and laughed inwardly. How ridiculous. He brought trouble upon the escort convoy and now wishes to resolve it, like someone who pushes others off a cliff and offers a rope in charity. How long could that last? No different from a water ghost dragging others to die together. Wei Yanhao corrected his thoughts. "That is not right. At least a water ghost does not drag many down, so what should he be called?" He realized that if they kept fleeing, the reputation of Huai Dung Escort Agency would be ruined. Before the news reached the Ban family, the agency would likely have been crushed. Seeing Ring Hao fall silent, the chief escort asked anxiously what should be done. Ring Hao replied coldly and decisively, "We have no choice but to fight. Fleeing means certain death." Chief escort was startled, facing the swarm of bandits. Wei Yanhao explained that if they ran, only the escort agency would resist, but if they fought now, they would gain support from that water ghost. Hearing this, the chief escort nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it makes sense." He turned to the Luke Lam and asked sternly, "Are you truly unwilling to let us pass?" The leader sneered and said, "There is no need for further explanation." And Dao Kuk roared loudly, "Even in death, do not blame me." Ban Dao Kuk swung his blade to block the leader's treacherous sword strike. Amid the peril, bitter thoughts about his life surfaced. People always said the martial world was vast. Had he known earlier that the world was both vast and perilous, he would not have been dragged into this trouble. Choosing the wrong mission meant losing his life. And praised as a genius, a silent illusion seeped into his mind like poison. Now surrounded, Ban Dao Kuk cried out in regret. "Ah, everything is because of me. Everyone here suffers because of me." Luke Lam leader stuck out his tongue and declared coldly, "It is over, you inexperienced fool." Ban Dao Kuk closed his eyes in resignation. "Everyone, forgive me." Suddenly, the Luke Lam leader screamed as he was blasted away, his sword falling to the ground. Ban Dao Kuk looked up in shock. On the roof of the escort carriage, Yanhao lounged lazily, casually spinning strands of mysterious azure energy in his hand. He looked at the chaos below and smiled arrogantly. What a spectacle. Witnessing the bizarre scene, both Kok Bai Huang and Ban Dao Kuk were stunned. They could only exclaim, "What is this?" Sweat poured down Ban Dao Kuk's face as he stared ahead in disbelief. What on earth is this? On the ground, the fierce assassin lay unconscious. Beside him, a porcelain bowl radiated a green glow as it spun. Ban Dao Kuk realized in horror that the bowl had struck him down. On the carriage roof, Yanhao lounged with a weary expression, holding two bowls and gazing downward lazily, even entering contemplation mode. Clash of weapons rang below. Yanhao watched Ban Dao Kuk struggling within the encirclement and mocked inwardly, gathering all enemies yet still daydreaming, truly a water ghost. He shouted aloud, "Heaven's uncle, doing that will get you killed. Zoning out almost cost you your life." Seeing Ring Hao waving two bowls above, Ban Dao Kuk fought in confusion, wondering whether he was cheering or entertaining himself. He looked around at the ruins, filled with doubt. What on earth is this? The masked assassins also sensed something unusual and reminded each other to stay alert. Now is not the time for curiosity. A surge of purple killing intent erupted from Ban Dao Kuk's eyes as he spoke with determination. There is only one thing left to do. A massive tiger-shaped spiritual force appeared behind him, radiating overwhelming pressure. Ban Dao Kuk swung his blade and roared, "Even if it is just one, I will drag him down with me." A burst of white energy exploded, sending the Luke Lam bandits flying in shock. Porcelain bowls infused with azure energy erupted like fireworks, sweeping away the enemy. Seeing Ring Hao still seated, Kok Bai Huang shouted angrily, "Hey you, how long will you sit there watching? Come down and help." Ring Hao replied blankly, "What, I am escort cargo," leaving Kok Bai Huang speechless as he roared, "Are you insane? What kind of cargo is that?" Turned out his greatest fear was not the Luke Lam but Miss Van An. Before arriving, she warned him not to cause trouble or step off the carriage, or she would cast him into hell for punishment. As he argued, an assassin approached and pressed a sword to his neck. His face turned pale as he pleaded with Ring Hao. "I will take responsibility. Please lend a hand." Ring Hao hesitated. "This is difficult. Once I make a promise, I keep it." Seeing his hesitation, Ban Dao Kuk continued, "If we fall here, who will escort you to Ho back?" Yanhao muttered that it was indeed uncomfortable. Ban Dao Kuk unleashed his final persuasion. "Sitting idly on the carriage cannot be pleasant. Help us and I will treat you to 2 days at an inn." Hearing of rest, Yanhao changed his attitude and asked, 2 days. Ban Dao Kuk added that he could eat whatever he wished, shouting while blocking the enemy, "So help us, you sly fox, come down and lend a hand." Witnessing the bargaining in the midst of battle, the Luke Lam leader broke into a cold sweat and wondered what kind of conversation this was. Sitting atop the carriage, Yanhao muttered, "I have made a promise, and I still have a trump card." Wooden chest beside him burst open. Yanhao focused, his eyes sharp and cold as he controlled the azure energy around the bowls, turning them into formidable hidden weapons. They pierced into the Luke Lam formation, blasting assassins away. Seeing this, the Luke Lam leader broke into a cold sweat, his face twisted as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Looking at his fallen comrades, he trembled as he realized the opponent's strength, a master. He stepped forward and said, "Hey, I have not even had my midday nap yet, and I already have to clean up the battlefield." As Ban Dao Kuk glared fiercely, Ring Hao scolded him, "You were the one who led them here." Looked at young hero Ban with disappointment. "If you still have a conscience, at least help others." Yanhao continued lecturing, "You caused trouble and dragged everyone in, yet you could not help when the fight began." He criticized his careless attitude. "How can you fight with your mind wandering, entering the battlefield as if on break? You nearly suffered yet remain oblivious. If you have a head, you should know how to think." "Hey, look here, you wield a heavy blade, powerful but slow," Yanhao analyzed. "Opening with such a sluggish swing would not intimidate anyone." Seeing Ban Dao Kuk stammer in agreement, he continued, Wait for the right opportunity to strike, at least take down one enemy. Your previous move also swung into empty air. Declared firmly, now it should be like this. In an instant way, Yanhao closed in and seized the great blade. Ban Daokuk froze, staring at his empty hands as sweat poured down, shouting in shock, "You snatched it faster than I could react." Holding the blade, Wei Yanhao unleashed a multicolored radiance around its edge and shouted, releasing a slash that tore through space. Keep this in mind, a thunderous explosion echoed across the heavens and earth. Brilliant azure blade energy carved a massive scar through the forest. Witnessing the scene, Ban Daokuk stood stunned, sweat streaming down. Could it be the five-tiger severing gate blade? Unable to believe his eyes, how does he know it and learn it instantly? Ignoring his shock, Ring Hao began lecturing. When facing many opponents, your right hand must be swift. Ban Daokuk trembled and replied, yes, no, not exactly. Wei Yanhao demonstrated. The blade moved as swiftly as lightning, reducing force yet increasing speed when needed. When strength was required, the blade descended slowly yet powerfully. Wei Yanhao moved close and scolded. How can you not grasp something so simple? Wandering the martial world with zero technique. Ban Daokuk sweated profusely and stammered an apology, yet wondered why he was apologizing to him. After teaching him, Wei Yanhao tossed the blade back and said, now do it properly. Seeing its power, the assassins trembled in fear. Ban Daokuk tightened his grip on the blade, focusing as he reduced excess energy yet struck faster and cleaner. He roared, very well, I will strike. Before he could engage, the young man had already dashed forward. Wei Yanhao yawned lazily, it is too irritating, let us play a little. As the journey ended, Wei Yanhao clasped his hands to the escort agency, thanking them for their assistance. The chief escort waved his hand and replied that no thanks were needed, they simply did paid work. Wei Yanhao smiled and said he had traveled safely thanks to them. Chief escort spoke sincerely, we are indebted to you, we will never forget the grace of saving our lives. Hearing this, Yanhao stretched and glanced at the chief escort. Speaking bluntly, empty thanks are hard to swallow, leaving the chief escort stunned. Yanhao laughed and joked, if you cannot repay me now, just have Ban pay in installments later, consider it restoring his honor. The chief escort wondered why he treated him so kindly. There was no need to drive him away like a water ghost. At the mention, Yanhao recalled how he had bluntly dismissed Ban with a harsh remark. Seeing the chief escort's confusion, Ring Hao explained that without him the uncle would have died, the others would have perished as well. Everything was because of that man. The escort leader nodded in agreement, but judging from his expression, he was clearly entangled in a grave matter. Was not that young man in such a plight because of his chivalry? Yanhao frowned and asked chivalry after seeing the escort leader confirm. He said coldly that if it was called chivalry, could one disregard life, or did those who called themselves heroes treat human lives as expendable? Then he recalled his master's words that nothing was more foolish than trading one's life for unrelated matters. One must live first to help others. He continued to analyze, many people revere righteousness as the supreme virtue, which sounds heroic. But if someone must fall because of it, then such so-called great righteousness would be better off not existing. One must secure oneself before hoping for others to be at peace. Therefore the highest priority remains oneself. After speaking, he turned and left, not forgetting to remind them that caring for him had already cost their side dearly. The escort leader laughed it off and said it was fine, as the escort agency had promised to compensate the goods and send additional guards. As for the matter with the Luke Lam, it would be handled by the Sung Thien Chin Vu Min Alliance, a powerful martial organization founded by the 5 great clans and the 9 sects, one gang. Hearing this, Hao nodded and said that was reassuring. The escort leader clasped his hands in farewell and hoped to meet again. Hao smiled and remarked that when people of the Jianghu met again, it was often because of major events. The escort leader broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed that such words were chilling. Hao waved casually in farewell and strolled leisurely through the crimson forest. Watching his departing figure, the escort leader sighed and wished he would be a little more serious. After a long journey, Wei Yanhao stood before a magnificent mansion and muttered that if he had not seized the chance to sleep on the carriage, he would have collapsed on the road. That place was the Than Thur Trang, the headquarters of the Nguyen family in Guangdong. Inside the residence, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. The elderly patriarch and his wife sighed sorrowfully. Still no news. Our child must still be alive somewhere. Where are you, Dean Hao? Servant rushed in to report an urgent letter. The patriarch was startled and pressed for details as the trembling servant presented the envelope. Hearing that the letter was sent by the young master Wei Yanhao, the patriarch cried out his son's name in shock and emotion. Dark chamber, a man with long purple hair sat in silence with icy eyes, resting his chin on his hand as he snorted that even a simple plan had failed. The subordinate knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. He was asked if he feared death, and he trembled as he replied that falling by Li Wang's hand would have meaning, yet he had fought another. He said that even if he lost his life it would not affect Li Wang. Sweat streamed down as he confessed he did not fear death, only a meaningless one, wishing to devote himself where he still held value for his father. Hearing the word father, the purple-haired man coldly warned that he did not keep useless people. To remain by his side one must prove their worth. If one was merely for show he would be eliminated at once. The subordinate kowtowed and accepted the order. The purple-haired man waved his hand to dismiss him, and the subordinate bowed and withdrew. When he was alone, he curled his lips as a green aura rose around him, calculating that everything would eventually benefit him. Feeding those people was truly a waste of resources. Outside the corridor, the man who had just stepped out ground his teeth in resentment. He silently cursed that man for not knowing his place. Luke Kai still had value to be exploited. A masked assassin emerged from the shadows, reminding him to keep that man alive, and he paused and asked if it had already begun. The two discussed their next move. One doubted what Crown Prince Li Wang could still accomplish with his power exposed. The assassin calmly replied that his mere existence was enough to restrain the imperial family, which irritated the other who believed he could do the same. He was annoyed at having to continue yielding to that despicable man. The assassin said the young lord had other missions, and reported an order summoning them back to the main city as soon as possible. Hearing this, he threw his head back and laughed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at escaping his stifling disguise, sneering that Luke Kai would be discarded once his usefulness ended. For now, he would be allowed to live until everything belonged to him. He walked confidently through the night, believing the imperial family was not yet a concern. He asked about his elder brothers, and the subordinate replied that they had recently begun moving against the second family. Steps halted, his gaze darkening as he repeated, "The second family." In the distance, a magnificent palace shone beneath lantern light, as if witnessing schemes about to surge. In a pharmacy named Tin Thur Trang, Wei Yanhao was bewildered when the old steward said this was not the place he sought, and he could only express his surprise. The old man held the paper and squinted as he explained its contents. "This is a letter of introduction to Than Thur Trang, and this place is Tin Thur Trang, entirely different." Hao recalled the firm assurance that in Hubei there was the renowned Than Thur Trang, whose master was an acquaintance, and bringing the letter would ensure a warm reception. Reality was a cold splash of water. Hao stammered that this was not Than Thur Trang. He had traveled so far only to mistake the address. The old man sighed and said that place had declined and was no longer here. He pointed the way across the street and into a small alley where the real Than Thur Trang could be found. Though disappointment would be hard to avoid, Hao looked at the letter in dismay. As he walked, he heard desperate cries for help from a nearby mansion. Before him, poor commoners knelt and begged a well-dressed physician to save their father and promised to pay, but he coldly refused, saying that without money there would be no treatment. This was a profession, not charity. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes and pondered that he had believed the medical path saved lives unconditionally, yet it required payment to open its doors. He turned away despite the cries behind him, telling himself that life ultimately revolved around money. Following the directions, he muttered that he had to cross the road and enter the alley, searching as he walked. At last he stopped before an old wooden sign covered in dust and cobwebs bearing the words Than Thur Trang. He was stunned and wondered if this was truly the famed clinic of 500 years of tradition. It looked like an abandoned house. Stepping into the desolate courtyard, Dean Hao called out loudly asking if anyone was there. The young boy peeked out and asked what he needed. Hao paused before asking directly, "I wish to meet the master of the clinic. Is he here?" The boy replied yes and told him to speak. Such composure irritated Hao. He glanced around and asked what he should say to meet the master. "Where is your father?" The boy said solemnly that his father had passed away last year and that he was now the master. Hao exclaimed in astonishment that he was the master, then lamented his misfortune and complained about his master for making him do this, as if forcing him to meet a quota. As Hao complained, the boy Chin Ziraya called inside to announce that a guest had come seeking his father. A woman stepped out gently and asked if he had come to see her father. Upon seeing her beauty, Hao stood still in a daze. She gracefully introduced herself as Chin Ruilan of Than Thur Trang and asked what he needed. Hao stammered in reply yes, and awkwardly handed over the letter. Chin Ruilan received the letter and examined it carefully. After reading it, she said it seemed he wished to join the Ngai family. Hao forced a smile in confirmation. Ruolan explained that Than Thur Trang was no longer glorious, but since Uncle Van had recommended him, she could not let him leave empty-handed and hoped he would stay despite their humble condition. Hao waved his hand in refusal, embarrassed to impose. He said he could find another place to stay if he caused inconvenience, but Ruolan insisted she could not let a guest seeking her father leave like this. Otherwise the world would mock Than Thur Trang. Faced with such determination, Hao could only hesitate. He awkwardly said that if it was truly inconvenient it did not matter, but Ruolan firmly declared it was absolutely impossible. That night Hao sat alone in the old room. He sighed, thinking he should have been suspicious when he heard that scholar was acquainted with them. Since he had arrived at the Ngai family, staying would be acceptable. Having said that, he lay down to sleep when he heard a knock at the door. Hao lazily invited her in. Qin Ruolan entered carrying a tray of plentiful dishes and said that seeing he was hungry during the day, she had prepared dinner. She modestly said it was nothing much. Hao looked at the abundant meal and thought that she called this nothing, then invited her to eat together. Joked that eating it all alone would turn it into a performance. Ruolan smiled and said she had already eaten and told him to help himself. Looking at the lavish spread, Hao thought they did not seem as poor as they claimed. If this was poverty, then staying longer might not be so bad. But at that very moment, his ears twitched as he heard murmurs coming from the inner room. A young male voice filled with unease asked his sister about the remaining food. Qin Ruolan softly reminded him to keep quiet as guests were still dining. The boy remained unconvinced, saying the guests were too far away to hear, and the rice was already gone, so where would she find the money to buy more? Hearing this, Dean Hao broke into a cold sweat when reminded that a man should not meddle in household affairs. He should just focus on finishing his meal. Yet the boy still worried, asking about his sister's necklace. Ruolan replied briefly that it had been put away for the time being. Those words left him stunned. It was a keepsake from their mother, a treasured item she had carried for years. How could it be taken away? Had it already been sold? Yanhao froze, his mind in turmoil at the mention of their mother's relic, and the meal suddenly became unbearably heavy. Turned out that to afford hosting their guests, Ruolan had pawned their mother's treasure. She explained that she had merely deposited it at the bank for a temporary loan and would redeem it once she had enough money. The boy remained resentful, saying that no matter how esteemed the guest was, they should not have used such a keepsake. Ruolan replied irritably that the guest had come seeking their father, and it would be improper not to treat him with proper hospitality. During this, Yanhao found the food in his mouth turning bitter. He sighed inwardly, unable to swallow any longer. At that moment, the sliding door gently opened. Qin Ruolan stepped in with a worried expression. "Oh, does the dish not suit your taste? Please wait a moment, I will prepare something else." Dean Hao quickly waved his hand, saying it was not that the food was bad but that he felt guilty after hearing their conversation. He closed his eyes and forced himself to swallow everything, thinking how wonderful it would be if this meal could be turned into money. After finishing every last bite so as not to disappoint the host, Yanhao slowly left with a full stomach. In the end, he had managed to finish it all, truly eating out of gratitude. He still felt troubled that young lady was far from wealthy yet had treated him so generously. Recalling the boy's words, Dean Hao glanced around and searched. She had mentioned the Galaxy Bank, had she not? He headed straight toward the Galaxy Bank with a resolute gaze. The manager stepped out and asked what the guest needed. Yanhao firmly stated that he had come to retrieve an item he had deposited. When asked what it was, he immediately replied, "It is the jade necklace I deposited yesterday at the Sacred Hand Hall." Upon hearing the name Sacred Hand Hall, the manager invited him inside for discussion. In the reception room, branch manager Ha Dai Bang appeared with a slick face full of calculation. He coldly stated that it was not a purchased item but a pledged one. Therefore, without someone from Sacred Hand Hall present, it could not be returned. Dean Hao replied calmly that he himself had come from there. Ha Dai Bang narrowed his eyes and asked if he was new. He nodded, confirming that he had arrived only yesterday. Dean Hao slammed a heavy pouch of coins onto the table with a resounding clink and asked if it was enough. He even joked that one could tell from the sound alone that it was genuine silver. Fat Man opened the pouch to inspect it before shaking his head and saying it was still insufficient. Dean Hao frowned and said there were more than 2 taels of silver inside. Ha Dai Bang sneered and replied that the borrower had taken only 1 tael. Dean Hao asked what came next. The man raised 2 fingers, his eyes gleaming with calculation. He said that to redeem the item one must pay triple, and after 3 months it would be tripled again. Yanhao widened his eyes. This was no different from loan sharking. It made even one's purse tremble. Yanhao straightened his back and demanded whether that was not usury. The fat man waved his hand, saying it was merely the bank's regulation. He even hinted that if he disliked it, he could sell the item outright. Yanhao stared directly at him and asked whether this sum was insufficient for redemption. Ha Dai Bang nodded regretfully in confirmation. Yanhao pondered the plight of the Qin siblings. If Sacred Hand Hall struggled to afford daily meals, how could they redeem it? He understood Miss Qin's sacrifice but could not believe she was unaware of these terms. With a soft sigh, he murmured that some pawned items to survive, while others pawned their conscience. Resolving to act, Yanhao asked whether the man would accept his own item as collateral. The fat man beamed and replied that of course he would, provided it was redeemed at triple the amount within 3 months. Yanhao reached into his robe and took out a cylindrical object gleaming with a golden hue. I will cover the remaining amount with this. It was gold, surely of considerable value. Ha Dai Bang picked it up, his eyes shining as he confirmed it was genuine gold. He said he could lend 1 tael of gold, but 3 taels must be repaid upon redemption. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Sweat poured down his face as he examined the object closely. This is. Under the lamplight, the finely engraved word sensor were clearly visible on the gold ingot. The fat man trembled violently and cried out, mentioning the censorate. Yanhao leaned in coldly and asked again, 3 taels of gold, was it not? You were so confident just now. Holding the token in his hand, he looked at the pale schemer, and Ha Dai Bang could only lament his doom. In the silent night, 2 figures exchanged tense words. The silver-bearded leader reported gravely that the attempt to seize control of the imperial palace had failed. His subordinate asked in alarm whether Luke Kai had not completed his mission. He reported that the censorate's firm response had forced Luke Kai's influence to shrink. Perhaps the plan to seize the palace must be abandoned. The leader sighed and added that trouble had also arisen in Luke Lam as Ha Luke Bin's faction intervened. Subordinate worried that the Bin family had discovered them, but upon closer inspection, it seemed not to be him but someone from their own faction. They had been unaware of the plan and had appeared inadvertently while suppressing bandits. Despite the unexpected variables, the leader remained calm, saying that great undertakings inevitably faced obstacles. What mattered was how they were handled. The subordinate bowed respectfully and replied that he understood. The silver-bearded elder gazed into the distance and confidently declared that the steps concerning the rebel army were progressing smoothly. The time for harvest was approaching. Recalling the hardship since that person had retired into seclusion, they now possessed enough strength to inherit his will. Soon the world would know them, a name that would send chills down one's spine because of its dreadful blade. Returning to the Galaxy Bank, Ha Dai Bang rolled his eyes, his face twisted in shock. He stammered incoherently, sweat streaming down as he clutched the object. He cried out the censorate. Yanhao coldly pressed the token before his face and questioned him about Kim Thatch Duan. Ha Dai Bang was terrified out of his wits and could only lament his doom. He fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for forgiveness for his insolent words. Yanhao calmly watched the trembling man before asking coldly which matter should be settled first. Was it the 10 taels of silver melted into a 1 tael bracelet, or the debt that tripled after 3 months? The fat man wept and explained that although the interest was high, many people pawned items and abandoned them, so the losses had to be offset. He claimed that even with compound interest the profit was only 4.5 parts. Yanhao mocked him, asking if it was 4.5% per month, then what would it be in a year? The man trembled and forced a smile, saying it was insignificant, at most 600%. Borrowing 1 tael would surely require selling one's house to repay it. Yanhao's face darkened as he asked how 600% a year could be called 4.5. Ha Dai Bang hurriedly argued that considering the value of the collateral, the figure was not excessive. Yanhao glared and asked whether it had been 1 tael earlier and now had become 10. With such an investment, everyone would have to call him master. Before Ha Dai Bang could explain, Yanhao shouted to lock the door. Today they would settle right from wrong. Inside, only pitiful pleas could be heard, yet Yanhao's anger had not subsided. At the same time, in the boudoir, Qin Ruilan was concentrating at her writing desk when she suddenly paused upon hearing a disturbance in the night. She stepped onto the balcony, looked around, and saw a strange object lying on the floor. It was a scroll tied with a red cord, accompanied by an exquisite green jade pendant. Ruilan trembled as she picked it up and clutched it to her chest, her eyes brimming with tears as she called out to her mother. She stared blankly into the night, not knowing who had placed it there. On the rooftop, Yanhao lay silently watching. He smiled faintly in relief, thinking that at least he had repaid the cost of the meal. Scene shifted to the strategist hall of the Thang Thien Chin Vu Alliance. In the majestic hall, a burly man in red stood before a map with a worried expression. Sweat drenched his forehead as he wondered why his heart pounded even faster than when he was being chased. Why am I here? Have I committed some mistake? Seeing someone approach, he immediately bowed respectfully. A deep voice sounded, telling him to sit at ease. The man in red trembled as he replied yes, yet he felt anything but at ease. He quietly sat down, not daring to raise his head to look at the other party. Opposite him was Triu Heen, the strategist of the Chin Vu Alliance, a man of great authority, lost in thought. He gently opened the fan in his hand. Before him stood Ban Dao Kuk, the robust young man filled with awe. He asked why the strategist had summoned him personally. Triu Heen calmly replied that he had heard about the events in Luke Lam and asked whether he had encountered the 10 swords of Luke Lam. Hearing that name, Ban Dao Kuk turned pale, sweat pouring down as he asked in terror, the 10 swords of Luke Lam. Triu Heen nodded, saying the pursuers were their men. His survival was already a stroke of luck. Ban Dao Kuk shuddered as he recalled the overwhelming pressure he had felt. Triu Heen stated that he would personally investigate matters concerning the Kwai Dung escort agency. With this clue, the grand scheme could be clarified. However, his gaze darkened when he mentioned the young man who had saved him. In his mind appeared the elite of the 10 swords of Luke Lam, and he wondered how a single person could defeat so many of them. He turned and asked what that person's name was. Upon hearing the answer Yanhao, Triu Heen narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. That name suddenly reminded him of an important report about Yanhao letter 1B0. It seemed to have appeared in a letter sent by the Beggar sect. The strategist's eyes flashed with astonishment. Had the second young master of the Engai family of Guangdong truly returned? After 5 years without a trace, he reappeared and stirred the martial world at once. The scent of turmoil was already spreading. From the Iron Horse Sword sect leader Wei Shanhao to his younger brother Wei Yanhao, none of them were ordinary. Gazing at the martial world map spread across the table, Triu Heen spoke in a low voice, judging that the Engai family of Guangdong would likely once again become the eye of the storm. He pressed further, did that man say where he was going? Ban Dao Kuk answered at once. That man said he would go to Than Thur Trang. Triu Heen silently stared at the position of Hubei on the map, countless doubts rising in his heart. The one who vanished for 5 years reappeared yet did not return home and headed straight for Hubei. He must be plotting something significant. It seems I must investigate that young man more thoroughly. Triu Heen suddenly stepped forward, placing a hand on Ban Dao Kuk's shoulder, his face stern. At present only you have met him. Can you assist me with this matter? I entrust everything to you. Before the command of the divine envoy, Ban Dao Kuk immediately knelt down and declared firmly that this subordinate understands. Though he spoke with resolve, Ban Dao Kuk could not suppress the turmoil in his heart at the thought of meeting again. Sweat dotted his forehead, his gaze complicated. Must I face you once more, Wei Yanhao? Meanwhile, at a corner of Than Thur Trang, Wei Yanhao was sleeping soundly on the steps, so relaxed that drool trailed from his lips. Wei Yanhao slept carefree on the rooftop without any ladder, making Qin Zaiya in the courtyard look up in astonishment. Climbing that high without tools, could he be someone from the martial world? Yet seeing the sloppy appearance of that snoring young man, Qin Zaiya frowned in doubt. He did not look like a master of a prestigious sect, perhaps more like a disciple of the Beggar's sect. Before she could finish speaking, cries of alarm and the sound of frantic collisions erupted from the main gate, shattering the quiet atmosphere. A group of frantic miners carried the injured into the estate, pleas for help echoing. A rock collapse had left many gravely wounded, the scene chaotic with dust swirling. Some were carried on backs, others lay on stretchers with severe injury. One miner choked back tears. We only managed to bring back a few who were still breathing. Please, young lady, save them. We have no money, so we came here. We beg you to show mercy and save their lives. Seeing the blood-soaked bodies and faces twisted in pain, Qin Zaiya trembled, sweat pouring down, stammering, with so many how can I manage in time? Just as she was most flustered, a sharp voice rang out behind her. Why are you still standing there, Qin Zaiya? Qin Ruilan appeared like a savior, her robes fluttering as she decisively ordered, bring the patients inside at once. Qin Zaiya cried out, calling elder sister. Ruilan immediately took charge, calmly sorting them. Those not critical moved to the outer courtyard. The severely injured examined first, and at the same time instruct to bring hot water. On the rooftop, Wei Yanhao had long since awakened, silently observing, muttering softly, I only dozed off for a moment and the estate has turned into an emergency hall. In the courtyard, Qin Ruilan shouted, lay the critical patient on the ground at once, then swiftly took his pulse, checking the one barely clinging to life. She immediately drew out a long silver needle, its tip gleaming under the sun. Her hands moved deftly, executing precise acupuncture into the major acupoints. The sound of air splitting echoed as the needles shot out with extreme speed. While performing acupuncture, Ruilan shouted anxiously, hurry up, do you not see others are also in critical condition? Qin Zioya was drenched in sweat and hurriedly replied, yes, I understand. Amid the chaos and groans of pain, she realized the manpower was insufficient to turn the tide. In the urgency, Qin Zioya looked up at the rooftop and called out, please lend a hand, you are from the martial world, are you not? She pointed at the gasping patient and said urgently, please seal his acupoints to stop the bleeding, any delay and he may not survive. Yanhao reluctantly jumped down, scratching his head as he explained, I only know a little about medicine, what should I do? Qin Zioya immediately instructed, press lightly on Tiantu, then use half your strength on Zhongfu. Wei Yanhao acted while asking again, Tiantu half strength, Zhongfu full strength right, if I get it wrong it will be disastrous. But as soon as he moved the patient suddenly convulsed and made a strange sound. She panicked, something seems wrong, Qin Zioya snapped, Tiantu half strength, Zhongfu full strength, you pressed the wrong spot, below that is Zhongfu, do it again quickly, Wei Yanhao muttered, I already said I was not skilled. Suddenly the patient gradually regained his breathing, air flowing clearly. Qin Zioya rejoiced, he is breathing again, his blood flow is unblocked, he is about to wake. The situation is urgent, quickly draw out the clotted blood. Wei Yanhao widened his eyes in horror, all sorts of awkward images flashing through his mind. You mean mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Qin Zioya urged, there is no other way, otherwise he will not survive. Wei Yanhao grimaced, just remove the foreign object in his throat and that is enough. Say it clearly earlier and there would be no misunderstanding. He decisively raised his hand to cover the patient's mouth. Qin Zioya stared blankly without understanding. Before she could ask, Wei Yanhao had already circulated his true energy, a blazing red light flaring around his arm. A palm strike came down, forcing the clotted blood and foreign object in the patient's throat out, leaving Qin Zioya stunned. Under the quiet moonlight, Wei Yanhao stood still reading the letter, his eyes shaken. Mother. This letter was sent to elder brother Wei Shanhao in Ma Land. He trembled as he read each urgent line. Mother wrote that due to urgency she would speak plainly. Wei Yanhao was still alive. After 5 years he finally sent a letter home but said he was struck by a metal curse and could not yet return. The image of his parents surfaced, father furious upon hearing the news, who dares to use metal needles on my son, while mother calmly urged to prepare for departure. Before that decisiveness father could only answer yes. The letter concluded that the two had immediately set out to find Dean Hao, and since the letter was sent from Hao Mon Kai Fong Branch Hall, they would go to Kai Fong. Returning to reality, Dean Hao clenched the letter and softly said, so I am still alive in their hearts. He quickly steadied himself, telling himself this was not the time to let emotions take over. Turning around, his gaze grew cold. Kai Fong, where Chung Enhat, the branch tower master of the Beggar sect, resides, it seems storms await ahead. Green true energy flared around Dean Hao as he clenched his fists, ready to step into a new and turbulent journey. Late at night at Than Thur Trang, a young servant knocked and asked if Sir had rested. Inside, Dean Hao lazily replied that he had slept, yet he was clearly still awake. The boy entered and saw Dean Hao sprawled on the floor from exhaustion after a day of saving lives, softly reproaching, if you do not heed others, how can you be a physician? Dean Hao vaguely opened his eyes, saying he only helped a little. The young servant emotionally retorted, a little? You drew out so much poisoned blood and saved their lives. Qin Zioya looked at Dean Hao and asked, young master, what kind of sect do you think our Hao Mon is? Dean Hao lay stretched out and replied, that is a hard question. Is Hao Mon a sect or an association that treats people for free? The boy suddenly grew serious, confessing that he wished to restore the ancestral profession. First he wanted to hear the sincere evaluation of an outsider, like young master. Dean Hao sat up thoughtfully, then spoke bluntly. The issue is money. Without financial resources even a divine physician cannot endure. The practical answer left Qin Zioya stunned. Dean Hao emphasized again, what I mean is money. Qin Zioya awkwardly retorted, medical skill is the core, is money not merely secondary. Dean Hao curled his lips and asked, then why did your family decline? The large medical hall in front originally belonged to you, did it not? Qin Zioya lowered her head and sighed, then spoke of her late father. My late father was the most benevolent of men. He never bore grudges against anyone. He taught medicine for free to the poor. Even with 1,000 taels of gold, he would not take a single coin from the destitute. Fortunately, at that time, the family still had some accumulated assets, allowing that generosity to be maintained. When I was born, the family fortune gradually ran dry, and by the time I grew up, the treasury was empty. The physicians left one after another, money vanished, nothing remained as before. Even so, the debts could still be managed thanks to father's reputation, until he decided to settle them completely in one attempt. Yanhao listened and guessed, was he deceived or met with misfortune? Chinziraya flushed and snapped, "Do you think I am telling a novel?" She hesitated and admitted it was the quickest road to ruin, yet if victorious one could change fate in an instant. It was gambling. Yanhao sighed. So to repay the debt your father threw himself into wagers hoping for a single triumph, only to lose the entire family fortune. Chinziraya sadly nodded. Father repeatedly fell into gambling, day and night without eating, turning only to wine. In the end he collapsed and was poisoned by alcohol. Wei Yanhao looked straight at Chinziraya, asking directly, "If you want to restore Than Thur Trang, then what do you plan to do?" Seeing the boy still bewildered, he curled his lips and said, "Who do you think I am to ask such a thing?" In Chinziraya's eyes, someone carrying a letter from the grand scholar Van Duhon must be extraordinary. Yet Wei Yanhao only gave a faint smile and said he was merely an ordinary man. Such matters should be sought from those who truly understand them. He analyzed the reality. If you need medicine, then find an apothecary. If you need treatment, then consult a physician. As for money, he immediately pointed out, go find Ha Dai Bang, the steward of Enhan Ha Bang. Are you suggesting that I invest in Than Thur Trang? It already sounds like a business venture. That is right, you catch on quickly. If you were the one managing Than Thur Trang, it would not have declined to this state. We have medical skills but lack management ability. What if we combine that with your business talent? Hearing this, Ha Dai Bang's eyes lit up. It was indeed an attractive opportunity for profit. Although the fat man appeared enthusiastic, Wei Yanhao turned to Chinziraya and said he had no interest in cooperating, then coldly reminded the boy that at present you have no right to choose. Poverty is a crime. A thin purse makes it hard to speak. Chinziraya trembled in wounded pride and said, "My family has accumulated reputation for generations. How could we cooperate with a moneylender?" Those words enraged Ha Dai Bang. That man shouted that money in his hands always multiplies and never lies idle. Wei Yanhao showed no courtesy and asked where that reputation came from. If your ancestors only gave without return, how could Than Thur Trang have survived? Looking at the hall that exalted righteousness, he merely sneered. But in the end, did your ancestors not also treat patients for money to build their legacy? Chinziraya asked in confusion whether it could be counted that way. Wei Yanhao affirmed that of course it could. Even famous physicians must earn money. Only with benefit do people offer praise. He continued explaining that the great doctors renowned across the land were all wealthy households. When life is threatened, patients do not begrudge money. Faced with such sharp words, Chinziraya fell silent, yet in his heart he still struggled. Is not medicine an art of benevolence? Seeing him distracted, Wei Yanhao sighed softly, thinking that sometimes speaking the truth too plainly only leaves others disheartened. From that day on, Wei Yanhao lay around gloomily, restless at heart, consoling himself that what has not yet come need not be worried over. But just as he was about to sleep, he frowned in irritation. What is it this time? Drama comes seeking him again. In the courtyard, a group of men caused trouble aggressively. A burly figure grabbed a man by the collar and shouted for the master to come out. "Call Chin Ruilan out here." The leader was a tall man with a long scar across his face, the Hak Kai Chu of Fang Ta Kui. Seeing the chaos, Chin Ruilan appeared and angrily shouted, "What are you doing being so rude? How dare you drag patients out of their rooms?" Hak Kai Chu laughed sinisterly. "So you are Chin Ruilan?" She showed no fear and looked straight at him, asking whether he still had any conscience. Sneered, "Conscience, your father borrowed money in the name of Than Thur Trang. Either take down the signboard or repay the debt." The purpose of this visit was already clear. Dulan still protected the patients. "If there is anything, speak to me. I am the one responsible here." Hak Kai Chu gave a cold laugh. "Speak to the one responsible." He yanked her closer, leaning in to whisper, "I do not want to play the villain either." He widened his eyes in threat. "If the debt is not repaid, then throwing you into a brothel would do as well." He stared at Du Lan's face with greedy eyes. This beauty would be enough to repay the debt for several years. At that moment a shout rang out, "Let go of her." Chinziraya rushed forward. But the strike of a child was no more than a tickle. Du Lan cried out in alarm, "Chinziraya." Hak Kai Chu curled his lips and mocked cruelly. Instead of worrying about your brother, you should worry about keeping your own head. Courtyard immediately descended into chaos. The subordinates swarmed in to restrain everyone. The townsfolk shouted angrily in helpless fury. Amid the tension, a patient risked his life to charge forward, yelling that even in death he would drag the villain down. Seeing the townsfolk resist, Hak Kai-chu merely frowned in annoyance. These people were truly stubborn. Qin Ruilan stood up and shouted for them to stop, declaring that this was not something they should involve themselves in. To avoid further harm, Du Lan chose to sacrifice herself, pleading that they not hurt the patients and declaring she would go with them. Hak Kai-chu laughed in satisfaction. Good, that is more obedient. Qin Zioya panicked, tears streaming down as he called out to his sister. Du Lan endured the pain and told her brother to take care of the family. This debt would be borne by her. After speaking, the leader roughly dragged Du Lan away from the estate. Behind them, the cries of Qin Zioya and the townsfolk echoed miserably. Just when everything seemed over, a lazy voice sounded, "Wait a moment," causing Hak Kai-chu to pause. A figure stepped leisurely out of the shadows, calmly blocking the way. "You cannot leave." The leader frowned and demanded in a harsh voice, "Who are you?" Under the moonlight, the man wrapped in a thin blanket lifted his head and looked straight at his opponent. He replied coldly, "I am Wei Yanhao." Seeing his sloppy appearance, the leader clicked his tongue in disdain. In his heart, he thought this fellow was no different from a fool. He ignored him and grabbed the young lady's shoulder, ordering his men to leave. But Wei Yanhao firmly blocked them. "I already said you cannot take her away." The leader's veins bulged as he shouted, "What else does this brat want?" Wei Yanhao calmly gave a reason that left everyone stunned. "Who will cook my meals? Starving a guest is unacceptable." The leader angrily demanded again, "You are saying she cooks for you?" Wei Yanhao nodded, "Because I am a guest. If there is no food, I will give a 1-star rating." That serious attitude drove the other side into fury. He ground his teeth and threw a punch as he charged forward. "From now on you will not be eating anymore." The young lady beside them cried out in panic, "Stop." Still wrapped in a blanket, Wei Yanhao merely moved slightly yet created immense pressure, deflecting the punch and sending the leader crashing to the ground. The young lady and the subordinate stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Wei Yanhao asked with concern, "Are you all right? I did not mean to." He scratched his head while looking at the opponent lying collapsed, surprised at his own strength. The leader was horrified and thought to himself, "An expert." He immediately retreated to keep his distance, his eyes filled with vigilance. He pressed further, asking where this master had come from. Wei Yanhao adjusted his blanket and calmly replied that he was no master. Seeing that he did not pursue the attack, the leader steadied himself and warned him not to interfere in private matters. All debt documents were clear, and even the authorities stood on his side. He continued, "Therefore I hope you will not meddle any further." But Wei Yanhao still shook his head. "That will not do. If you take her away, then who will cook for me?" The leader clenched his teeth, understanding this was merely an excuse, and asked in a low voice whether you intend to help Than Thur Trang. Wei Yanhao looked puzzled and asked what Hak Kai-chu Fong was. The leader explained that it was his faction and the creditor of Than Thur Trang. His gang would absolutely not let this matter go. After hearing everything, Wei Yanhao remained calm and showed no intention of interfering. In the end, it was all about money, nothing significant. The leader widened his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. "You are saying you will repay that debt for him?" "I do not have money, but I will find a way to repay it. Please forgive me." He firmly set a deadline. In half a month he would pay it all. Witnessing this scene, everyone at Sacred Hand Manor was stunned stiff. After a tense exchange of glances, the leader finally relented. He lowered his voice and said, "I trust you will keep your word." Then he muttered inwardly, "Forget it. If I push too far and fall into a second trap, it will be disastrous." In another dark room, an expert had appeared at Sacred Hand Manor. The scarred leader bowed his head respectfully and reported, "Yes, that is correct. According to him, he is merely a guest." Yeste Guo Dushan, the Black Branch Hall master, leisurely held 2 large pieces of roasted meat and frowned slightly upon hearing the report. He sat beside a table filled with delicacies. A guest. Those who call themselves guests are usually hidden bosses. Dushan looked at the subordinate kneeling on the floor and coldly asked, "Are you saying you ran away as soon as you saw that expert?" The subordinate panicked and hurriedly explained, "No. No, I am not that cowardly," he argued while sweating. "That expert promised to repay the money in half a month. I wanted to observe the situation first." Hearing that, Guo Dushan flew into a rage and shouted, "Idiot, did I tell you to collect the debt?" He slammed his pipe onto the table, sending food scattering, used the debt as a pretext to crush the Sacred Hand ranking, leave them no chance to rise again, and yet you believed him and came back empty-handed. Subordinate trembled, clutching his head that had just been struck. First, I should investigate his background. Why are you beating around the bush? Dushan roared, glaring threateningly. Do you want me to cut off your tongue? When I get angry it becomes a violent scene. The gang leader sprang up, exuding a chilling killing intent. If we fail they will be furious. At that time we will be like dust. The subordinate trembled and asked again, should we deal with him? Dushan narrowed his eyes and regained his sinister look. No need. This matter could lead to unpredictable consequences. There is no need to rush. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, at Sacred Hand Manor, Wei Yanhao lay leisurely on the bed. The young attendant with purple eyes sat beside him and asked worriedly, what do you plan to do today? Wei Yanhao answered blankly. The boy asked, you promised to repay the debt in half a month, right? Wei Yanhao calmly asked back, did I say that? Damn, Fred went too far. The boy cried out in panic, do you not have a way? Right, a way, of course there is one. This is the best method passed down since ancient times. His eyes became sharp. Nothing is more effective than this method. The boy swallowed and trembled as he asked, so what method is it? You cannot repay, then activate stealth mode and run first, think later. Wei Yanhao answered calmly, making the boy furious as he rushed forward punching and kicking. You call that a method? I cannot believe I trusted you, Wei Yanhao asked back, so how much is it exactly? How much do I owe? The boy sighed, I am not sure either. I heard it is around several thousand taels of gold. Hearing the enormous sum, Wei Yanhao alone owed up to 20 taels, the boy could only sigh. At first it was more than 100 taels. After selling all the property, only that much debt remained. There is no other way, let us go. The boy asked, yes, where are we going? Wei Yanhao gave a sly smile. Of course we must go to a place to make money. Exactly, the gambling house, the place that drove the boy's father into a shattered family. At Kim Hoa Arena, the sound of cards clacking echoed continuously, the air thick with ambition. The casino owner Kong Thien Lam reclined smugly, another clean sweep today. News that I stripped those fools bare must have spread far and wide. He sipped his tea, calculating his dirty dealings. Skimming the sacred hand debt is indeed troublesome. While he was deep in thought, a subordinate rushed into the room breathlessly. Thien Lam jumped up, his face changing color. Why is it the authorities coming to collect debts? Subordinate panted and stammered his report. He has appeared. Thien Lam widened his eyes and asked who appeared. The fool said, the special guest has arrived. Entering the bustling Kim Hoa Arena, the sound of cards echoed everywhere. Wei Yanhao looked around and asked, is this the gambling house? The young attendant quickly reminded him, yes, stop looking around. Hao alone still muttered to himself whether this was a good idea. The boy secretly worried about Big Brother's true intention. At that moment the broker rushed over with a beaming smile, spreading his arms in greeting, oh greetings young master. You have come to this humble place again, Wei Yanhao asked, you know me? The broker rubbed his hands and flattered, a distinguished guest like you clearly brings fortune to change luck. Yanhao directly asked what games are played here. The blunt question startled the broker who hurriedly gestured, please lower your voice young master. He began to briefly introduce the games, from 9 cards to bone cards, dice, coin chess, tiger sun cards and many others. He assured that as long as you place money and win money you can play. He led the two deeper inside. Over here, please come this way. Today you must see it with your own eyes to understand. This is the game. Hao alone lowered his head to look at the small iron balls and wondered. What is this? It looks interesting. The broker smiled. This is the yin-yang game, the signature of the gambling house. He picked up a porcelain cup and demonstrated. The way to play is very simple. Put the balls into the cup and shake evenly. The clacking sound followed the rhythm of his hand. He explained the rule of division. The balls shaken between 2 cups will be split evenly on both sides. He placed the cup upside down on the table with a firm thud. You must guess odd or even. The broker swiftly lifted the cup, revealing the balls rolling beneath. Wei Yanhao looked at the table disdainfully. Too easy. This game is even easier than a guessing test. The broker laughed, precisely because it is easy people like to play. Broker continued to flatter. Even the complicated games are fun, but this one is fast. Win fast, 50-50 odds, suits the young master's straightforward personality. Wei Yanhao curled his lip, bored. Fine, I do not like drawn-out games. Play fast, win and celebrate, lose and pretend I was never sitting here. The broker eagerly invited, why not try this game? Watching from upstairs, Kong Thien Lam smiled and secretly felt pleased. Hooking a fool like this is not difficult at all. Walk down the stairs with dirty schemes, let him win and lose just enough, lure him into thinking he is about to win, repeat it. Soon he will be addicted. Laughter rang out when he saw Hao sinking deeper into the table. He smugly thought, the more he loses the more resentful he becomes. The more resentful the more he pours in money. However, shortly after, the atmosphere of the gambling house completely overturned. Shocked murmurs echoed everywhere. How much money is that? Kim Hoa Arena might shut down. Amid the chaotic crowd, Wei Yanhao rested his head on his hand leisurely. In front of him were stacks of silver ingots piled high as proof of consecutive wins. The broker's face turned pale and his hands trembled as he faced the guest. Wei Yanhao calmly uttered one word, odd. The sound of the cup striking the table echoed amid the astonishment. Under the stunned gazes, Wei Yanhao curled his lips into an arrogant smile, his hand still playing with the glowing porcelain cup of a victor. First, the branch leader of the Beggar clan enjoyed the pleasure. The comfortable moment when Wei Yanhao disappeared, revenue returned to normal. He breathed smugly. Thought the coming winter would be warm. At that moment, Zhang Yi noticed the neglected door and approached happily, thinking today was lucky. However, fortune turned into a nightmare when a loud explosion rang out, and the wall was shattered by a powerful surge of energy. The one who appeared with a fierce aura was the demonic sword Wei Shanhao. Elder brother of Wei Yanhao asked in a commanding voice, "Is that so?" Zhang Yi turned pale with fear and stammered, "What, it is you?" Wei Shanhao lunged forward before Zhang Yi could recover, grabbing his collar tightly. His anxious voice rang out, "Speak, is it true that my younger brother is still alive?" Choked until he could hardly breathe, Zhang Yi struggled and begged, "It is true, calm down, let me go and I will tell you everything." After receiving a confirming nod, Wei Shanhao let out a sigh of relief. He is truly still alive, but his patience was gone, immediately asking about the whereabouts of Nguyen Dianhao. Zhang Yi coughed while pointing. "That information came from Hao Mon. You will know more if you go there." Knowing his younger brother was still alive after so many years, Wei Shanhao told himself to stay calm, dragging Zhang Yi along and ordering him to head to Hao Mon. "Do not lose the way, my mood is not good today." At the main hall of Hao Mon, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. The powerful woman of Hao Mon saw Zhang Yi bringing a fierce figure and flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth in resentment. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, you dare bring the demon sword to Hao Mon, one of the strongest experts." Despite Zhang Yi explaining it was unintentional, she still shouted furiously, "Today I will fight you to the end." A terrifying crash resounded. Zhang Yi was flung outside with a miserable cry. Meanwhile, a massive gamble was taking place that left everyone holding their breath. The crowd buzzed about the reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Whispers rose endlessly. 1,000 taels? Is it not 10 taels of gold? Everyone gaped. If we lose this bet, we might as well sell our mats and sleep on the street. Veteran gamblers admitted that this wager was utterly insane, perhaps the largest game they had ever witnessed. Inside the Kim Hoa Trang casino, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The owner shook the porcelain cup frantically, drenched in sweat. Opposite him, Wei Yanhao remained drowsy, resting his chin with a bored look, muttering to himself, "Who is this man, Hung? He looks more nervous shaking the cup than someone taking the martial arts tournament." Around them, the crowd marveled in astonishment. He had won 2 rounds in a row. The owner's heart pounded violently, trembling as he wondered, will he win this time as well? When the cup was lifted, cheers erupted everywhere, for even it is even. The entire casino burst into cheers. Heavens, 1,000 taels of silver. With such a hand, I never imagined I would witness such a legendary sweep. Hao's attendant burst into tears, grabbing his hand and shouting, "Young master, you won, you truly won." Hao merely curled his lips slightly. The truth is, the secret lies in Hao's extraordinary sensory ability. Since childhood, even while sleeping, he could avoid flying stones just by listening to the sound. To him, gambling was as easy as turning his palm. By simply focusing on the sound of the steel balls striking the cup, he could already determine whether the result was even or odd. Looking at the mountain of silver piled high, Hao stretched lazily enough. Winning more will meet the KPI of 20 taels of gold. At that moment, a large figure approached, forcing the crowd to part. Kang Thien Lam, the owner of Kim Hoa Trang. He clasped his hands and put on a fake smile. "Oh, it is truly an honor for such a distinguished guest to visit. I did not know who you were. My apologies for the discourtesy." Wei Yanhao glanced at him disdainfully. "What distinguished guest? I am no such person." Though seething inside over the loss of 1,000 taels, Thien Lam maintained his courtesy. "Aha, in this casino, the one who brings an exciting match is you." Wei Yanhao replied coldly, "I do not find it interesting." Words made Thien Lam's veins twitch violently. He gritted his teeth inwardly. "Bastard, you took my 1,000 taels and still claim it is not fun." Yet he forced a smile. "Indeed, your temperament is extraordinary, winning money yet remaining completely calm." Thien Lam offered a new bait. "A distinguished guest should have grand ambitions. Would you like to try a greater fortune?" Wei Yanhao showed interest, excitedly waving his hand. Brilliant gold coins appeared like an illusion, not merely a few small rounds but a magnificent gamble. This was the true match, shaking the entire river of silver. Yanhao exclaimed softly, "Oh." But immediately afterward he withdrew, leaving behind a cold remark. Thin Lam froze, his face twisted with shock and anger, watching the attendant gather all the silver and leave. Thin Lam gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he saw his prey about to leave. He shouted, "After eating your fill of 10 taels of gold you still intend to leave? Do you think it is that easy?" But the owner quickly changed his expression, putting on a fake smile and placing his hand on Yanhao's shoulder. "Stay and play another round." Yanhao tilted his head in thought. "Are you truly offering 5 taels of gold?" Thin Lam confirmed. Yanhao bargained. "How about 10 taels?" Question left the owner stunned by the boy's greed, bursting into mad laughter, thinking to himself what kind of lunatic this was, then declared, "I will add another 10 taels, but the match will not end until one side is completely out of money." Hao's eyes turned serious. He stated decisively, "If you give 10 taels, I will play." Thin Lam rejoiced and exclaimed, "Excellent, a wise decision." He laughed inwardly. He has fallen into the trap, this fool. Turned around and waved his hand. "The opponent has accepted, come out now." From the shadows, a gaunt figure stepped out slowly, a chilling aura spreading. The crowd was horrified. Doc T had appeared. Doc T, the Poison King, his face covered in scars, sharp eyes gleaming, his long strange fingers expertly manipulating the dice. Yanhao observed suspiciously. That man emerged alone from the shadows. He did not look like a gambler. Doc T sat down coldly at his seat. "In this casino, only the winner is a true gambler. No need for further words." Yanhao asked directly, "Are you my opponent?" Receiving a nod from the one-eyed man, he continued, "Then how shall we play?" Doc T swung his hand forcefully, slamming it onto the table and sending the dice scattering. "The gambling game I propose is as follows." Crowd discussed animatedly. Dice, nothing unusual, but Doc T asserted, "This game is the most reliable," clearly displaying the strength of the player. Although Hao yawned in boredom, the murmurs continued endlessly. How could this boy possibly compete with Doc T? A game of chance could compare to Doc T. He explained the rules simply. The side with the higher total points wins. He stared intently at Hao and asked, "Do you object?" Yanhao replied succinctly, "No." Thin Lam laughed with delight. Finalizing the rules, the stakes will double each round. Even if one loses everything, more funds will be added. The right to continue or stop belongs to the winner. Han Jiang generously explained the calculation. The side that wins first has the right to decide whether to continue or not. Is that acceptable? Faced with the provocation, Yanhao remained drowsy, calmly replying, "Sounds interesting. It has been a long time since I played a match where the thrill of losing money was so clear." Seeing his prey nod, Thin Lam grew excited. "Then let us begin," amid the cheers and excitement of the crowd surrounding the table. At this moment Hao sat amid the mountain of silver he had previously won, but the situation was unfavorable. The attendant stood behind him anxiously, massaging his shoulders and asking, "Brother, can you do it?" Hao remained confident, glancing back, "Have you ever seen me lose?" But the boy immediately poured cold water on him, leaving Hao stunned. "You have lost 10 rounds in a row." Hao could only mutter, "Oh my." The attendant went mad, shouting at Hao in the middle of the casino, "You lunatic, you lost everything yet still sit there as if nothing happened." Hao merely replied blankly, "Oh right." Opposite him, Doc T began to act, coldly gathering the dice and declaring, "It seems this will be the final round." The stakes for this round were 2,000 taels. The crowd discussed mockingly, "He has lost half his stake. He already owes 10 taels of gold, truly pitiful." Yanhao rested his chin on his hand, his eyes focused as he observed every movement of his opponent. Doc T smirked sinisterly and threw again. The dice flew across the bowl before landing on the wooden table with a dry clatter. When the dice stopped, the entire casino seemed to explode in astonishment. All 6 points. 2 dice showing 6 points. Astonishing, the maximum of 6, truly worthy of Doc T. With a perfect result, Doc T extended his hand arrogantly and challenged, "Do you wish to continue?" In this perilous situation, Yanhao replied calmly, "Is there any reason not to?" Doc T asked, "This match is already decided." Hao only smiled faintly, not necessarily, causing the attendant to cry out, "Young master." Yanhao turned back to look directly at the attendant, sweat trickling down, his gaze serious. "Do you believe in me?" The boy nodded, "Of course I do." Hao smiled, patting his head and saying, "Since the day I was born, no one has ever said that to me." Hao let out a soft sigh. His eyes focused on the decisive round, silently calculating, winning this round would bring 40 taels of gold. Hao's eyes sharpened as he raised his hand and cast the dice into the bowl. Dice spun and fell onto the table. Everyone was stunned. His opponent froze, sweat pouring down in terror. The crowd was also bewildered. What is happening? All of them showed 1 point, the lowest possible. In the suffocatingly stunned atmosphere, Nguyen Yanhao could only widen his eyes and cry out, "What the hell is this? I still cannot understand what just happened," while the opponent across from him angrily roared, "You despicable thing." At that very moment, within a dim secret chamber, a majestic figure seated upon a high throne coldly spoke. "Who is it?" The subordinate prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he reported, "Master, we have yet to uncover that person's background." The mysterious leader curled his lips slightly. His icy voice rang out, "A young man with formidable skills and an obscure identity. It already sounds far from simple." Without hesitation, the order was given, "Eliminate him." The subordinate broke out in cold sweat, yet the leader calmly added, "Leave no risks behind, clean everything up." Seeing the subordinate still hesitant due to uncertainty about the opponent's strength, he said coldly, "It is truly a waste of time assigning tasks to useless trash like you." Killing intent surged as the leader shouted, "Act immediately. Do not give him any chance to turn the situation around." Back at the gambling den amid panicked cries, Wei Yanhao still stood there at ease, lightly extending his hand with an unreadable expression. The dice rolled across the table before coming to a stop, revealing a result beyond all expectation. Every single one showed a single point, the lowest number possible. Amid the dense atmosphere of shock, Wei Yanhao stood dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Aha!" while the young attendant beside him nearly burst into tears. "It is over, young master." Seeing that scene, Kong Thien Lam laughed loudly in delight, believing luck was on his side. How unfortunate. Wei Yanhao turned to ask the casino owner how it should be handled. The young attendant could only sigh sorrowfully, "This time we are finished." Kong Thien Lam waved his hand in a seemingly generous gesture that hid calculation. "If you are out of capital, then so be it. Repay the 10 taels of gold you borrowed, and I will let you leave the table." Yet Wei Yanhao rested his chin on his hand, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "No, that is not what I mean. I want to know how much money is needed to continue." Slightly startled, Kong Thien Lam replied casually, "About 40 taels." Wei Yanhao looked straight at him to confirm, "Only 40 taels are needed to keep playing, correct?" Casino owner revealed a cunning smile, declaring that the right to open the round belonged to them, but they would give a chance. As long as there was enough money, they would continue. Inwardly, he thought this time he would empty the other party's pockets. Wei Yanhao calmly asked again, "Then can you guarantee it?" Kong Thien Lam spread his arms and affirmed before the crowd, "Of course, a casino lives by its credibility. Everyone here can bear witness." Having received the promise, the corner of Wei Yanhao's lips curved slightly with hidden meaning. "You calmly said bring it in," leaving Kong Thien Lam bewildered. 2 burly men carried in heavy chests of gold. Walking in front was a wealthy merchant with an air of affluence. He smiled and said, "Ah, I arrived late, young master." Wei Yanhao immediately reproached him for being slow. "I was almost forced into losing everything." The wealthy merchant only chuckled, "Young master, you jest. How could that happen?" The moment he saw the newcomer, Kong Thien Lam turned pale and sweat poured like rain. "Oh, Manager Ha of Galaxy Bank, why are you here?" Ha Dai Bang respectfully greeted him. "It is an honor to meet guild leader Kong. I was delivering the gold requested by the client and came late because I had to prepare the full amount." Yanhao crossed his arms arrogantly and repeated, "You said that as long as the money is brought we can continue, and the minimum bet must be double the previous round, correct?" His sharp gaze swept over the casino owner. "I will wager slightly higher." Kong Thien Lam cried out in alarm, "What did you say?" Wei Yanhao raised one finger and declared loudly, "The next round will bet 100 taels of gold." That number made the entire casino fall silent. Kong Thien Lam broke out in sweat and stammered, 100 taels." Seeing him tremble, Wei Yanhao mocked, "What, afraid now?" Inwardly, Kong Thien Lam was both furious and anxious. Of course he was afraid. He hurriedly turned to whisper to his trump card, "How is it? Are you certain?" The one-eyed man cast a sharp, confident glance as if to say, "Do not doubt me." Kong Thien Lam forced a smile to soothe him, then gritted his teeth and decided to place his trust in him. Regaining his superior air, Kong Thien Lam loudly announced, "The round will begin again." The one-eyed man kept his eyes fixed on Wei Yanhao, his heart full of suspicion at the sudden increase in the bet. Could it be that everything was within his calculation? He stared and asked whether the previous rounds were intentionally lost. Wei Yanhao feigned confusion. "What are you talking about?" then laughed. "Who would throw money away for no reason?" The one-eyed man narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Then why did you summon the owner of Galaxy Bank so early?" Yanhao replied leisurely, "My mother would be furious. Once I am out, I must have money for prestige, so I called them over to be safe. Faced with that half-joking, half-serious, and unpredictable attitude, the one-eyed man could only remain silent in tension. Wei Yanhao stood up decisively. It is my turn now, correct? You flicked your wrist and tossed the dice with a flourish. Everyone around held their breath, eyes wide at the young man's imposing presence. The dice clattered as they rolled before stopping amid extreme suspense. 6-6, another 6, voices shouted loudly. It had been 6 5 times already, only one die remained. The result was 35. The entire casino erupted in sighs of regret mixed with admiration. If only there had been one more 6, it would have been perfect. Even so, it was extremely high. The crowd excitedly discussed whether the one-eyed man could surpass 35. The one-eyed man stared at the table, his gaze cold and sinister, muttering softly, just a little short. If that is all, then even a bet of 100 taels may not be difficult. He said coldly, I do not understand what you are saying, and 35 is already a very high number. A sinister smile tugged at his scars as he said that regardless of the outcome it would change nothing. But you have underestimated me. Let me show you why I am called the poisoner. With that, the one-eyed man flicked his wrist and threw the dice with masterful technique. The dice spun and fell with clattering sounds. The crowd held their breath, counting each face. 6, another 6. The first 5 all stopped at 6, leaving everyone stunned. The last die kept spinning on the table, all eyes fixed upon it. Could there be another 6? The one-eyed man truly lived up to his reputation. Tension was taut as a bowstring. The young attendant panicked. Young hero, stay alert. If we lose this round, we are truly finished. In contrast, Wei Yanhao remained calm and even teased the casino owner about his family affairs, making everyone even more confused. Those words left the young attendant stunned as he shouted, "What nonsense are you saying?" At that moment, the final die gave a slight jolt before coming to a complete stop. Everyone bent down to look at the decisive result. The entire casino fell silent as the die showed the number 4, a total of 34 points. Cheers erupted everywhere. 34 points. The 100 taels of gold had an owner. Everyone was thrilled to witness such a rare round. This would surely become a tale retold. Nguyen Thieu Heap, we have won. The 100 taels of gold are ours. Amid the roaring cheers, Kong Thien Lam stood frozen, clutching his head, his face twisted in shock. He muttered that he had lost, unable to believe everything had collapsed like this. Hey, one-eyed man, you said you would win. Faced with that fury, the poisoner only lowered his head in silence. The casino owner lamented in pain. Even the Poison King lost. Today the opponent must have encountered tremendous luck. Thien Lam collapsed in despair, understanding that the fateful round had swept away the entire fortune of Kim Hoa Arena that he had painstakingly built. Dai Bang stepped into the hall and loudly announced, all transactions between Kim Hoa Arena and young master Wei Yanhao are considered fully settled. He spread his arms and affirmed, today's match has me and everyone here as witnesses. The crowd unanimously echoed in confirmation. The one-eyed man slowly stepped before Wei Yanhao, clasped his hands and bowed in admiration. It was an excellent match. Wei Yanhao also politely bowed in return for that respect. Dai Bang stepped forward and lightly patted the chest of gold, suggesting that the money remain at the casino. Wei Yanhao calmly agreed at once. Leaving the casino, Wei Yanhao sighed in fatigue. Perhaps gambling does not suit me. The young attendant beside him panted and asked if the young hero was all right. You only replied that you were just a little tired. The young attendant reassured him that Master Ha would handle the money matters. We should just return home for a good meal and a good sleep. At the mention of food, he excitedly recommended a famous restaurant that was surely crowded. While running along excitedly, the young attendant carelessly slammed into a stranger, fell flat on the ground, and hurriedly apologized, "Oh, I am sorry." The atmosphere instantly thickened with killing intent as a group of men in black exuding danger blocked the path. The large man leading them let out a cold snort in threat. Wei Yanhao narrowed his eyes at the patterns on their clothing and recognized them. It seemed they were from Hak Kai Chao Fuan. Dai Bang behind him also paled, stammering as he repeated the name Hak Kai Chao Fuan. The scar-faced man curled his lips into a sinister smile and lowered his voice to ask which one was Wei Yanhao. Elsewhere under the pale moonlight, a young woman started when she heard the familiar name Wei Yanhao. In front of her, Wei Shanhao asked if her senior brother was Wei Yanhao, then asked where he was. She replied that he had followed the escort agency to Hubei. After hearing that, Wei Shanhao cupped his hands and bowed in thanks. He immediately turned around and ordered them to leave. A subordinate anxiously asked where they were going. Wei Shanhao looked toward the horizon and answered concisely Hubei. A shout of protest rang out and shattered the silence. One exhausted member of the group wailed that they had run from Kaifeng to here without even drinking water and now had to head to Hubei overnight. He rolled on the ground crying to the heavens. Faced with that tantrum, the woman opposite could only sigh helplessly. She gently invited them to rest before leaving. The one lying on the ground sprang up and begged to trouble her. The woman calmly said that driving guests away at this hour would be improper. She would prepare a meal and bathwater for them. Even so, that lazy man kept rolling around wailing that he would rather die than go. The group leader had no choice but to click his tongue and agree to stay. The whole group was led to a luxurious bathhouse filled with thick steam. Looking at the splendid architecture, a subordinate exclaimed in shock, "Beggar gang living in such a luxurious place, forget it, let me join too." A muscular man with a back full of scars stood up. A subordinate worriedly asked if they were wounds from capturing Vo Vi Uma. He nodded and said he had nearly lost his life then. He spoke in a low voice that the old scars were like mosquito bites. This one was the 82nd tribulation. Hearing that, the subordinate trembled and asked who caused it. What fiend dared drag the red demon's sword to the private residence of a prince? The man closed his eyes gloomily and uttered the two words fiend. Painful memories flooded his mind along with the desperate cries of a child calling senior brother wake up. At this moment in the gambling house, Treasurer Ha shrank behind Wei Yanhao trembling. The gang leader of Hak Kai Chao Fuang gritted his teeth and roared asking who Wei Yanhao was. Wei Yanhao still lazily replied he is here. The gang leader narrowed his eyes at the young man with utter disdain. He turned to ask his subordinate if it was that brat and was confirmed it was correct. That man laughed mockingly at the youthful face and said a master. The subordinate broke into a cold sweat explaining that since he had said so, he reported it that way. The gang leader snorted coldly that even if he was just a brat daring to disrupt his gang, he would pay the price immediately. Surrounded on all sides, Wei Yanhao raised his hand and said wait. He calmly signed a stroke on the contract under Chin Zioi's worried gaze. He handed the paper to the boy and told him to sign first. He would explain later. After finishing the procedure, he asked how much the debt to Sacred Hand Arena was. The subordinate replied 20 taels of gold and 50 taels of silver. Just as the chest lid was opened, the brilliant golden light stunned the gang leader, and he stammered asking what was that. Wei Yanhao said this was the money to repay the debt. From now on it was settled, write a confirmation and take the money away. The gang leader looked at the pile of gold and laughed suspiciously thinking a few coins could fool him. Wei Yanhao curled his lips saying he had given more than the principal. The gang leader picked up a gold ingot to examine and admitted it was indeed so. A subordinate leaned in to remind that the money was secondary. That piece of land was the real value. The gang leader suddenly realized. He changed his tone and roared that the debt could wait. What mattered was that they had ruined his gang great affair and it could not be ignored. Wei Yanhao coldly asked in the end, did he want to take the money or take the long road to meet his ancestors? The gang leader laughed viciously as killing intent burst forth, saying this was called punishment. He shouted to bring back that brat head. The subordinates responded in unison understood. The men in black drew their swords and charged together, while Wei Yanhao stood firm without changing expression. He blocked the swords with his bare hand, shocking the gang leader, and coldly warned them to prepare themselves lest they regret it too late. Not giving the opponents time to react, he counterattacked as fast as lightning. In just a moment, the courtyard was filled with defeated men sprawled everywhere. The gang leader was drenched in sweat and stammered in horror. A subordinate trembled, reminding that he had said he was a master. The gang leader ground his teeth and cursed damn it. Wei Yanhao coldly called out for those hiding in the bushes to come out at once and finish it. The gang leader was stunned asking how he knew, then shouted for reinforcements. A group of black-clad assassins wearing conical hats stepped out and surrounded Wei Yanhao. Looking at them, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, "They look very familiar, have we met before?" An assassin swung a sword glowing blue and rushed forward with a sharp whistling sound. Wei Yanhao dodged in time and let out a breath, almost lost his lazy life. He realized the strike just now was not ordinary and wondered if it was a shadow sword. His master Bai Wuhan words resurfaced that there was a sword technique born solely to take lives without revealing any movement. When facing that kind of sword, one must never hold back or take it lightly. Thinking of the stern teaching, he felt the pressure increase. Turning to reality, Wei Yanhao told himself he could not handle this carelessly. He turned to borrow a sword from a servant beside him. Holding the sword in his hand, he told everyone to step back lest they be implicated. Then green true energy erupted around him. The assassin leader inwardly assessed that the opponent was far from ordinary and ordered them to attack together. This Disregarding pride, the entire group swarmed forward at once. Streaks of blue sword light interwove densely and shot toward Wei Yanhao from all directions. Standing amid the perilous encirclement, Hao alone gently closed his eyes. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly to focus his entire spirit. The assassins widened their eyes as every attempt to approach was knocked away. In Hao's heart, his master's words echoed, "Do not cling too tightly to techniques." He told himself, "I understand now," his master's shadow still guiding the way. Beginning from an unmoving heart, even as the enemy's blade pressed close, his mind did not waver. Wei Yanhao maintained a composure so firm that it frightened others. He exhaled a stream of mysterious blue energy, his eyes blazing with resolve as he recalled his master's words, "The heart must be cold as stone to respond." One powerful step stamped down onto the ground. Wei Yanhao poured all his inner force into the sword. Blue light burst forth, tearing through the night. He told himself to devote his entire being to the blade. Though it was only steel, a sword without heart was merely a lump of metal. To give it a heart, one must pour in the soul. Amid the chaotic battlefield, the clash of weapons thundered, fragments flying everywhere as Hao attacked from left and right. That sword, imbued with intent, was enough to split a mountain in two. He glided lightly within the assassin's circle. When his intent brimmed with fury, he unleashed his move, letting these men suffer the consequences. Like water flowing along the terrain, he allowed the natural surge of power to spread through every sword stroke, creating illusions that left the enemy disoriented. In the stillness of the void, his master's teachings echoed. What was taught was not technique, but a seed that must be nurtured properly. A radiant formation circle appeared before Hao's chest, its might spreading throughout the estate. The assassins were horrified as they witnessed the explosive power before their eyes. Within the radiance, the sword in Wei Yanhao's hand transformed, emitting vivid blue spiritual energy. A deep voice resounded through the air, "Whether a sword is good depends on the wielder. Only with a calm heart can one fight." Wei Yanhao focused his spirit, his eyes shining amid countless blue flashes. He carried out the final step to forge a sword that belonged to him alone. Shouting with overwhelming force, Hao swung his sword down in a lethal strike. A light flick from above descended. Cross-shaped slash showed no mercy to the enemy formation. Behind him, his master's spirit manifested in majesty, radiating terrifying pressure. When the dust settled, the wooden floor was shattered with a deep cross carved into it, blue smoke still rising from the cracks. The assassins lay scattered, barely breathing and unable to resist. Wei Yanhao stood silent, cold eyes on the defeated, declaring that their accounts were permanently locked and they should retire from now on. Looking at the writhing figures, he judged further. No matter how they had lived before, from now on they could harm no one. Power demanded a proper price. Wei Yanhao sheathed his sword, glanced at their pained faces, muttered that they looked familiar and he would learn who they were, then calmly walked toward Guo Dasha. That gang leader's face turned pale, his body trembling violently, sweat pouring from fear as he stammered without forming words. My heavens, once so ruthless in punishment, yet now as if he wished to vanish. Wei Yanhao coldly ordered the trembling subordinate to lead the way. He broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "Where do you wish to go?" Wei Yanhao replied directly, "Take me to your nest, I will clear the map clean." From that day on, Hak Kai Chu Bang, once proud to be the largest in Ho Bak, completely collapsed after the earth-shaking purge. Meanwhile, at the sacred healer estate, the elder sister stood on the balcony, worry on her face. She wondered silently where her younger brother had gone. Suddenly the door slammed shut. "Sister." His face beamed, unable to hide his excitement. "Sister, do you know what I did today?" Seeing him make a commotion, Sister frowned and asked what was causing the noise. Liu Nga jumped up and said he had repaid all the debts of the sacred healer estate. Sister could not believe it, looking at him with suspicion. "Forget it. With such a huge debt, how could it be cleared?" Qin Zaiya hurriedly explained that it was not like that and began to tell the story. After hearing the entire tale under the dim moonlight, Sister was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Was that true? Qin Zaiya affirmed that it was true. Now they were free thanks to Nguyen Thiu He. Hearing this, Sister let out a light breath, gratitude rising within her. So that was it, how fortunate they had received a great favor. Immediately her face grew stern, sharp eyes fixed on Qin Zaiya. Using gambling money to repay debts was wrong. The boy stepped back in fear and stammered. Sister sternly warned him that it was fortunate he had not fallen into gambling ruin, otherwise she would not spare him. People would think she was too harsh, money in hand yet still lecturing about moral. Facing his sister's reproach, he asked bitterly if it was truly that important. Sister remained cold and severe, thinking that a gentleman must walk the righteous path and those who did not would face hardship. She looked at him sharply, having witnessed their father's fate yet still relying on luck. Unable to bear the frustration, Wei Yanhao stopped shouting, his face twisted as he yelled at his sister, "Sister, wake up. We nearly ended up in a chicken coop and you still sit there analyzing theory." Before his fierce resistance, Sister did not waver and cruelly asserted that one must walk the righteous path. Sister was too stubborn. Beneath the bright moon in the courtyard, he spoke bitterly that he had tried his best for her sake. Sister only sought reasons to criticize. She replied sadly that it was all for his own good. He pointed at the Sacred Healer Estate signboard and roared that if he lived as she wished he would spend his life healing here. Was that truly a good path? He placed a hand on his chest and declared that after meeting Nguyen Thieu Heap he had realized many things. He no longer wished to live by her will. Looking straight at her, he affirmed that he wanted to control his own life rather than be an obedient puppet within limits. Two siblings stood motionless beneath the full moon in the silent space. The scene shifted to Tung Lam, Ha Lam Dai Truong Vien, its splendid architecture reflected upon the tranquil waters. A man in luxurious blue attire leisurely invited his guest. The unfamiliar guest with long black hair and black-red martial garb smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, warmly received and unsure how to respond. Host explained the reason for the reception. Having heard that the young master was Wei Yanhao's elder brother, it was only natural to entertain him. The two walked deeper into the academy. As his elder brother, he wished to apologize on behalf of his younger brother for the rude behavior. The old man in blue waved his hand and said there was no need. The young master was too courteous. He had heard he was searching for his brother. He pondered and continued that this old scholar wished to say a few words. Upon receiving consent, he asked whether the young master knew of Great Spirit. He explained that Great Spirit was called so because it could not be confined. Judging the young master's nature, he would likely force his brother into a mold. In his mind, he envisioned a wild, dark horse breaking free of its rope, yet only harming itself. Confining a warhorse in a small room would only wound it. The rope snapped apart. The horse galloped across the prairie, allow it peace and freedom, and one would see a fine steed roam the world. The elder brother fell silent, his gaze lowering in deep thought. Thank you for the reminder. I will return and adjust how I guide my younger brother. Leaving Han Lam Academy, the two quickly crossed the silent forest. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, why does his face remain gloomy? Perhaps the food did not suit his taste. He gazed into the distance in silence, then asked, Truong Enhat, how do you evaluate my younger brother? Truong Enhat replied frankly, your younger brother. To be honest, I only paid attention because he is your younger brother. Otherwise, I would not even glance at him. He listed every flaw with disdain, both lazy and poorly trained. His bearing is crude. In short, he is difficult to teach. He looked into the void, thinking this reaction was understandable. He possesses extraordinary strength that ordinary people cannot perceive, or perhaps. Wei Yanhao has already changed, no longer the same as before. In the quiet night, Wei Yanhao's snoring echoed, shattering the stillness. He stretched lazily, letting out a long yawn, then murmured, How long have I slept, standing on the eaves? Hao gently rubbed his shoulders, his face clearly showing excitement. Dreaming of fighting yet waking up sore as if it were real, this illusion is truly strange. As he was complaining, a warm female voice sounded from behind, Great benefactor. Hao was startled and cried out in fright. Turning around, he saw the senior sister of the Saintly Hand Pavilion kneeling and bowing respectfully. Hao flusteredly waved his hand, asking her to stand and speak without being so formal. Though somewhat sudden, this young woman wishes to ask the young hero for a favor. Wei Yanhao was stunned, thinking to himself, did my ancestors incur some debt? The woman went straight to the point, asking the young hero to help Qin Zaiya change her resolve. Hao was still confused. She earnestly explained that Qin Zaiya must take over the Saintly Hand Pavilion. She must shoulder the family, restore its reputation. Such a child is wavering. Please help Qin Zaiya find her direction. Hearing this, Hao scratched his head, not quite understanding. Restoring the Saintly Hand Pavilion and becoming a skilled physician are different matters. He looked straight at her and asked practically, becoming a great doctor and becoming a CEO to revive the family are two different things. The senior sister's gaze sharpened as she affirmed that reviving the Saintly Hand Pavilion is of utmost importance. Even if Qin Zaiya becomes an outstanding physician, if she cannot save the Saintly Hand Pavilion, it will be difficult to fulfill the last wish. The Saintly Hand Pavilion must be restored first, only then can she consider becoming a physician. I understand your meaning, he concluded. The priority is to revive the Saintly Hand Pavilion. The way to accomplish this is quite simple. Meanwhile, the Ziawu sect branch was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Gui Reng, the beautiful yet hot-tempered branch leader, ground her teeth in irritation. She felt annoyed and wished to eliminate him immediately, thinking of how he dared to threaten with a sword. She secretly vowed he would pay next time. A subordinate rushed in to report, branch leader, something serious has happened. Gui Reng irritably demanded an explanation. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, a solemn figure stepped inside. A silver-haired elder with extraordinary bearing looked at her and asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" Seeing the stranger barge in, Gui Reng was astonished and responded defiantly, "So what?" At that moment the elder declared, "I am Wei Zhengshuan." Gui Reng was stunned. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the martial arts idol stood before her. Stroking his beard, he proudly confirmed, "Yes, I am Wei Zhengshuan. Knowing me will make things easier," and he stated directly, "We are searching for my son." As his aura reached its peak, a hand pushed him aside accompanied by a shout, "Move aside. Do not stand there flaunting your prestige. Step aside, even if I am renowned." Wei Zhengshuan lowered his head and replied briefly, "Yes." Gui Reng looked at the old man, sweating profusely as she recognized his true identity. This was the sword hero. "I heard Wei Yanhao sent a letter from here. Can you explain everything clearly? If you mention the young master, it must be young master Wei Yanhao." Gui Reng broke the silence. Wei Zhengshuan confirmed, "Yes, the young master should have already arrived at the Saintly Hand Pavilion." Hearing the name, Han was puzzled. Saintly Hand Pavilion. Gui Reng explained that previously the young master had stayed at the Han Lam Grand Archive. Wei Zhengshuan pondered in concern, wondering about his health, having heard nothing unusual. His gaze sharpened as he looked closely, wondering why his lazy son would send a private message to a girl, probing, "What is the relationship between the two of you?" Question stunned Gui Reng, sweat pouring down as she inwardly screamed, "This is bad. I spoke carelessly. Was I not asking about supervising the young master?" Seeing the other party approach, she knew there was no retreat and voluntarily confessed to avoid trouble. The reconstruction of the Saintly Hand Pavilion is actually the responsibility of the Hall Master. They use architecture to stabilize their position and use the income obtained to compensate for the deficit. Wei Yanhao used the excuse of paying on her behalf to threaten Qin Zaiya. He asked blankly, "What is this?" Hao pointed at the paper and said it was a debt contract. 20 taels of gold must be repaid. Qin Zaiya trembled as she looked at the signature and asked, "Was this signed here last time? Did you not pay on my behalf? It still has to be repaid." He handed over the contract and explained that repaying the debt on her behalf was an investment to rebuild the Saintly Hand Pavilion. "I will pay a salary, 1 tael of gold per year. The debt will be cleared in 20 years. The figure of 20 years frightened Qin Zaiya. She cried in shock, "I must work for 20 years to repay the debt." Wei Yanhao remained cheerful, forcing her to sign, "If you do not like it, then repay 20 taels of gold at once." The child was desperate, realizing this was a slave contract, powerless before the trap Wei Yanhao had created. Holding the contract, Qin Zaiya walked away gloomily, muttering that she had been badly deceived. Behind her, Nguyen Thiu Heap sipped tea while watching, silently affirming that he had secured the heir of the Saintly Hand Pavilion. Seeing the young hero's actions, the wealthy man was puzzled and asked why he had done so. Nguyen Thiu Heap calmly took a sip of tea and replied that such a contract would not happen again. Elder Ha asked why he granted such favor. From the perspective of a seasoned merchant, the conditions were already too generous. Even if Tan Thiu Heap tried his best, it would still be difficult to revive the Saintly Hand Pavilion within 20 years. That is correct. The wealthy man could not understand, frowning as he wondered why he was doing charity in this manner. Nguyen Thiu Heap set down the teacup, his gaze profound. It was merely fate. For the other's astonishment, he looked at his reflection in the tea and explained that the child was still young yet would shoulder great responsibility in the future. If the child restores the Saintly Hand Pavilion and becomes a skilled physician, saving many lives, then I will continue to watch over her. Consider it giving the child a chance to change her destiny. Hidden behind the screen, Qin Zaiya heard every heartfelt word. She was stunned, her eyes moist and her heart tightened. It turned out she had been overthinking. He was truly kind. Zaiya clenched her hands tightly with determination. The only thing she could do was strive with all her strength to repay him. At once the boy spun around and dashed off like the wind, his eyes blazing with determination. Inside the room, the wealthy patron watched the departing figure and murmured, "Calm down." At this moment Nguyen Thiu Heap merely asked indifferently. As he left, the confirming reply sounded, "Yes, he has left." Dignified expression from earlier vanished. Nguyen Thiu Heap revealed a sinister smile. A low chuckle echoed as though a dark scheme had succeeded. So luring these children into the game was truly easy. He laughed softly. Ha Dai Bang laughed in satisfaction, smug. It was not as if I deliberately deceived them. Of course, he and Wei Yanhao exchanged a look and smiled like two foxes who had just secured a bargain. With the role of new chief steward at Thanther Trang, Ha Dai Bang quickly prepared for the grand opening day, the atmosphere so lively it bordered on chaos. The rooms were packed, shouts of coordination rang everywhere, food was severely lacking, more acquaintances had to be called to help. Ha Dai Bang was forced to open even the vacant rooms, even spreading mats in the main hall to receive all the guests. When a subordinate hurriedly reported that ingredients were nearly exhausted, the steward waved his hand decisively. If supplies run out, then order more at once. Money does not matter now. What matters is displaying power before the world. Amid the noisy crowd, the new Chin Zioaya, the young master of Thanther Trang, stood still to steady himself, telling himself to hold back. Do not lose composure at this moment. His appearance drew whispers. They say he is the legitimate son of Thanther Trang. Has that child truly grown so much? Many expected that half his father's ability would suffice to inherit the title, while others quietly speculated that the old master would soon be replaced. A loud announcement rang out, signaling the arrival of an important figure. An imposing escort procession entered. The people on both sides of the road parted to make way. The new Chin Zioaya and Ha Dai Bang stood ready, their expressions solemn. From the carriage, a pair of feet stepped down firmly. The official in a bright red robe radiated overwhelming authority as he advanced slowly amid murmurs of admiration. When the final announcement resounded, everyone knelt in unison to pay their respects. Dai Bang was no exception, bowing respectfully. The prefect has arrived. The prefect lightly cleared his throat. He surveyed the surroundings, pausing to look at Wei Yanhao behind them with a probing gaze. At last, the prefect stood before Chin Zioaya. His face showed emotion as he declared in a deep voice, "Seeing Thanther Trang re-established after such a long wait fills this official with immeasurable joy. You are the son of the previous master of Thanther Trang." The prefect fixed his gaze on Chin Zioaya kneeling at his feet. The boy trembled, sweat pouring down, stammering, "Yes, that is correct." Prefect nodded in satisfaction and announced before the people, "Conduct your affairs properly and do not disappoint me." He looked at Chin Zioaya with expectation, believing the young master would devote himself to the people. Chin Zioaya bowed his head in gratitude. "I would never dare defy your order." Cheers erupted everywhere. The people were thrilled. Thanther Trang had truly risen again. Prefect continued to stir the atmosphere. Clearly the pride of Ho Bak. Come and visit Thanther Trang. With healthy people the nation prospers. The crowd responded in unison, understood, no worries. People were surprised that the prefect attended the opening of a small clinic, soon realizing it was due to the famous lineage of Thanther Trang. Amid the excitement, Chin Zioaya looked up at the sky, as though seeing the smiling figure of his late father. He clenched his fists and silently vowed, "Father, I will do well. Please watch over me." Immediately afterward, in a private room, the true face of the prefect collapsed. He trembled with sweat streaming down as he asked whether the matter was settled. Wei Yanhao calmly examined the ledger in his hand and smiled faintly. "Yes, it is perfect." The prefect pleaded, "Then please keep your promise." Wei Yanhao curled his lips naturally. "I will keep this album of evidence as a souvenir. If you dare to turn back on your word, I will release everything." The prefect could only grind his teeth, resentful yet powerless. As he left, Wei Yanhao waved in a sinister manner, "Travel safely." The prefect bitterly took a drag of smoke, thinking to himself that the records of Hak Kai Chu Fang had fallen into Wei's hands. He must lie low for a while. Next morning, Chin Zioaya opened the door and froze in astonishment. Before him was a sea of people jostling and shouting without end. "I told you not to push, line up properly." Seeing the long queue waiting for consultation, Ha Dai Bang was stunned, stammering, "How far does the line stretch?" Chin Zioaya was equally astonished. The old steward's eyes gleamed like gold ingots as he laughed in delight. "Such a fragrant opportunity. Now we must close deals non-stop and empty the purses of the world." Chin Zioaya snapped, "What are you talking about?" While Thanther Trang was thriving, the rival clinic was shrouded in gloom. Shop owner stood in the empty hall and roared angrily, "Why are there no patients?" A subordinate trembled as he reported that since Thanther Trang opened, everyone had flocked there. The shop owner froze, his clouded eyes filled with doubt. What Thanther Trang? Fake shop dares to hang a genuine sign. Where did those children get the capital to open a clinic? The subordinate hurriedly explained that they had indeed established one. The shop owner was puzzled about the rival's finances. His father owed the gambling house heavily. Where did they get the money to open a clinic? He recalled the dirty scheme years ago when he drove the bald man away from the gambling house. Everything had gone smoothly then. Seeing his master deep in thought, The subordinate anxiously asked what they should do now. The owner's voice grew heavy. This is a task assigned by the young master. If it fails, all responsibility will fall on me. The subordinate sighed helplessly, but there was no other way. Had they known earlier, it might have been different. Now the water had already been spilled. Shop owner's eyes turned cold as he slowly declared that if the game is difficult, then escalate it. If it cannot be resolved, then cut it off entirely. He swung a blade to slice the bamboo slips on the table. The subordinate was horrified. He curled his lips in a sinister smile. What a pity, the young master of Than Thur Trang had just risen. His opponent plotted a vicious script, meeting bandits last night and dying tragically. He coldly ordered that condolence money be fully prepared. Under the oil lamp, Chin Zaiya focused intently on the silver needle in his hand, unaware that death was approaching. At Sung Thin Chin Vo Min, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The alliance leader Tu Ma Thin the asked, I heard Luke Lam has befriended Thiat Hayat Mon. Is this information reliable? Yes, a child named Ban Dao Kuk confirmed it. He was pursued by Luke Lam Thap Kim. Fortunately, he defeated them and escaped. Calculations flickered in every gaze. Even Luke Lam Thap Kim were involved. If the matter is so serious, then Luke Lam and Thiat Hayat Mon may have already joined forces. Martial world is now in utter chaos. 20 years of dormancy is enough. Now the martial elites are erupting in full force, preparing for earth-shaking battle. With Vo Min in the east and Thien Engia Lian in the west as centers, even a minor clash could ignite a bloody war. A sect being wiped out over small conflicts has become commonplace. Thien the asked about the Thien Engia Lian side. The subordinate replied that if they coordinate with Luke Lam under Thien Engia Lian's protection, the scale would grow even larger. Tu Ma Thien the sighed softly. If they oppose Thien Engia Lian, who knows how much blood will be shed. Return to the topic. As for that child Ban Dao Kuk who defeated Luke Lam Thap Kim and escaped, the answer surprised him. It is said Wei Yanhao intervened to help. Wei Yanhao, Tu Ma Thien the muttered suspiciously. The subordinate continued that he seemed to be the second son of Wei Zhengxuan of the Guangdong Nuyen family, vanished for 5 years and only recently reappeared. Hearing this name, Tu Ma Thien the burst into laughter. Nuyen Chin He, the righteous sword hero. I see, the father is a legend and the son a rising star. He nodded in satisfaction, admiration evident in his eyes. That man was rarely seen 5 years ago. It turns out he was honing the son of Than Rong. The subordinate bowed slightly and added this important detail. The eldest son is Wei Shanhao, famed with the title demon-slaying sword. He believes that in 10 years the Guangdong Nuyen family will become the foremost family under heaven. In response to the praise, the person opposite also nodded in approval. Indeed, it is gratifying. Nuyen family has produced a dragon. Surely he will accomplish great deeds in the martial world. The resounding acclaim affirmed that the righteous young hero would soon shake the martial realm. However, reality now displayed extreme power as the Wei family dragon, Wei Yanhao, lay sprawled on the rooftop, disregarding all troubles. His snores echoed through the quiet night until he suddenly jolted awake. From the window, Chief Steward Ha looked up and inquired about the young master. He lazily replied that he was resting on the roof. Chief Steward Ha advised him to take care of his health. Falling would not be good. I have already prepared traditional medicine. Hearing that, he suddenly became alert and muttered at the edge of his lips, Hello, boss. Has that salmon wager matter been settled yet? It is time to harvest now, Chief Steward Ha exclaimed in delight. What? Immediately, mysterious shadows darted across the rooftops, emanating intense killing intent. Chief Steward Ha signaled to him, see, he has come today as predicted. The old man coughed lightly and said, so impatient, I thought it would take 3 days. He calmly received something from the steward's hand. The old man asked, have you prepared a countermeasure? Dean Howe slung a broom over his shoulder. For a few assassins, a broom was enough to sweep the area clean. Touching anyone else is nothing, but daring to lay a hand on my source of income will bring consequences. He charged straight into the encirclement of assassins, without the slightest hesitation. He roared, madness evident on his face as he swept aside everyone who blocked his path. Under the dim moonlight, Hao unleashed his path. Hui Reng stood stunned in shock at the power of Wei Zhengxuan. The old man looked deeply into her eyes, his voice slow yet powerful. My son is lazy and does not take the initiative to contact the young lady. Then how do you know so clearly? Wei Zhengxuan's question was like a bucket of cold water poured over Gui Reng, leaving her frozen as sweat streamed down, inwardly screaming for having revealed too much information. In the tense atmosphere Wei Zhengxuan pressed, it is best to answer directly. The pressure made Gui Reng tremble, knowing a slip would bring disaster. As the situation grew strained, the old man suddenly cried out, ah, it hurts, I told you so. I have reminded you many times, do not interfere in this matter. Regaining composure, Nguyen Chin asked to confirm, Wei Yanhao is in Hubei. Gui Reng nodded, then hurriedly asked where Holy Hand Manor was. Gui Reng's thoughts slipped out of alignment. In her mind, she began connecting everything. Wait. Righteous swordsman Wei Chin Han, the demon-slaying sword Wei Shanhao, and now Wei Yanhao. She realized they were all superstars within one family. The title of #1 under heaven would surely fall into Wei hands. There was no escaping. A calculating smile bloomed on Gui Reng's lips. I will return after preparing. Please wait a moment. Very well, go quickly. In your opinion, can Vi Hao marry? Wei Zhengxuan replied briefly, no. He disappeared. It was one thing. Now that he has returned, preparations must be made. He is of age. She began planning. If there is no affection, then bind them. Meeting often breeds feelings. Acting together increases the chances. With a sinister glint in her eyes, she smugly thought of using the method of persistent rain. Lock them together, and they will shower the world with affection. Her eerie laughter echoed, making Wei Zhengxuan fearful, inwardly admiring that women are truly terrifying. At the residence, a young attendant ran in breathless to report to Qin Zioya that a woman had come seeking him. The boy looked back in confusion and doubt. Before Qin Zioya stood a beautiful woman, black hair adorned with an exquisite butterfly hairpin, her eyes stern and cold. Recognizing family, Qin Zioya stammered, elder sister, yet there was no warm reunion. His elder sister looked around the clinic and coldly asked, where is this fake clinic from? Explain immediately or the whole shop will be gone. On the stone bridge, she gave a decisive order, stop everything at once and return. He stared at Qin Zioya and delivered harsh reprimands. Medicine is to save people, not to chase targets. Why are you using medical skills for business now? Seeing her younger brother standing rooted, she grew angrier. Pack your things immediately. Qin Zioya lowered his head as sweat poured under the pressure. He suddenly looked up and asked, are physicians not human? Why can everyone else be rich? Must doctors remain sustainably poor? Reputation must go with strength. She gritted her teeth and shouted, have you forgotten the words of our predecessor? As evidence, our predecessor once lived in a grand house. Predecessor earned money through medical skill and lived at ease. She emphasized, save people and money will come, not earn for money. Why do you not understand? No longer willing to be constrained, Qin Zioya shouted at her, the one who does not understand is you. I do not claim to walk the righteous path, but at least I am not as authoritarian as you, Qin Zioya roared. Following your will all my life, Holy Hand Manor would never become famous. Why do you not understand? He brushed aside the old teachings. I am not a puppet who only follows your words. She walked her own path, ignoring her standing stunned and calling, brat. Qin Zioya rushed off, declaring he would make Holy Hand Manor renowned. Witnessing the family drama, Wei Yanhao stepped out from behind, looking at Qin Zioya's back and clicking his tongue teasingly. The kid has grown wings and dares to talk back to the chief. Facing the woman's sharp gaze, Wei Yanhao asked in confusion, what is it? Because of young hero's grandfather, the plan collapsed, truly the calamity of the entire team. If that person looked at the other with a resentful gaze. In the silent night under the full moon, a carriage quietly rolled through the forest. To be safe, he ordered all traces at Holy Hand Manor erased. The man replied, understood, young master. He regretfully asked, is it not a pity to abandon the Wuhan base? The woman pondered and explained cautiously, an unidentified youth intervening is a problem. Small matters turning into great disasters are not rare. Her face hidden in darkness, red lips murmured calculation. Keeping him in check, he cannot grow alone, better to let go. Whether win or lose it will draw the eyes of the world. The subordinate bowed his head in understanding. She analyzed the situation. Elder brother has accumulated merit. The incompetent younger disciple has also fulfilled his part. Wasting time is the real problem. In her mind, she questioned the one obstructing the path. Urgently report this superhuman to the chief. The grand enterprise may waver in the future. Under the blue moonlight, wine from the flask poured into the cup with a gentle sound. In the quiet space, the elder sister sat alone by the veranda, holding a cup of wine filled with thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Drinking alone harms the stomach. She looked over in surprise. Seeing Wei Yanhao standing leisurely, scratching his head with a smile, if your anger has subsided, may I have a cup? Wei Yanhao looked at her sincerely, waiting for her answer. Seeing her silent, he joked, if you cry and laugh, I will lie down and you will not see my face again. The joke drew a soft laugh from her, truly Wei Yanhao's way of resolving matters. Suddenly she knelt before Wei Yanhao and apologized. The action startled him. Hey, she spoke sincerely. Wei Yanhao waved his hand, do not mind it. He looked into the distance and sighed, holy hand manner and chin zaiya. Nothing is easy. Wei Yanhao took a sip of wine and said he was not entirely clear, not understanding what troubled Chin Zaiyi. Remembering his master's words, if you want something you must do it yourself, looking at the silent night he encouraged, holy hand manner is the same, what matters is being the one who digs the well for others. His words stunned her. She looked up and asked, do you mean I should stand up to revive holy hand manner? Wei Yanhao looked straight at her and asked in return, is that not what you want, the legitimate son Tan Chin Zaiyi? But it is not only the legitimate son who can build the sect. She lowered her head, her voice sorrowful and self-conscious, I am a woman. Wei Yanhao refuted firmly, what era is this to still distinguish men and women? Looking into her wavering eyes and saving people too, is that so important? His gaze and words touched the depths of her heart. Causing the young lady's heart to skip a beat, she looked at him, her eyes flashing with new hope, and softly asked, can I do it? That matter was never clearly understood by anyone. Being skilled in medicine was one thing, but running the entire Sacred Hand Hall brand was a completely different story, sis. She had thought only Chin Zaiya tormented herself, endlessly circling around that name without escape. To rebuild Sacred Hand Hall into the medical clinic of her dreams, she had no choice but to start with her own hand. The elder sister froze, her lips trembling as she asked why. She watched the young man's back and thought Wei Yanhao was truly unusual. Hearing that, he merely gave a faint smile, a familiar gesture, saying he had heard that line to the point of boredom. The elder sister laughed as well, slowly repeating that this brother truly was unlike anyone else. Wei Yanhao leisurely sipped his wine, his voice suddenly lowering. Those who dared not step forward, dared not try, and only thought inside their heads could never create anything worthwhile. She smiled softly and asked if that was called making oneself suffer. Yanhao only responded with a hearty laugh. The two sat beneath the moon beside a wine table, the atmosphere rare and gentle. He leaned back and casually spoke of his way of life, saying that was enough for him. He sought no achievements for anyone. Wei Yanhao glanced at the young lady and pressed his lips, saying doing what one liked would naturally lighten the heart, while carrying family pressure only led to gloom. Was such a view worthy of a nod? He sighed, took another sip of wine, then said that for his master, even things he disliked he still had to do. Hearing that, the elder sister's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration. Wei Yanhao's master must be a very good person. Two of them raised their heads to gaze at the bright full moon shining in the night sky. Wei Yanhao softly replied, perhaps so. Scene shifted to a deserted street at midnight. Wei Yanhao suddenly appeared at an outdoor wine table where a mysterious man was sitting. He walked over calmly, tapped lightly on the table and asked to share a cup. That man jolted, his eyes wide as he asked how he knew he was here. Wei Yanhao sat down opposite him and replied calmly, did he think he was well hidden? Could he escape his eyes and ears everywhere? That man narrowed his eyes warily and asked what relation he had with Hao Sect. Wei Yanhao did not answer, only saying that today was already the second cup. He did not understand why he drank this, it only added bitterness to the tip of his tongue. Dak Ti sipped his wine while muttering in boredom. Sitting opposite him, Wei Yanhao observed carefully and suddenly asked why he had done that. In the silent night, Wei Yanhao stated bluntly to stop pretending. With his ability, how could he lose like that? Dak Ti slowly closed his eyes and revealed a subtle smile. Interesting. Did he mean he had deliberately given up that round? Wei Yanhao remained composed, exposing everything word by word. His technique and skill, forming a perfect pair at the final move, was hardly difficult. He looked straight at Dak Ti, but he had not paired them. By reason, the one who should have lost was him. He wanted to know the reason behind it. Dak Ti fell silent in thought before asking what he understood about gambling. He began to explain that it was a contest of winning and losing. Whoever stepped into the game had to pour out all their ability, placing everything on the line for an outcome. He gazed into the distance, saying that recently many calculations had crept into the gambling house. He had never deliberately yielded, his luck had merely stopped there. He chuckled softly, thanks to that Kim Hoa temporarily avoided ruin, then the gambling house would reopen and the cycle would repeat. But before that moment came, those within still had to continue the game. Wei Yanhao was not satisfied and continued to ask. Because of that he had lost everything and did not care. Not only money but reputation and backing as well. Dak Ti raised his cup and calmly said that if one lost then one began again. As long as the root remained, why fear having no day to return? Hearing that, Wei Yanhao thought it somewhat sophistry. Looking at Dak Fuang Dak Ti before him, he wondered how one could live in a world that valued victory and defeat yet not see a single round as everything. He softly said it was truly hard to understand. Doc T asked what was hard to understand. Yanhao opened his heart, saying that in recent days he had stayed beside the kindest people, yet inside he still felt empty. Yanhao looked at Doc T with deep respect as if speaking to a senior, saying that when talking with him he felt as though he saw a faint light within his heart. Faced with such sincerity, Doc T remained silent. He looked into the distance and spoke slowly. Everyone had their own path. What mattered was walking it oneself. One had to dare to believe in that choice, and place an entire life upon the path one had chosen. Once decided in the stillness, the full cup of wine felt like a reflection on life. Was life not the same? The next morning, the tranquility of the medical hall was torn apart by the steward's piercing scream. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he held a letter in his hand. He stammered that this. A young attendant ran over and asked what had happened. The steward trembled as he handed over the letter. That hero had only left this and then departed. In the letter were bold and careless lines. Saying hello, he asked for permission to leave the team. Staying here too long felt like being tied down as a long-term office worker, and he felt he had not helped Sacred Hand Hall much. Reading that far, the steward could only cry out what was going on. Where had he gone? The letter further instructed them to manage the medical hall properly themselves. Not to focus too much on money. Shinzaiya would become a great physician. He believed the steward could handle things. What nearly made him faint was the final line, saying that finances had to be kept clear. Shinzaiya, standing beside him, suddenly spoke decisively, pointing as she ordered to send people to search immediately. He could not have gone far from Sacred Hand Hall. He was surely still lingering nearby. Find him for her, throwing everything aside and trying to run away. While the medical hall was in chaos, a distant countryside felt strangely warm. A patient lay resting on a mat outdoors. A villager moved to say that it was fine now, truly grateful that the physician had traveled all the way here. The female physician smiled gently, saying she was a doctor before she had not fully understood that. There was no need for thanks. Leave this ointment and apply it when it hurt. From afar, Wei Yanhao leaned on a staff, carrying simple luggage as he watched the scene, and thought that such a person was hard to fully describe. He slowly approached, breaking the silence with a half-joking remark that if it was that effective he wanted to try as well. The female physician startled, calling out young Master Wei. Amid green mountains and white waterfalls, Wei Yanhao's new journey began again. Wei Yanhao looked at Qin Ruilan, who was wholeheartedly saving lives. He gave a soft snort. Traveling around to treat patients without charge like this, did she know how much of her own money she had spent? By the waterfall, Ruilan turned and asked why he had to do so much. There was no need to choose such a thorny path. Was it because of some so-called mission? Yanhao shook his head, not entirely for any mission. He had already said so. Ruilan smiled gently, her eyes shining. Her determination was clear. Once chosen, one had to act, not sit there thinking too much. Wei Yanhao handed her a small bundle, telling her to take it. He had redeemed those items. From now on she was not to sell them again, she promised. Opening it, Ruilan was stunned to see the exquisite pieces of jewelry she had once sold. She exclaimed that these things, could it be that last time, had also been him. Wei Yanhao spoke sternly, telling her not to sell them again in the future and to promise him. Ruilan hugged the bundle of jewelry to her chest and nodded softly, saying she promised. Seeing things settled, Wei Yanhao turned around and said he was leaving. Ruilan hurriedly asked where he intended to go. He replied in a low voice that following his master's last wishes, he could not remain in one place forever. If fate allowed, they would meet again, otherwise she need not worry. Farewell. Wait, Ruilan called out and handed him a blue silk ribbon for tying hair. Wei Yanhao accepted it and tied it on himself, onto his own hair, and smiled, saying he would keep it carefully. Ruilan's voice echoed through the mountains, thanking young Master Wei. Watching her small figure fade away, Wei Yanhao thought to himself that at last she had resolved to step onto that arduous path. Qin Zaiya has Qin Zaiya's path, Qin Ruilan has Qin Ruilan's road, and I must continue my own journey. But the moment he left Ruilan's sight, Yanhao's image as a lofty master instantly collapsed. He wailed miserably, acting like a master is exhausting. Forget all shame, let me hitch a ride for a while. Just then an old man's carriage slowly passed by. Wei Yanhao immediately threw himself onto the road and rolled toward the wheel. The old coachman was startled, sweat pouring down when he saw a stranger lying in front of him. With a pitiful expression, Yanhao weakly begged, "Please have mercy and let me hitch a ride for a while." The old man asked suspiciously, "You want me to give you a ride?" Yanhao remained lying still and replied, "Take me anywhere as long as I do not have to walk." Faced with such strange yet sincere words, the old coachman clicked his tongue. "Fine, get on." The moment he heard the agreement, Yanhao sprang up, jumped onto the carriage, and did not forget to thank him. Lay stretched out on the wooden boards, enjoying the leisure and thinking to himself, not having to walk really feels great. Night fell, the carriage rolling quietly beneath the dim moonlight. On the carriage, Wei Yanhao slept like the dead, drool even trickling out. Seeing they had arrived, the old coachman called softly, "Hey, wake up." Yanhao hazily opened his eyes. The old man said in a deep voice that we should stop here. Yanhao rubbed his eyes and yawned. I slept for too long. Looking around at the desolate place in the dark night, the old man asked worriedly if this was all right. Yanhao merely laughed it off optimistically. At this hour you can throw me anywhere and I will survive. Sleeping outdoors is my style. After speaking, he jumped off the carriage and gave thanks. Seeing his resolute attitude, the old man reminded him to be careful on the road. Yanhao waved and replied yes before turning to leave. The carriage continued onward, leaving Yanhao alone on the dark road. The old man smiled and remarked, "Truly an interesting fellow." Zichengayat, the white-bearded elder with a deep scar over his eye, called softly. Kneeling behind, the one-eyed assassin immediately responded, "Please give your orders." Suddenly, the old man raised his hand and removed the disguise from his face. His true face was revealed as a cold, silver-haired man with a long scar. He said icily, "That boy has already discovered you." Zichengayat was stunned, sweat pouring down, unable to believe he had been recognized. To investigate his identity, Zichengayat bowed his head and accepted the order. Meanwhile, Wei Yanhao stood leisurely beneath a large ancient tree, looking at the dense canopy and lazily thinking of spending the night here. At the same time, a female ninja was running with all her strength through the deep forest, her breathing rapid, both stamina and inner energy exhausted. Unable to continue running, she anxiously searched for a place to hide. Suddenly discovering a suitable spot, she whispered excitedly, "Found it." She swiftly leaped up into the dense canopy of the ancient tree to hide. She held her breath and used the great breath concealment art to hide herself. But a sense of unease rose within her, making her shiver as if someone was here. A faint figure appeared behind her. She turned her head to look. The female ninja nearly jumped in fright when she saw Wei Yanhao wrapped in a blanket sleeping soundly on the nearby branch. She cried out in alarm. Yanhao was awakened and asked groggily, "What is it?" She hurriedly gestured for silence, sweat pouring down. She whispered urgently, "If we make any noise, both of us will be in danger. Keep quiet." Beneath the tree, a man holding a spear searched frantically, then reported no target found. The leader ordered them to spread out and continue searching. The surroundings grew quiet again. She let out a breath of relief. Wei Yanhao pushed her away in annoyance and muttered, "Move aside a little." Realizing how close their posture was, she startled and jumped back. Yanhao sat up and scratched his head, complaining about being woken from a good sleep. Knowing she had been rude, she hurriedly bowed her head and apologized. But she warned that this place was very dangerous and suggested leaving. If discovered, even an innocent person would find it hard to escape. After speaking, she signaled to lead the way, taking responsibility for guiding him out of here. Two of them quietly walked through the gloomy forest. To break the tense atmosphere, she took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am Ximen Duolian, from the Ximen family." Yanhao replied indifferently, "I am Wei Yanhao." Duolian revealed her true identity. She belonged to the Ascending Heaven Administrative Alliance and was carrying out a mission. Yanhao immediately teased her. Duolian's face showed a trace of sadness. She said she could not prove it yet, but if they encountered those pursuing them, he would believe. Wei Yanhao frowned and asked directly, "Then who are they?" Duolian said in a low voice they were from the demonic cult. Yanhao fell into brief contemplation. He confirmed they were remnants of the demonic cult. Yanhao let out a soft sigh. This is truly troublesome. Seeing his calm attitude, Duolian angrily emphasized that this was a serious matter. But Yanhao merely raised his hand to signal, "That is not what I mean." He looked up at the night sky and said clearly, "Your acting is terrible. Since you are exposed, then show yourself." Duolian was horrified as streams of black aura suddenly enveloped the surrounding. In the silent deep forest, the hidden shadows stirred, astonished at being discovered. "He knows we are here." The group of demonic cult assassins immediately appeared. Duolian trembled and blurted out, "The demonic cult." The leader stared at Yanhao and asked suspiciously if he was from the Administrative Alliance. Yanhao remained calm and replied it had nothing to do with him. He even disliked them. Hearing that, the leader curled his lips into a sinister smile and coldly declared. He drew a sharp sword from its sheath. The blade emitted a cold, purple glow. "For the rest you can go speak with the king of hell below." Seeing Yanhao's life threatened, Duolian immediately stepped in front of him and begged to spare the innocent. She earnestly proposed an exchange. If they released him, she would tell everything she knew. Leader curled his lips and remarked that the offer did not sound bad. At the tense moment, Yanhao stuck his head out and asked in boredom if they were planning to silence him, causing Duolian to angrily scold him. The demonic cult assassins stood stunned, looking at Yanhao as if he were a madman, unable to understand what he was thinking. Ignoring the astonishment around him, his gaze turned sharp and solemn. He told himself that since he already knew they were from the demonic sect, and the demonic sect would never release anyone so easily, they must have their own trick. Yanhao smiled faintly, holding the heavy sword still wrapped in protective cloth, his deep eyes recalling that his father had once reached the immortal realm. Standing beside him, Ximon Duolian could not help but worry. She carefully watched the assassins drawing closer. The demonic sect was no ordinary group. One assassin immediately snarled a challenge, asking who his father was to dare speak so boldly. In response to the provocation, the imposing figure of a supreme master suddenly appeared behind Yanhao. Clearly declared his father's identity, Huang Dong of Nuyen Jia, bearing Qin as the middle name, Huang Dong Nuyen Jia. At the name Nuyen Qin, everyone had to show respect. The moment the renowned name echoed, the demonic sect assassins immediately changed expression, their eyes wide with fear. One of them ground his teeth and roared, so he was the son of that damned sword hero. Din Kuang charged forward, swinging his sword as he attacked and shouting that if he died he could go complain to his father below. Ximon Duolian panicked, seeing the imminent danger. Yanhao calmly parried. Even though the opponent struck with full force, he used the cloth-wrapped heavy sword to block the sharp attack in an instant. The young man's strength left the assassin stunned. With the tension, Yanhao still spoke indifferently, "I am not afraid." Layers of cloth around the sword burst apart, revealing a brilliant blue light from within. He coldly continued, "The old master's words are what I must remember." The treasured sword appeared, releasing a powerful blue sword aura that enveloped Yanhao's entire body. Surrounded on all sides, his eyes were arrogant, ready for battle. Yanhao raised the radiant sword and declared, "My sword surpasses even my father's." Beneath the silver moon atop the windy mountain peak, Than Nguyen blinked as he observed and asked, "Nguyen Ring Ha." He seemed to be the second son of the sword hero. Another master standing nearby also observed carefully, yet strangely he was unknown in the martial world. If he truly had such strength, he would have drawn attention long ago. Than Nguyen explained his mysterious past, knowing that Yanhao had once disappeared for a time and had been involved with a vile man. Perhaps during that period, he experienced something extraordinary. Achieving such martial skill was by no means easy. In the dark forest, a pair of crimson eyes silently watched every movement of Engai Dean Hao. Suddenly, the blue sword aura erupted violently, covering Yanhao's blade and emitting a domineering sound. Witnessing this scene, Ximon Duolian cried out in shock, unable to believe her eyes, feeling as if she were dreaming. Without giving the enemy time to steady themselves, Yanhao shot forward like a blue bolt of lightning in the night. Shifting sword strikes easily broke through the encirclement of the demonic sect assassin. His speed was extraordinary. One strike was the end. Yanhao moved like a phantom, swinging the heavy sword in a brilliant arc, neutralizing every attack. One assassin was struck, his face twisting under the pressure of the sword aura. Yanhao stood amid the wreckage as another man descended from above. That man gathered his strength, his twin blades slamming onto the stone surface and creating a violent burst of purple energy. Just a moment ago he was here, now he had vanished somewhere. Immediately, the sound of tearing wind came from behind. Yanhao had already approached his opponent with terrifying speed. Another man was struck and collapsed, unable to even see the opposing sword. Within the encirclement, the blue sword aura blazed brilliantly. Yanhao spun, his blade drawing a sharp arc to block the thrusting spear. He delivered a powerful slash that forced the assassin back, using his sword to deflect all coordinated attacks. Not giving the enemy time to breathe, he unleashed a fierce hooking kick. Once it connected, the opponent was finished. Bodies fell across the ground. Yanhao landed lightly, standing among the defeated. He turned his sword, the blue aura still radiating coldly. The situation shifted. The leader gritted his teeth in pain, veins bulging violently. He roared in agony as purple demonic energy began to pour from his body. Howl echoed through the forest as the demonic energy exploded fiercely. The assassins who had been knocked away rose again like corpses, as if using some forbidden revival trick. Yanhao sneered and mocked the revived men, asking how they could still stand after their tendons had been severed. Demonic sect leader was swallowed by demonic energy and said in a low voice, "It seems you have heard everything about the demonic sect from your father." Before the threat, Yanhao laughed brightly. "Fine then, If they are not severed, I will cut off your legs myself so you do not need to revive so many times. The blue sword aura clashed directly against the dense purple demonic energy of the demonic sect assassin. Teachings of his predecessors became clear in his mind, showing no mercy would prevent regret. A ruthless heart in the martial world was necessary. Wei Yanhao's gaze turned cold and sharp, comprehending the truth that in battle one should not think of sparing lives. The heavy sword swung up, carving powerful arcs, each slash drawing blood from the enemy. One assassin screamed madly and brought his sword down, but Wei Yanhao leisurely avoided it. Looking at the opponent's appearance, he calmly mocked that the sword moved as slow as a turtle. Even a life could dodge it, let alone him. Muttering softly, Wei Yanhao thought that there was no other choice. He began adjusting his sword technique along a new trajectory. Wei Yanhao relaxed, synchronizing with the battle, determined to unleash a full combo to send his opponents to the heavens, showing mercy would only harm himself. The blue sword aura swirled around him like a storm. Wei Yanhao spun, and declared that since they refused to yield they should simply follow the current. Demonic sect assassins widened their eyes as they were swept into the massive vortex of energy, unable to resist. Wei Yanhao glided within the stream of light, telling himself that with a single pass the sword would counterattack in reverse. Energy surged into a towering pillar of light, blasting away the surrounding enemies and crushing the ground. From the mountain peak, the mysterious master silently observed the devastation below. Under the force of the attack, the earth shattered, smoke and dust covered the battlefield. The demonic sect assassins were completely defeated. One assassin lay gasping among the ruins, horrified to realize he was the only survivor. Immediately, a sound came from his mouth. The poison pill was ready. Without permission, you already intend to leave the server. Quickly hand it over, forcing the pill to fly out. Wei Yanhao picked it up and examined it, clicking his tongue. These men truly dared, pulling out a tooth to hide poison inside, inwardly marveling that his father's once useless lesson was now useful. The Lian could only stand still, sweat streaming down at the overwhelming dominance of her companion. Beneath the full moon, Wei Yanhao turned and asked De Lian, "Did you not say to spare their lives?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes." The scene shifted to another estate. Zhang Yi anxiously asked if they had already left. A fat, wealthy man looked suspiciously at the ragged beggar from the Beggar sect and his companion, saying yes, that was correct, but in his judgment one was a beggar and the other did not look wealthy. Zhang Yi laughed awkwardly, saying was that so? The wealthy man asked who they were. They did not seem to be local. Zhang Yi introduced himself, saying they were not suspicious. He was Zhang Yi, the Kaifeng branch leader of the Beggar sect. Hearing the reputation of the Beggar sect, the wealthy man looked surprised. A branch leader of the Beggar sect. Why are you targeting young Master Nguyen? Zhang Yi stammered, that matter is not my doing. Immediately, Wei Shanhao stepped forward, his imposing aura overwhelming everything. I am Hao's elder brother. My name is Wei Shanhao. The wealthy man froze, sweat pouring down like rain. Did you just say you are the elder brother of young Master Wei Yanhao? Wei Shanhao firmly confirmed, yes, I am indeed his elder brother. The wealthy old man hurried away in a panic. Please wait a moment. I will invite the manor lord at once. Watching the flustered figure rush up the steps toward the main hall, Zhang Yi wondered, hey, they are only looking for me. Why invite the lord of Lin Din Manor like this? At that moment, a carriage appeared from behind. Zhang Yi's face changed, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, is that not the Hao sect and even the Kaifeng branch? Seeing his companion's excessive reaction, Wei Shanhao reminded him, they have already gone ahead to manage the Beggar sect. Can you even guess the owner of the carriage from the license plate? Impressive. Zhang Yi hurriedly explained, no, it is because that coachman belongs to the Hao sect. Wei Shanhao observed the approaching carriage thoughtfully and asked, is that so? Did the branch leader chase after us? Yes, truly a woman with a sinister heart. The carriage braked sharply in front of them, dust rising everywhere. When they clearly saw the dignified old man with silver hair and a stern beard stepping out, Wei Shanhao was stunned, his pupils contracting in shock. Father. Standing beside the old man, the woman in black smiled and asked, is that Wei Shanhao? Wei Shanhao exclaimed in surprise, hey, what are you doing here? Why have you appeared at this time? Gui Reng stood beside them, letting out a sinister chuckle. The stern old man spoke directly, we have come to find Hao, and what about you? I have also come to find Hao. Nguyen Chinha asked impatiently, then where is Dian Hao? Wei Shanhao lowered his head hesitantly, I heard he left not long ago. Hearing that his son had slipped away, the father was stunned, anger erupting. Nguyen shouted, I told you we should have come earlier. At that moment, a young man appeared, clasping his hands respectfully in greetings. I heard that you are the family of great hero Wei Yanhao. Wei Shanhao and Han looked at him. He introduced himself confidently. I am Qin Zioya, the Manor Lord of Saint Hand Manor. He smiled, his eyes filled with gratitude. Our manor once received great kindness from great hero Wei Yanhao. If we could entertain you even briefly, it would be our honor. Wei Shanhao was secretly astonished. This boy already led such a large medical hall, and he even called Wei Yanhao a great hero. Truly unbelievable. Qin Zioya warmly invited them inside. I will have a meal prepared, although Han still hesitated. Ah, how could we trouble you? But he insisted, the family of the great hero is no different from our own. Please allow me the opportunity to host you properly. Sensing a chance to learn more, Nguyen Qin Hang nodded. Very well, since you insist, let us go inside. In the grand hall, a lavish banquet of delicacies had already been prepared. Wei Zhengshuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the food, laughing loudly as he urged everyone. I said I did not want to eat, but with such fine dishes, I will have a little to please the host. In contrast, his mother sighed gloomily. I have no appetite, I wonder if Hao has eaten. Wei Shanhao quickly reassured her, Mother, do not worry. He glanced at Gui Reng and the Beggar sect representative, revealing, at this time we must mobilize both the Beggar sect and the Hao sect. First, let us eat, Mother, eat to regain your strength. Wei Shanhao's reminder made his mother sigh in agreement. Yes, my body has grown much weaker. Qin Zioya immediately jumped up in concern. You are injured, you should have said so earlier. What do you think this place is? He shouted loudly for an attendant, announcing that the mother of great hero Wei was unwell. Hearing this, the steward panicked. Heavens, I will prepare a female physician at once. But Qin Zioya shook his head firmly. An ordinary physician will not suffice. We can only invite the best physician we know. Before anyone understood his meaning, a terrified shout rang out. Wei Shanhao and Wei Zhengshuan sprang to their feet in alarm. From the main gate, a group of strangers stormed in. The silver-haired, muscular leader laughed sinisterly. Did you think you could do whatever you wanted while the captain was away, planning to clear the medical hall? Keep dreaming. Qin Zioya's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. Why are you here? The silver-haired man sneered. HMPH. I am Guo Dushan, master of the Black Branch, entrusted with watching over these youngsters. Today I will kill all of you, Ping Ding Ho Fuck. Witnessing the enemy approach, the steward trembled and cursed, damn it, but. Facing danger, the old man Han remained calm. He spoke deeply, Wei Shanhao, it is time you repaid the debt of this meal. Father and son stepped down the stairs, heading straight toward the assassins, astonishing everyone. I will handle this immediately, Wei Shanhao declared coldly as he faced the assassin. Silver-haired leader roared madly, kill them all. Immediately, a group of bronze-masked assassins charged forward with sharp claws. Nguyen Sun Hao stood tall and unmoving. He slowly drew his sword, emitting a powerful sound. One assassin rushed forward shouting, there. Wei Zhengshuan observed calmly and remarked, these crows have never witnessed your talent. Let them taste the dragon claw once to understand the festival. Wei Shanhao's eyes shone with a brilliant blue light. He swung his sword, flying dragon soaring to the heavens, unleashing the ultimate technique. A massive sword aura in the form of a blue azure dragon erupted violently, crushing all the crow-masked assassins. Wei Shanhao stood amid the radiant aura, his face calm. When the smoke cleared, the battlefield was littered only with the corpses of assassins. Witnessing such terrifying power, Qin Zioya and the others stared in shock. Han smiled faintly with pride. The silver-haired leader's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he trembled in horror. Demon-slaying night slash. Broken gate must be repaired. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the Grandmaster, the gray-haired man could only howl in pain and fear. Yes. Meanwhile, at the branch of the Ascending Heaven Orthodox Alliance, a guard rushed out in haste, astonished to see Wei Yanhao appear and asked, what brings you here? Procession Hall, branch of the Ascending Heaven Orthodox Alliance. I am Ximen Duolian, from the secret pavilion of the Ascending Heaven Orthodox Alliance. Come here quickly, authentic goods, genuine quality. Capture them alive on the spot, inspect the goods and then settle the payment. But the guard responded with an awkward expression. Well, not at the moment, we lack manpower and cannot dispatch anyone. Because of urgent news the previous generation experts have mobilized, all for the sake of a secret manual. Everyone has rushed there, as members of the Ascending Heaven Orthodox Alliance. Guard scratched his head awkwardly. That is a precious legacy left by the Sword Saint. Hearing this name, Duolian exclaimed in shock. Sword Saint? Meanwhile, Wei Yanhao yawned and asked innocently, who is the Sword Saint? The question angered Duolian. You do not even know the number one sword under heaven. Wei Yanhao remained calm, scratching his head as he replied, who is the Sword Saint? Is he more famous than today's TikTok idols? How have I never heard of him? Duolian sighed helplessly. They are renowned for establishing forces like Shaolin and Wudang. The disciples passed down through generations will endure long after their master. She gazed into the distance, her voice contemplative. Life is short, but with disciples or supporting forces, that fame can be passed down to future generations. Dalian lowered her head, her voice dropping as she continued, saying that Kaithan simply could not accomplish such a thing. Moreover, it was rumored that he had always been indifferent toward his own bloodline and clan. During that, Wei Yanhao fell into deep thought, his eyes filled with doubt. That kind of cold detachment toward one's own family felt strangely familiar. The carriage rattled along the desolate trail. Inside, Wei Yanhao lay stretched out and let out a soft sigh. Ah, fate truly enjoys toying with me. Hey, I am heading straight to Thien Chin Vu Min in Luoyang. Why does young hero Nguyen insist on following, even squeezing into my carriage? He rested his hand against his forehead and replied calmly that he had no fixed destination. Anywhere would do, and Luoyang bustling and lively was worth a visit. As for the road to Kai Than's secluded dwelling, it was far too dull. Those secret manuals meant nothing more than junk to me. I have yet to master the old martial arts, and stuffing in more will only burden my mind. Dalian looked at that carefree appearance and could only fall silent, so that was the reason. Dusk descended, crimson light blanketing the carriage. Dalian said that night had fallen and they should stop to rest. Wei Yanhao was too lazy to argue and simply agreed. By the crackling fire in the night, Dalian asked about his background. You are from the Nguyen family of Guangdong, correct? Wei Yanhao nodded. Yes, then what is demon-slaying sword Wei Shanhao to you? He replied evenly that he is my perfect elder brother. Who else could it be? That Dalian's attitude changed at once, so he was the younger brother of Wei Yanhao from Shaolin. Wei Yanhao asked in surprise if she knew his brother. Dalian smiled brightly and said they were fellow disciples. So you are acquainted with my brother, from now on call me elder sister. This relationship seems worthwhile. Dalian burst into hearty laughter. That is right, little brother. Then took the chance to complain coquettishly that she had been driving the carriage all day and was covered in dust. The bumpy road left her back aching. Yanhao showed not the slightest softness and snapped that if you are tired then go to sleep. Why complain to me? Then he slammed the carriage door shut and coldly said, from now on I will not speak, rest. Dalian stood frozen in the night, her face red with anger, gritting her teeth and muttering that hateful name. Even so, staring into the firelight, she secretly admired his brother. Wei Shanhao truly bore the demeanor of a gentleman. Lost in thought, a figure appeared behind her, startling Dalian. A deep voice sounded beside her ear. Please forgive us. Please do not be overly wary. We have lost our way in the mountains. In the dark of night, 3 cloaked figures with hoods stepped forward. One of them pleaded that if it is not too presumptuous, may we take shelter for the night. Seeing that Dalian remained cautious, another suggested they state their identities first. The leader nodded in agreement. That man slowly lifted his hood, revealing a middle-aged face with a mustache, introducing himself as Zhu Xiang of Mok Nguyen Mon in Than Chao, apologizing for the disturbance as they were pursuing a devil. Lian frowned slightly. She had heard of this sect. It turned out to be lay disciples of Wudang. To test him, she tactfully inquired about a person within the sect. Zhu Xiang immediately replied that there was no one in their sect bearing that surname. Confirming they were of the righteous path, the Lian relaxed. Genuine Wudang lineage indeed, answering so succinctly could not be an impostor. She invited them to warm themselves by the fire. By the blazing fire, Zhu Xiang asked if the young lady often slept outdoors like this, or was she also pursuing the devil. Dalian shook her head and said they had simply been caught by nightfall on the road. Zhu Xiang gravely reminded her that the mountains were very dangerous at night. Recalling his words, Dalian asked who the devil he mentioned was. Zhu Xiang's expression turned serious, for a depraved fiend was on the run. Dalian exclaimed in shock, a lust demon. In this day and age such twisted scum still run rampant. Zhu Xiang nodded. Perhaps she had heard. It was the lustful scholar who had once brought infamy across Asia years ago. Suddenly a terrifying surge of killing intent erupted, causing Zhu Xiang's eyes to widen in horror. The disciples of Mok Nguyen Mon immediately drew their swords, taking defensive stances under the crushing pressure. Behind came a frigid voice that made everyone shudder. Who did you just mention? Wei Yanhao appeared with a razor-sharp smile, hair veiling half his face. He leaned in and said, repeat that name. Merely hearing it makes me want to erase him from existence. That name was like a spark igniting buried memories of anguish. In Dean Hao's mind appeared the scene of corpses scattered beneath a withered tree. On the chest of one body was a scar in the shape of a vivid red flower, bleeding like an evil mark. Killing intent exploded. A blazing orange aura enveloped Wei Yanhao, eyes bloodshot, face twisted with fury. He tore through the night with a roar, lustful scholar. Back then the young Wei Yanhao could only choke back sobs amid the ruins. His momentum surged again violently. A radiant light like infernal fire surrounded him, eyes crimson. He roared with boundless hatred, lustful scholar. 5 years had passed, yet Dean Hao still could not forget that depraved fiend. He ground his teeth, fists trembling as he clenched them. If not for him, none of this devastation would have happened. Wei Yanhao glared at Zhuo Xiang, his face brimming with killing intent. Speak quickly, where is he? Let me see how tough his life truly is. Under the overwhelming pressure, Zhuo Xiang stammered that he did not know, only that he was heading toward Thap Ha and must be somewhere nearby. Without hesitation, Dean Hao coldly said they would depart at once and turned to leave, leaving stunned gazes behind. The Lian hurried after him to stop him, saying it was night, but Wei Yanhao asked what of it, can one not travel at night? She pleaded that the darkness was very dangerous. He cracked his knuckles and growled that right now I am more terrifying than this forest. Anyone who blocks my path will bear the consequences. In a dark corner of the forest, the one Dean Hao sought was gasping for breath, clutching his wounded body, grinding his teeth in curses, wondering when everything had gone wrong. That man recalled his former life of luxury with fine wine and gold, thinking that while he had been living peacefully, he chose to step into the martial world and now suffered the consequences. Trading the lust demon palm's secret technique for a hefty sum had once seemed a profitable deal in his eye. Back then all had been smooth, but looking at his blood-stained hands and fresh wounds, he bitterly understood that his whereabouts being exposed was only a matter of time. Who would have thought the secret manual in the Sword Emperor's relic would be discovered, drawing martial artists like a swarm? He tightened his grip on the ancient tome, eyes filled with resentment. Just you wait, thinking that mastering the secret manual lets you dominate the world, retribution has already come knocking. A sinister smile crept onto his lip. A heavy footstep pressed into the ground, a cold female voice shattered the silence. And you can still laugh now. Amid falling petals, the elegant heroine in white and pink spoke. I am the second-generation disciple of ManhwaCapped sect Li Zuhua. She narrowed her eyes at him, her sword gleaming with cold light. Remember my name so you know who will send you to the underworld. The mention of death, the lust demon feigned innocence, asking the Yellow Springs, is that meant for me? What crime have I committed? That shameless attitude made Li Zuhua shout silence. Even dying 100 times would not atone for your sin. Not giving him a chance to speak further, she lunged forward, declaring that today I will personally punish you. Yet that man merely curled his lips in disdain, saying a ManhwaCapped girl is nothing special. Be careful or I will turn the tables. Li Zuhua immediately unleashed Plum Blossom sword technique. Sword energy erupted, forming plum blossoms of energy that blanketed the space. But the lust demon showed no fear, roaring in scorn that flowery swordplay is useless. Let me teach you properly. He circulated his evil art, his palm shrouded in eerie pink-green light. Those half-formed plum blossoms crumbled before his twisted desire. With his sinister moves, he struck repeatedly, shattering each energy petal of Zuhua. Explosions echoed through the forest. Under the overwhelming power, Li Zuhua was completely outmatched. She was blasted backward, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Pain spread throughout her body. She realized in horror that her internal organs were violently shaken. Just a naive girl, and you dare look down on me. He slowly approached, eyes clouded with wicked intent, uttering filth that tonight I will show you what true pleasure is. Zuhua clutched her chest where the red flower scar emitted sinister energy that numbed her body. In despair she thought she could not move, inwardly calling for her master. As his filthy hand was about to touch Zuhua's chin, suddenly a strange laugh echoed, tearing through the air. Eiku Enhak halted, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at the newcomer with powerful spiritual aura. Wei Yanhao paid no heed to the opponent's presence, tilting his head as he asked directly, you are the lust demon scholar Eiku Enhak, correct? The lust demon clicked his tongue, recognizing his pursuer, yet remained arrogant. A brat still reeking of milk like you seeks death for empty fame. Yes, I am Eiku Enhak, what do you want? Faced with that provocation, Wei Yanhao suddenly burst into wild, arrogant laughter, laughing so hard that even he nearly staggered. Without the slightest hesitation, he dashed forward at astonishing speed, leaving behind faint afterimages. Eiku Enhak cried out in horror about shifting shadows when he saw his opponent flicker in and out of sight, then suddenly appear beside his ear and mock that I am right here. Startled yet old hat. Panicked, that depraved fiend gathered all his inner power into his palm. Dark purple demonic energy erupted as he roared with killing intent. Ayat Hoa weakly looked toward Wei Yanhao, fear rising in her heart that another person would fall beneath the villain's hands. Wei Yanhao's entire body was enveloped in radiant azure sword energy. He charged so fast that Tae Ku Enhak could only widen his eyes in terror. A punch like a crashing thunderbolt struck straight into his face, twisting it under the weight of inner force. Tae Ku Enhak was blasted away, crashing into several ancient trees before falling to the ground. Ayat Hoa stood frozen by the overwhelming strength of the young man. In the distance, Tae Ku Enhak staggered to his feet, coughing violently. Wei Yanhao stood tall and laughed loudly. Now that is more like it. Get up again. Just a few punches and you already want to collapse so soon. His eyes were still filled with killing intent. Resentment surged within him. Streams of light flared fiercely. All of this was caused by you. Seeing him approach, Tae Ku Enhak frantically begged for mercy, but the only reply was Wei Yanhao's furious shout. He swung his arm and delivered another heavy blow onto the villain. A loud explosion rang out as Tae Ku Enhak was once again sent flying into the rubble. Wei Yanhao looked at his own hands and muttered that it was still not enough. Something was still missing. He swept his gaze across the forest. It could not end so blandly. Then his eyes flashed, found it. Over the past 5 years he had realized a truth. Fists grow tired, but using stones for support is both easier and more effective. With a crazed smile, Wei Yanhao clenched 2 stones tightly, as if preparing to turn them into a nightmare. Dry thudding sounds echoed through the deep forest as Ximen Duolian and the disciples of Mok Nuyen Mon hurried over. He stood stunned and cried out, "What is happening?" In the middle of the circle, Wei Yanhao kept relentlessly smashing stones down onto Tae Ku Enhak. Lin quickly hugged him tightly from behind and shouted, "Stop. If you continue, something serious will happen." Thinking of all the humiliation he had suffered because of that depraved fiend, he only wanted to vent all his fury. De Lien held him firmly and asked to confirm whether that man was the lecherous scholar. Wei Yanhao replied that it was indeed him. Tae Ku Enhak's face was swollen and distorted beyond recognition. Everyone shuddered. Ta Huang advised escorting him to Chin Vo Min. Wei Yanhao clicked his tongue and withdrew his killing intent in agreement. By the campfire, the atmosphere remained heavy. Someone remarked in disbelief that he had been beaten to such a state. Li Zuhua collapsed to her knees, her face pale. Lian anxiously asked about her condition. Wei Yanhao stepped forward, his gaze turning stern as he coldly demanded that she extend her wrist for inspection. Though Tayat Hoa tried to say she was fine, he firmly insisted on seeing her hand first. He grasped her wrist to examine it, then warned that if her qi and blood were not regulated immediately, there would be long-term consequences. Lian was astonished to realize he also understood medical arts, but Wei Yanhao pondered and admitted it was not his specialty. That indifferent remark made Tayat Hoa panic, as she asked what he meant by not important. By the campfire, Wei Yanhao calmly said she might lose her martial arts, his light tone leaving both of them stunned. Tayat Hoa paled and asked if there was any way to remedy it. Wei Yanhao scratched his cheek and said it could be treated, but he would have to directly channel force into her danshan, as he did not carry acupuncture needle. Hearing that, Tayat Hoa flushed red, her heart in turmoil. This was a sensitive matter, so she had to decide for herself. After an inner struggle between shyness and the fear of losing her martial arts, she knew she had no other choice. In the end, she softly begged for help, lifted her garment to reveal her danshan area, and asked him to treat her. A sudden surge of pain struck, making her cry out. Wei Yanhao immediately stepped closer and said there could be no more delay. His hand emitted gentle blue spiritual energy as it rested upon the red flower-shaped wound on her abdomen. He mobilized all his inner force, blue radiance enveloping both of them. Tayat Hoa arched her neck and cried out as she felt the surging current of power. Wei Yanhao sternly told her to focus, otherwise both of them would be in trouble. After a long while, he withdrew his power and announced it was done. The wound had disappeared. Tayat Hoa panted and lay on the ground, still in shock. Wei Yanhao leaned back under the moon and told her to rest and avoid strenuous movement. Tayat Hoa adjusted her clothes, blushing as she softly replied yes. Next morning, De Lien groaned from fatigue, while the depraved fiend was tightly bound like a rice cake and lay in a corner. Tayat Hoa put on a blue robe. De Dian asked whether her sleeping place had been comfortable. She smiled and replied it was very good. Dian observed her complexion and reminded her that she was still injured and must be cautious. A deep, resonant voice rang out in reproach, "If it hurts like this, how will you ever improve?" A man with an imposing bearing dressed in red and green robes stepped forward and asked if that was so. Upon seeing him, Tayat Hoa and De Lien hurriedly bowed respectfully and greeted Master. Dian was astonished to realize it was Mai Hoa Kim, Hui Kung Vu Tran. The Lian introduced herself. Kung Vu Tran asked what relation she had with Tay Mon Thien though. She replied that he was her father. The senior then asked whether she had saved my disciple. She quickly denied it. Kung Vu Tran asked in a low voice, then who saved my disciple? Elsewhere, a young man rushed into a room and shouted that it had been found. The news was even faster than Ha-O Mo. Wei Shanhao calmly sipped his tea and reminded him not to overreact. The subordinate replied that they had found the young master's whereabouts. Wei Zhengxuan kicked the door open and barged in, asking where Hao was. Subordinate reported that someone had seen a man resembling Wei Yanhao in Tan Duong City. Wei Shanhao remained calm and continued drinking tea. Wei Zhengxuan anxiously asked again, then shouted to depart immediately for Tan Duong to find him. In the tranquil space, a graceful young woman stepped forward and respectfully offered her greeting. This humble girl seeks permission to pay respects to the benefactor's family. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, she introduced herself as Tran Du Lan, a disciple of the Holy Healer clan. Wei Zhengxuan hurriedly returned the courtesy. It is an honor to meet Miss Tran, yet the word benefactor she mentioned left him puzzled. Du Lan explained emotionally, my brother saved my sister once and now he has saved her again, so I came personally to express my gratitude. Hearing this, Madame Wei Zhengxuan's eyes lit up while the old man could only break into a cold sweat, quickly asking, very well, then what brings you here, miss? This humble girl has come to examine Madame's illness, hoping to repay the kindness with my modest ability. Seeing that she was both beautiful and virtuous, Wei Shanhao's mother instantly switched to matchmaking mode, smiling gently as she asked, it is such a pity that someone born like you has not yet found a sweetheart. What do you think of my son? Would you like to marry into the Wei family right away? Under this assault, Du Lan blushed and stammered her assent. This scene left Wei Zhengxuan and Wei Shanhao exclaiming that it was truly terrifying. Elsewhere, Plum Blossom Sword Ghost Kung Vu Chan slowly surveyed the desolate battlefield, inwardly remarking on the astonishing strength of the stranger. With only one move, that man had defeated an enemy even Lai Zuhua could not withstand. Looking at the bound pervert sprawled on the ground, he thought to himself that given the situation, even if he did not wish to believe it, he had to acknowledge that power. Kung Vu Chan turned to his disciple and sternly asked if she had been too careless. Li Zuhua lowered her head and admitted she had not been negligent yet still could not resist. It seemed the pervert possessed profound martial arts. Seeing her master's concern, she replied that this disciple was fine, but immediately received a sharp reminder that losing to a stronger opponent was no excuse, and she must fight with all her strength. He looked at Zuhua and reproached her, saying that if she had failed at his hands, she could at least be praised for trying her best, but to be utterly defeated and wait for rescue was unacceptable. I cannot tolerate such humiliation from my disciple. Return to Mount Hua and face the wall at once. The harsh words left Li Zuhua only able to bow and reply, yes, master. After dismissing her, Kung Vu Chan silently muttered that he would let the matter rest for now. Then he walked toward the carriage, his heart full of curiosity. Let me see the appearance of the benefactor who saved my beloved disciple. Standing outside the carriage, Kung Vu Chan asked if he was awake, but received no reply. However, instead of a lofty master, Wei Yanhao tumbled out in an unsightly posture, groaning that it was noisy so early in the morning and no one was allowed to sleep. Kung Vu Chan looked at Hao scratching his leg noisily and tried to restrain his anger, telling himself that waking up irritable was normal. This was the man who had saved a life. He must be patient. The veins on his forehead twitched, yet he remained gentle and said he had heard of the young hero saving his disciple. Yanhao lay sprawled and blankly asked which disciple of his he had saved. Kung Vu Chan pointed at Li Zuhua, who was kneeling, and introduced that she was his disciple and had come to offer thanks. Oh, so it was her he saved. He said he understood and would go back to sleep. After speaking, Hao slammed the carriage door shut, utterly indifferent. This act of disdain made Kung Vu Chan's face flush red as veins bulged, and he called out, young man. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Kung Vu Chan. It blasted away the surrounding grass and trees. Li Zuhua and the female heroes struggled to dodge. He said that since he intended to give thanks, the young man should at least show some courtesy. As for Hao, he was surely done sleeping in. Under the pressure, Wei Yanhao stuck his head out with a sleepy face and said that the thanks were settled. Speak quickly so he could continue sleeping because he was very drowsy. Kung Vu Chan stood proudly and declared his gratitude for saving his disciple. If it was not improper, may he ask the name of the young hero's master. Wei Yanhao tied up his messy hair and replied indifferently that even if he said it, the elder would not know who it was. Kung Vu Chan boasted that his knowledge was not shallow. Wei Yanhao remained seated and replied casually that the elder still would not know. Kung Fu Chan lost patience and pressed him. Wei Yanhao explained that he had already said the elder would not know. Being looked down upon, Kung Fu Chan's face hardened and his gaze turned challenging. If so, he could only use his own eyes to verify the young man's martial arts. Surely he was confident enough to exchange a few moves. Seeing her master lose control, Li Zuhua hurried forward in panic to stop him, saying that doing so would be discourteous. You dare lecture me about propriety. Li Zuhua fearfully knelt and begged forgiveness, yet said that fighting without cause went against righteousness. Kung Fu Chan stood tall as brilliant plum blossom spiritual energy swirled around him. He stated his reason for fighting, that he bore the honor of Mount Hua, between her gratitude and his honor which weighed more. He glanced at Hao disdainfully and added, if he liked to show off before the various sects then so be it, but daring to treat my master as a nobody was an insult. His anger soared as he roared that being looked down upon by a country bumpkin meant Mount Hua was humiliated as well, and she should be silent. Li Zuhua turned pale. Her master would never yield. This was bad. At this rate young Master Wei would. Seeing Zuhua worried, Ximen Duolian stepped forward to reassure her, saying not to worry too much. Her master might want to provoke trouble, but if the other side refused, he could not force it. Threatening a benefactor while indebted was impossible. She smiled and affirmed there was no need to worry about young hero Nguyen. A lazy man like him would never accept a challenge. Yet in Wei Yanhao's heart, his master's words echoed, endure when provoked, but if someone touched the master's reputation they would be punished at once. Wei Yanhao slowly stood up, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Azure sword energy erupted violently. The majestic image of a blue dragon appeared behind Hao, along with the soul of his legendary master. Wei Yanhao looked at Kung Fu Chan with blazing eyes, recalling his master's final words to show him true power. Remembering a previous conversation, the old man had angrily asked his lazy disciple whether he took his words to heart. He languidly replied that what competing with sword seniors had to do with him, refusing would suffice. The evasive answer enraged his master, who roared as purple spiritual energy flared. Hao changed his attitude and replied that he would act according to his will. But to me, anyone bold enough to test my sword, anyone who dares to provoke it will remember it to their bones. In reality, Hao smiled wickedly. Normally he was truly lazy. But when it came to his master's words and a challenger, I was always obedient. Seeing this, Kung Fu Chan snorted softly and said it sounded impressive. Did that mean he wished to challenge him? Wei Yanhao stood straight and affirmed that was correct. Kung Fu Chan laughed excitedly and drew his sword. Another challenge. At his age he still had to spar with a junior. He accepted right here. Who are you? Wei Yanhao stepped forward and introduced himself as Wei Yanhao of Guangdong Wei. Upon hearing this, Kung Fu Chan was surprised, so he was the righteous sword's son. He calculated that dealing with the boy first would lure the old man out. Are you prepared, brat? Hao raised 2 fingers calmly and said the senior was mistaken about 2 things. First, he did not use the Guangdong Nguyen family sword art, so even if he won it would be unrelated. Second, if he lost, the old man would only laugh and would not seek revenge. As Hao spoke, he advanced and curled his lips, saying there was one more thing. Kung Fu Chan coldly replied to speak. He was listening. Hao looked at the sword radiating blue light and said in a low voice that among countless sword forms, radiant sword stood supreme, only it was the true path. He glanced at his opponent and said that though lacking, the senior should be careful. When the sword went to work, he should guard himself well. Not wasting time, Kung Fu Chan roared that the challenger should make the first move. 2 swords clashed, creating a powerful shockwave that tore through the night. Kung Fu Chan used an ultimate technique to move with extreme speed, yet despite such phantom-like movement, he still had not even touched his clothes, which showed some immaturity. Kung Fu Chan launched relentless attacks and smugly declared his moves formidable, yet at this level he could only defend so much. Blocking the dangerous sword path, Hao inwardly marveled that his master was still so unfathomable. A surge of azure sword energy burst forth fiercely. It forced Kung Fu Chan back. The senior wiped his sweat and nodded, saying the young man was talented and worthy of pride. At his age it was hard to find an equal. Wei Yanhao said calmly that the elder was also quite skilled. Those words pierced Mount Hua's pride. Kung Fu Chan roared in fury, I praised you with a word yet you are so tense. You said you wanted to sleep early but insist on this exhausting display. Remember, you are only a frog at the bottom of a well. A blazing red surge of internal energy erupted, engulfing Kung Fu Chan's entire body. He charged forward like a whirlwind, his sword spiraling with radiant energy and hundreds of plum blossom petals carrying terrifying killing intent. Simon Duolian and Li Zuhua were stunned, eyes wide in horror at the immense power gathering. The Lian could only utter, that is. Crimson sphere of light radiated dreadful might, blanketing the entire mountain forest. Kung Fu Chan focused absolutely, unstoppable force surging, the old senior's face turned solemn. Amid the plum petals swept along by internal energy, he poured all his inner power into the sword. Kung Fu Chan unleashed the 24 forms of plum blossom, his blade generating a storm of pink energy, spiraling deep with overwhelming might. The move plum blossom scattering appeared instantly. Countless phantom plum blossoms surrounded Wei Yanhao from every direction. Stood firm at the eye of the storm, green spiritual power bursting forth, clashing against the opponent's pink aura, surging straight toward him as if to crush everything around. Facing the destructive strike, he remained calm, green light from his aura reflected in his sharp eyes as he observed every movement of the energy. Wei Yanhao suddenly swung his sword, a massive surge of green spiritual power slashed upward, spectacularly tearing apart the encircling plum blossom whirlwind. In midair, he used a razor-sharp sword path to shatter each of Kung Fu Chan's energy blossoms into glittering fragments of light. Seeing his ultimate technique broken so easily, Kung Fu Chan was stunned, sweat pouring down, pupils shrinking in terror as he muttered, "Unbelievable, have I truly been defeated?" Wei Yanhao gathered all his inner strength for the next strike, the green aura exploding fiercely and enveloping his body. Sensing mortal danger from the sword move, Kung Fu Chan gritted his teeth to block it at once, pouring all his power into plum blossom radiant burst. A burst of blue sword energy erupted, blowing away the dazzling plum petals and leaving violently trembling space behind. When the dust and spiritual power cleared, Kung Fu Chan collapsed amid the falling petals, panting, his face revealing shock and exhaustion. Trembling, he raised a hand to his chest, feeling his heart still beating. Seeing that scene, Li Zuhua cried out in alarm, "Master." Drenched in sweat, eyes wide, Kung Fu Chan felt Wei Yanhao's sword tip at his throat, stopping just in time, radiating cold intent. Wei Yanhao stood upright, calmly looking at the defeated man as if no battle had ever occurred. Meanwhile, at the strategist's residence of Sung Thien Chin Vo Min, the atmosphere was heavy with scheme. A secret discussion unfolded among the sharpest minds, Triu Haiyan pondering the tomb that appeared after 300 years, worry filling his eyes. He arranged the unusual events in the martial world, the imperial sword relic emerging as bandits ran rampant, along with rumors of the Sichuan treasure. Strategists' gaze sharpened, questioning whether everything was coincidence or someone's plot. Triu Haiyan asked his subordinate about intelligence updates, how the network was operating, whether the Beggar sect and Hao Muon had any news. The subordinate reported respectfully. Triu Haiyan worried, only Tin Duong and Tu Zion had information while other regions were blank, a dangerous move hard to counter. Jiakat Thien Ko, another strategist, wondered, at this point just spread the news to the world and it will be settled. He sighed, looking at the empty regions on the map. The real concern lay in the unknown places. He only hoped matters would not worsen, ordered strict monitoring of every movement no matter how small. In the quiet deep forest, the carriage convoy moved steadily. Plum Blossom Sword Demon Kung Fu Chan lectured on martial arts, advising to go outside, breathe the air and contemplate cultivation. Reminded the young heroes not to waste time, to calculate every hour of training meticulously. Hearing that, he closed his eyes and endured, thinking it was troublesome that the old man still followed closely despite defeat, unable to strike because he understood his father. Amid the tension, a strange voice rang out ahead. Wei Yanhao opened his eyes suspiciously. A group in martial academy uniforms blocked the convoy. Simon Duolian recognized them as disciples of Time Long Martial Academy, surprised at their presence. A young man bowed and introduced himself as Thuong Quan Hong of Time Long Martial Academy. Lian recalled the opponent's great reputation, replying modestly, just a few rumors. She grew serious, asking why academy disciples could roam freely outside. If it was not the appointed time, it was a violation. Without proper explanation, it would be considered desertion. Thuong Quan Hong hurried to explain, the Nusun area was in danger, reinforcements were delayed, the elite disciple group came for emergency rescue. Lian nodded. If disciples had reached such real combat level, surpassing the Tam Long Nhi Feng duo, asking after the senior's health, the old man still trained the disciple. Thuong Quan Hong sighed, lamenting being compared to the previous senior brother, the master pressing him to strive harder. The Lion sighed in sympathy. Stop complaining. If someone must be blamed, then blame the demon-slaying sword. Wei Shanhao appeared like a monument, a top expert of the new generation. Yuan Quan Hong admitted comparisons were common, as Wei Shanhao was the most outstanding of time-long martial academy. His eyes were resolute, determined to seize Wei Shanhao's top server position. The Lion smiled, encouraging such admirable determination and wishing him success. At that moment, a mocking laugh from he startled De Lion. Yuan Quan Hong's expression changed, sharp eyes staring at the carriage. Simon Duolian quickly laughed it off, asking about Senior Thuong Quan Trung Dao's health to divert attention. Yuan Quan Hong asked in surprise, "Miss knows my grandfather?" De Lion nodded. "I once met the senior before, as he is a renowned figure." Looking at the 5 young faces of Time Long, De Lion inwardly marveled that these youths were interesting. They were Dao Long, Bang Dao Han, Qian Long, Van Hiu, Kim Long, Xuan Quan Han, along with 2 heroines Nam Han Hu and Vo Fu Trung Mila. De Lion admitted their strength had far surpassed hers, before she lacked confidence to speak with them. She found the current scene strange, as she took the initiative to greet them. De Lion thought to herself, this change was thanks to that person. Everyone sat to dine. The old senior laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, seeing the younger martial generation, the humble youths waved their hands. We are ordinary. While eating, the young man looked toward the nearby carriage, worriedly reminding he should wake and eat some rice. Hearing that, old Kung Fu Chan burst out laughing, stopping him. Let him sleep peacefully for the world's peace. Before the old man's strange attitude, the young man scratched his head awkwardly, understood, sorry, but wondered who that person was, some eccentric master. Trung Mila stood up abruptly, declaring, I have a few words to express. Kung Fu Chan looked at the young girl and asked softly, are you the martial phoenix? Speak freely. Trung Mila looked straight at the senior, eyes resolute, hearing the unrivaled Hua Sun sword art, requesting the chance to learn directly. Nodding in praise of the martial phoenix bearing, he declined tactfully as Li Zuhua had not recovered, promising another occasion. Trung Milo immediately corrected, gaze shifting to the carriage, not intending to fight someone recovering. The Hua Sun expert lies inside. The words left Kung Fu Chan stunned, sweat streaming down his face. Those around were also shocked. Yuan Quan Hong shouted, hey, are you crazy, trying to drag out a monster and log out together? Kung Fu Chan narrowed his eyes, a challenging smile forming. Miss wishes to challenge me. Zhang Meili immediately bowed respectfully. I would not dare be insolent. I only hope Senior will offer a few more pointers to improve my martial skills. The Hueshan Senior laughed heartily, his sleeves fluttering as he rose. Ho ho, I heard Wu Feng is obsessed with martial arts and full of ambition. It seems the rumors are true. I admire that spirit, but since you wish to spar with me, have you prepared yourself for a fierce battle? Without hesitation, Zhang Meili bowed again and said firmly, if I can fall upon the path of martial cultivation, then this life will be complete, Senior. Seeing such resolve, Gong Yuzhen withdrew his smile and said in a low voice, very well, let us move to a more open space before we begin. In the clearing, Gong Yuzhen placed his hand on the sword hilt with pride and declared he would show her what Hueshan swordsmanship truly was. He looked straight at Zhang Meili and reminded her coldly to take good care of herself. Under that pressure, Zhang Meili calmly drew her gleaming sword from its sheath and replied confidently, this junior's sword is not dull either. Watching from afar, Duolian asked worriedly if they should stop it. Li Zuhua sighed. From Master's eyes it was clear he was very serious. Duolian observed that her master was not one to heed advice, even if he tried to appear gentle before young hero Nguyen. The nature of the plum blossom sword demon was hard to change. Duolian's gaze darkened. She thought to herself that to stop this match there was likely only one way. Seeing Shang Yuan Hong about to intervene, Duolian quickly held him back and softly apologized first. At Hong's surprised look, she explained that Wu Feng was too obsessed with martial arts, no one could easily stop her. Gong Yuzhen gestured boldly, make your move first, I will grant the junior the first 3 moves. Zhang Meili curled her lips slightly, 3 moves truly. Immediately she swung her sword, creating brilliant streaks of blue light, yet she only slashed at the empty air before her. Gong Yuzhen froze, his face flashing with displeasure and surprise. What trick are you playing? Zhang Meili sheathed her sword calmly and looked at the senior. 3 moves are done, now let us be serious. Teased by a junior in front of so many people, Gong Yuzhen flushed red and laughed in anger. You are bold to dare treat me so lightly. Crimson's spiritual power surged around him as he roared. I had intended to show mercy, but forget it. I will let you understand why Hueshan swordsmanship inspires fear. Seeing Master release such fierce pressure, Li Zuhua rushed forward in panic and shouted he would not hold back. We must stop him at once. Duolian glanced toward the carriage, realizing the situation was beyond control. At this moment perhaps only Wei Yanhao could persuade him. As the killing intent rose to its peak, Wei Yanhao suddenly appeared atop the carriage, frowning as he shouted loudly, "It is too noisy, can you let me sleep in peace, stop making a scene." Gong Yuzhen immediately withdrew his aura and forced a smile. Young master is awake, his attitude turning respectful at once. Those around were left speechless in shock at the sight. In the sick room, Physician Zhen was giving careful instruction, at least 3 days. Absolute rest is required, avoid strenuous activity. The listener respectfully replied, "Understood, Physician Zhen." After finishing his instructions, the physician nodded, "Then I shall take my leave." Madame Wei Zhengshuan whispered to her husband, "That young lady is quite pretty." Zhengshuan smiled ingratiatingly, "In my eyes only you are the most beautiful." Madame waved it off, "If we could marry that girl into our family as a daughter-in-law, our house would be blessed." Zhengshuan scratched his head and admitted she indeed had outstanding looks. Madame worried that such a young lady staying in this poor place was truly concerning. "I understand your worry, yet I still feel uneasy." Zhengshuan reassured her, "Do not worry, she has Hueshan people protecting her. Moreover, I heard Yanhao is handling the arrangements, that boy has some commendable points." Madame exclaimed, "Heavens, that lazy boy willing to help a strange girl, he must have intention. I support it, but he must also know his own limits." Wei Zhengshuan muttered, "You mean he must measure himself." Then he said bluntly, "That young lady is far too outstanding to stand beside Yanhao. It would be like placing a precious jade among scrap." The remark angered Madame. She snapped at him, asking who he was calling scrap. Elsewhere, the Plum Blossom Sword Demon argued, "It was not my fault. That young lady insisted on the match." Young hero Nguyen defended that she took the initiative. Just then the sword fell to the ground with a dry clang, making Wei Yanhao pause. He narrowed his eyes at the unfamiliar girl, wondering who she was to call his name. He stepped forward and asked if young hero was Nguyen Dianhao. "I am Wei Yanhao," he had just finished speaking. A sharp slap rang out. The girl suddenly delivered him a resounding slap. The force made him spin around before falling heavily to the ground. Everyone around stared in stunned disbelief. Yanhao clutched his burning cheek and jumped up to protest. "Why hit someone out of nowhere? I do not even know who you are." He angrily said that if he truly made a move, she would not be able to endure it. But then he halted when he saw the girl burst into tears. Through her tears she reproached him, "Do you know how hard it was for me to find you? Or have you been hiding until now?" drawing strange looks from everyone. Wei Yanhao hurried to explain, "Do not look at me like that, I truly have never met her." Suddenly the girl broke into loud sobs. Wei Yanhao stood frozen as old memories flooded back. The image of a little girl crying her heart out, "Brother, do not abandon me." His eyes widened in realization. The girl threw herself into his arms. Yanhao cried out in shock, "Ziu Lion, is it you?" He buried her head in his chest, sobbing, "It truly is me." She asked if he knew how hard the family searched for him. Where had he been all this time? Yanhao stammered, "Are you truly Ziu Lion?" Ziu Lion cried as she lightly pounded his chest, "Do you not even recognize me anymore?" Sitting together after 5 years apart, Yanhao looked at how much she had grown and thought how greatly she had changed, almost beyond recognition. He asked why she used another name. Ziu Lion lowered her head and said it was because of eldest brother. His reputation was great, so it was inconvenient to reveal her identity. Eldest brother instructed that if she wished to focus on martial training, she should not make her background public. Hearing that, Yanhao sneered, "Even eldest brother uses an alias to hide now." Ziu Lion pinched his hand and scolded him, "Do you know how hard father, mother, and eldest brother searched for you?" Wei Yanhao gave a faint smile, his gaze distant. "I once faced malevolent spirits." Ziu Lion was stunned. "It is a long story, let us go inside and talk." Shang Yuan Hong and the Martial Academy disciples stood dumbfounded in shock. They could not believe it. Normally she was cold, yet now she cried like a child. Murmurs rose, "She is Wei Ziyulian, the younger sister of demon-slaying sword Wei Shanhao. No wonder at such a young age her strength is already formidable." Eyes turned toward Yanhao again, so he is also the younger brother of Wei Shanhao. No one had ever heard of it before. At the banquet table, the atmosphere was lively yet made Yanhao feel pressure. Ziu Lion kept placing food into his bowl, telling him to eat more of this and that. Ziu Lion looked at him with heartache. "You have grown so thin, if the family saw this they would be distressed." Yanhao blinked in confusion, truly. She teased that in the past he was much rounder. Shang Yuan Hong sitting beside them had sweat beading on his forehead, wondering if all members of the Wei family were so enthusiastic. Yanhao chewed while thinking he had endured many hardships, yet Ziu Lion still kept urging him to eat more meat. Meanwhile, those around were still deeply pondering the astonishing strength of the Engai family. It turned out the martial phoenix was the third young lady of the Engai clan from Guangdong. Thus, after the righteous hero sword, the family produced both the demon-slaying sword and the martial phoenix, sparking curiosity about this mysterious clan, whether Guangdong had a spiritual vein at its gates or a spring of pure spiritual energy like marrow. However, the Nguyen family was truly extraordinary, all superhumans. Wei Yanhao looked like an armored account. He chewed while thinking, the fame of the Guangdong Nguyen family would soon shake the world. Tu Lian looked at her brother suspiciously, then turned to ask the senior. Eldest brother still has hope, but second brother only lies at home waiting for fortune, so lazy, she emphasized. Elder brother never liked going outside. Kung Fu Chan burst into laughter. Ha ha, you simply do not understand yet, the old man thought. Ah, I had not considered that. He turned to Wei Yanhao and pressed, truly so lazy, yet you traveled all the way to Luoyang. Wei Yanhao replied calmly, Master told me to experience the martial world to reduce laziness. If I stayed home forever I would have turned into a mushroom. Only through direct experience can one grasp the truth of martial arts. Hearing this, Kung Fu Chan was delighted to the point of tears, cold sweat streaming down. He smiled faintly and nodded in approval. Exactly, the essence of martial cultivation lies in practical experience. Remaining within the sect brings no progress. Immediately, Kung Fu Chan sat cross-legged and began regulating his breathing. Noticing their master entering a crucial stage, a disciple hurriedly commanded, everyone quickly protect the Dharma. Absolutely do not allow outsiders to approach. The room instantly entered a state of high alert. The disciples surrounded and protected the senior. Tu Lian wondered why they acted this way. Wei Yanhao pulled his sister back and signaled her to stay away to avoid being implicated. A blazing pink spiritual aura erupted around Kung Fu Chan. Dazzling light radiated from his eyes as he reached a new realm. Tremendous energy explosion resounded everywhere. As the dust cleared, the senior revealed a completely different presence. Disciples knelt in unison, congratulating him on his great success and breakthrough to a new realm. Kung Fu Tran stood up and responded gently, many thanks to everyone. Seeing this scene, a disciple proudly thought, the #1 swordsman of Hua Sun has advanced. Soon he will be hailed as the greatest sword of the Central Plain. Kung Fu Chan laughed loudly, such a thing is not so easy, yet he secretly thought, what #1, I cannot even defeat that brat yet. He looked at Wei Yanhao with respect and said, before I attain that title, you may have already surpassed me. Wei Yanhao smiled, that is unlikely, time is always fair. At the dining table, she picked up food for Wei Yanhao. Kaka, this dish is very delicious, eat quickly. He opened his mouth in response, ah, all right. As he chewed, he silently praised the chef's skill. Tu Lian looked at her brother with concern, brother needs to eat more to grow stronger. Wei Yanhao stretched lightly, lamenting his aching back after days of travel. He had never been so weak before. Hearing this, Tu Lian burst into tears, covering her mouth in emotion. Hearing him complain about his back made her heart ache. The disciple beside them was speechless, thinking, how is he suffering? He still looks vigorous. Tu Lian wiped her tears and anxiously asked about the future. Wei Yanhao blinked in confusion and asked again, what did you say? She immediately warned, if eldest brother blames you now, you will log out for good. The terrifying image of Wei Shanhao appeared, causing Wei Yanhao to imagine himself being beaten to death and screaming inwardly. Wei Yanhao broke into sweat. Why does that person only express affection with his fist? This is a psychological disorder. Yet he suddenly became strangely confident, declaring, I am very strong now. Even a few moves from elder brother would be easily neutralized. Tu Lian doubted, why would you want to confront elder brother directly? Wei Yanhao curled his lips arrogantly. I am formidable now. He thought to himself, although elder brother is strong, he cannot surpass Uncle Kung Fu Chan. Even that uncle I handled with ease. Master's words were no exaggeration. His martial arts transcended eras. The majestic image of the legendary master proved the strength he possessed. Tu Lian still did not believe it and asked again for confirmation. Brother is capable of defeating elder brother, right? Wei Yanhao replied calmly, impossible. Tu Lian immediately slapped him. Oh heavens, gone wandering for a few years and now you fantasize about dueling elder brother, let me wake you up. Dean Ha clutched his head and wailed, unable to say anything more. A great doubt arose in his mind, why does my body not react defensively when Tu Lian touches me? He pondered, a stern voice from a Hua Sun disciple rang out, those words cannot be taken lightly. Wei Yanhao looked bewildered. The disciple sprang to his feet, face filled with anger. The demon-slaying sword is a top genius among the younger generation. By declaring you can defeat someone like him, you imply everyone present is unworthy to be your opponent, young master. Wei Yanhao remained calm, staring directly at the opponent, replying, correct. None of you here are qualified to be my opponent. Do you have a problem with that? The arrogant words were like sparks to tinder. The Hua Sun disciple gritted his teeth in fury. Do you claim we are not qualified? Yuan Quan Hong said angrily. Wei Yanhao remained indifferent. I clearly understand your strength. Kaka do not live in illusion. Even with real muscles you cannot become a master. She added, even if Grandmaster Tam Fong guided you it would not be certain. Wei Yanhao could only cry out. Yuan Quan Hong narrowed his eyes in disdain. Words are easy. Do you dare prove it in a martial duel? Wei Yanhao made a bored expression, thinking inwardly, today you want to invite me to a duel. Refused, Thuan Quan Hong roared, if you reject the challenge you will be called a coward and your family's honor will be stained. Yet he remained calm, letting elder brother bear the responsibility while he enjoyed the benefit. Yuan Quan Hong and Trung Mila looked at him with disdainful eyes. Does that mean you admit you are a coward? Wei Yanhao nodded. Indeed I am a coward, Tu Lian echoed, his nature is timid, and living long requires fear, recklessness leads to early demise. This attitude made the academy geniuses tremble with rage. Kung Vu Chan smiled and reminded, you once said you accept all challenges of swordsmanship. Wei Yanhao muttered while eating, only when swordsmanship is challenged. This is an issue of the Guangdong Nuyen family, let it pass. Master died in solitude, if I do not protect his honor, no one else will. Hearing this, Thuan Quan Hong gritted his teeth and decided not to challenge the Guangdong Engai family. He pointed at Wei Yanhao, declaring he would challenge the young master's swordsmanship directly. Wei Yanhao slowly observed the tense situation. Tu Lian hurriedly intervened, smiling awkwardly, apologizing to young master Thuan Quan on her brother's behalf. Kaka is still inexperienced. If he is not sufficient then I will take his place in the duel. Thuan Quan Hong waved to refuse. Trung Mila, no, you should not interfere, you clearly wish to fight. Wei Yanhao sighed and stood up, patting his sister's shoulder enough. Since he has targeted my sword I accept. Step back. The duel officially began on the wide field. Thuan Quan Hong stood proudly with hands clasped in salute. Thuan Quan family descendant. Today I request guidance from young master Wei Yanhao of the Guangdong Engai sword art. In contrast to his dignified bearing, Wei Yanhao stretched and yawned lazily, replying, very well. Thuan Quan Hong focused intently, staring at his opponent. It is best you concentrate, my sword is extremely sharp. In contrast, Wei Yanhao raised a hand to his lips signaling silence. Speak less. Once the sword is drawn we begin. Why prolong it and tire ourselves? He lazily beckoned provocatively. I am sleepy now. Let us finish quickly so I can return to rest. Feeling belittled, Thuan Quan Hong gritted his teeth, his sword trembling with anger. If he fought magnificently the demon-slaying sword might arrive, therefore he would not hold back. Yanhao slightly curled his lips. You talk too much in that case. Immediately he gathered strength in his legs and dashed forward like a phantom, declaring, I will strike first. His terrifying speed left Thuan Quan Hong stunned, sweat pouring down. Too fast, I must retreat first. Yet as he attempted to evade, the academy genius sensed something unusual. Wait, if I dodge that way, I will receive a fatal strike. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei Yanhao swept his leg in a vicious hook, aiming straight at Shangyuan Hong's fatal weak point. Shocking scene made those surrounding them stare wide-eyed, their faces twisted in horror as if they themselves had taken the blow. The two walnuts cracked open on the ground were enough to reveal the terrifying power of that strike. Shangyuan Hong collapsed to his knees, his entire body convulsing from the sky-shattering pain, only broken groans escaping his mouth. Seeing their fellow disciples struck in such a vulnerable place, the nearby students felt a chill run down their spine, their faces drained of blood as they stammered that it was far too cruel. Even the senior covered his mouth and sighed, silently lamenting the unlucky man. This time all of Shangyuan's pride as a man had vanished in an instant. While the martial world stirred in turmoil, inside a quiet secret chamber an old man with silver hair leisurely trimmed a bonsai, the soft snip of scissors echoing steadily in the dim space. As he cut each branch and leaf, he asked about the treasure map, hearing that it had fallen into the hands of trackers who were heading toward Numb Mountain without the slightest suspicion. His hand paused for a moment before he asked about the situation at Tian Mountain. The subordinate replied that they would act soon. After arranging the board so meticulously, any further delay would be sheer incompetence. He resumed trimming and pointed at the potted plant, asking whether it had been seen clearly, receiving an obedient reply from below. He spoke slowly with hidden meaning. If weeds were allowed to overrun the garden, everything would be ruined. To accomplish great things, one must clear it thoroughly. Looking at the neatly trimmed pot, he concluded coldly that the martial world was the same. Those who blocked the way should be uprooted completely. The subordinate standing before him bowed respectfully and vowed in a clear voice to carry out the grand plan without error. He narrowed his eyes into the distance, calculation filling his face. It had been too peaceful lately. It was time to let the world know how sharp his blade had become. Elsewhere, Wei Yanhao's convoy stopped to rest in the forest. Looking at the tightly bound man lying on the carriage roof, he thought he would have to take him down shortly. Just then, the young lady tending the wounded reminded him that it was a patient who still could not walk on his own. Watching the chaotic scene before him, Wei Yanhao could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, Yahello ran over, holding a large white blanket in her arms. Without any courtesy, she kicked the tightly bound young master off the carriage roof to make space for spreading the blanket. Yahello deftly tossed the blanket into the air. Then she smoothed its four corners neatly over the carriage roof. After finishing, she smiled and told Wei Yanhao to climb up and rest since everything was prepared, making him widen his eyes in surprise before climbing up to lie down and enjoy it. He curled himself in the warm blanket and lazily remarked that going out now would easily bring trouble. Lying still like this was the true path. Seeing his disciple only fuss over Wei Yanhao while forgetting him, Kung Fu Chan felt wronged and pouted as he asked, "What about me?" but was met with silence. He ground his teeth in grievance, inwardly lamenting that he had raised an ungrateful child, all good things offered to an outsider while the master was pushed aside. Night fell as the convoy quietly rolled through the pitch-dark forest under the escort of the warriors. Sitting on horseback, the former aura of Kung Fu Chan seemed to have faded. He mocked himself for never imagining that one day he would become a reclusive old man, then suddenly froze when he saw two unfamiliar figures beneath the moon. Sensing an invisible pressure, cold sweat broke out on his back. He immediately knew they were masters. Two old men of unusual bearing walked leisurely under the moonlight. Following their direction, Kung Fu Chan's eyes flashed with calculation as he glanced toward the carriage where Wei Yanhao slept soundly as if finding a trump card, but when he looked back carefully, he nearly fell when he saw Wei Yanhao still sleeping peacefully and snoring evenly. He could only curse that the boy's composure was truly rock solid. The air suddenly grew heavy. Fu Chan gripped the hilt of his sword and muttered that they had arrived. Under the dim moon, the two mysterious elders became clear, one tall in dark robes, the other shorter in brown-red garments, both exuding extraordinary presence. The tall elder with a scar on his forehead narrowed his eyes at Fu Chan and coughed lightly, asking if he was from Mount Hua. Kung Fu Chan hurriedly cupped his hands in salute, admitting he was from Mount Hua and inquiring about the identities of the two seniors. The other elder curled his lips and said names. How strange the world could be. He spoke casually as if about to leave and said they would let it pass today. If fate allowed, they would meet again, wishing them peace. Watching their departing figures, Fu Chan still felt uneasy, and just as they had taken a few steps, a lazy voice rang out from the carriage roof. Wei Yanhao was already awake, sitting cross-legged as he asked whether anything unusual had happened in the direction the two had gone. The two elders paused, their gazes filled with suspicion. Wei Yanhao asked clearly what had occurred ahead. The tall elder replied that there was only an abandoned house and wild beasts. He frowned and asked a house with no one. The elder calmly affirmed it. He gave a faint smile and said a house with no one, yet dark red stains on the sleeve like that. Surely the two had just helped the villagers clear away wild beasts. The elder started and looked down at the red mark on his sleeve before letting out a soft sound of realization. Then he burst into laughter and admitted that he had not appeared for a long time and had been careless. When one refrained from action, too long even blades would dull. Wei Yanhao spoke coldly and asked how a village house could be completely devoid of people. Clearly the two had struck at the hamlet. Kung Fu Chan immediately took his stance as well. The elder raised his hand, and a sinister stream of green energy gradually gathered. The scarred elder released green spiritual power and declared himself Kong Tri, the one the martial world called Ghost Demon. The other introduced himself as Fap Hang, known by the alias Blade Demon. Hearing the names of the two demon heads, everyone could not help but tremble at their notorious reputation. That man said indifferently that the Sword Emperor relic had led them here. They had conveniently wiped out the village blocking their path, treating human lives as light as grass. The chivalrous hero shouted in fury that such evil would surely be punished by heaven. Kong Tri sneered and asked whether these juniors truly had the strength to enforce justice on heaven's behalf. Though the opponent was overwhelmingly strong, the disciples still drew their swords in unison. He said that when faced with injustice, they could not turn a blind eye. One disciple encouraged that by joining forces with the young hero they could hold out. Righteousness had never vanished. Contrary to that surging momentum, Yanhao yawned widely and remarked that they were using slogans of righteousness to boost morale again. Kong Tri did not wait further and swung his hand, forming a gigantic green claw. An explosion like thunder resounded as the ground cracked apart. The pink-robed hero exerted himself to unleash the ultimate technique, 24 forms of plum blossom, sword light blooming brilliantly like flowers. But Kong Tri merely laughed in contempt and closed in with a vicious gaze. Streams of green force howled through the night as Ghost Demon began his massacre. The heavy blows forced Kung Vu Chan to retreat, sweat pouring from him under the terrifying pressure. A righteous disciple roared for everyone to stay away from the villain. Yet before the combined assault of the entire group, Kong Tri only curled his lips, his eyes savage as he uttered scorn and threatened to take them down one by one. Kung Vu Chan gritted his teeth, his heart heavy when their joint attack failed to shake him in the slightest. He glanced at Blade Demon standing aside and shouted why Yanhao was still standing with folded arms, asking what his master had taught him when facing such a monster. Faced with that impatience, Yanhao calmly replied that his master had told him that when encountering a difficult case, he should simply ignore it and survive. Seeing Kung Vu Chan stunned, he added that whether to draw his sword or not depended on his mood, making the old man ask what he meant. Yanhao placed his hand on the sword hilt and slowly said that his mood was very bad today, so he might act to vent his anger. His aura flared as he stepped forward with a gloomy face, declaring that he was extremely angry. Ghost Demon burst into laughter and mocked him as insane. Blade Demon chimed in that the brat needed to taste fear. Facing the ridicule, Yanhao coldly drew his sword and said that with so much talk when would they actually fight. Kong Tri sneered, intending to intimidate him, but before he could finish he froze as he felt a chilling blade intent surge toward him. Without giving the opponent time to react, Yanhao shot forward like a streak of green lightning and swung his heavy sword in a terrifying slash. The elder stared in shock, and before he could comprehend anything, he felt his hand grow suddenly light. His thought unfinished, a numbing pain had already spread through his arm. Fingers wrapped in green energy fell away. He could not believe that a mere youth had taken them so easily. In contrast, Yanhao stood firm and casually remarked that his strike had been slightly off. He looked at Kong Tri with icy eyes, green light blazing within his pupils, as he slowly said that ending it too quickly would not be interesting at all.